Welcome back, folks. Run Rabbit Run 2024. Your gold sponsor is Tailwind, Ultra Aspire, BOA Lacing Systems, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and where we're at right now is the city of Steamboat Springs. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones Wilkins. Here we are just after high noon. Thank you to Hannes and Dan for their wonderful work holding down the fort here and calling in the winners and all of the drama that's unfolded over these last several hours. We're here, so strap on. We're here for the next 9 hours.
So we were gone for 12 hours. Or actually about 11 hours. We signed off at about 1 a.m. last night. And when we signed off, the one and two on the women's side were locked and loaded. That's how we felt. And we were only basically trying to decipher whether or not Leah Yingling could hold off Claire Gallagher. Leah had made some amazing moves up to about the 100K mark here at Olympian. And then Claire had also jumped the field as well, moving from about number 6 or 7 to number 2. And they were moving really well. And as we decompressed and we went to bed and we woke up and oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I was convinced that it was just a 2-woman race and it was going to either be Leah or Claire. I mean, I did notice as we were going off the air, we went off the air shortly after Emily Mann finished up at the aid station at mile 62. I did notice she was calm, composed, taking her time, but honestly, didn't see this one coming at all. Didn't see at all this one coming. Leah did hold on for second place. Shea Aquilano, who we both thought going into the race was going to have a really solid race, turns out had an incredibly solid second half, filling out the podium. Michelle Yates just finished up, and from what I understand, Claire Gallagher is still out there.
Yeah, that was really kind of a monstrous shakeup. Obviously, trail's going to trail, and it absolutely did. On the men's side, it really wasn't much of a shakeup at all. There was a little bit of jockeying in the top 7, but things didn't really come across as a surprise when I woke up. Richard Lockwood winning this race for the second time. The last time he was here in 2022, he finished first, and it was considered to be somewhat of an upset that year. This year, he didn't sneak up on anybody. He led nearly from wire to wire and came away with an amazing time of 17:24, which was, I believe, about an hour faster than his prior time.
Yeah, and really put some distance between himself and Adam Loomis after coming through Olympian here the second time. You may recall the first time through, Jamil ran them in together pretty much.
Yeah.
And then Loomis took a little bit of a break in the Olympian loop, got a little bit of a gap on the Olympian loop. He had about a 5-minute lead, but then Lockwood just reeled him in and kept pulling the distance apart. To by the end, he had almost 48 minutes on him at the finish line. Reminder too that the top 7 are in the prize money. The Run Rabbit Run is the largest prize purse in a North American trail and ultra running. So Chris will run down the amounts, but Lockwood, Loomis, Hammes, Green, Lightbody, Slaybaugh, and Clint Anders, the top 7 men, will all be in the money. Interestingly enough, the 8th place finisher overall was first place woman Emily Mann, followed by second place woman Leah Yingling.
And with that women's race, it became a fast and furious race to the barn for them. As you mentioned, the first woman was 8th overall, but the 7th woman was 18th overall. So it was a pretty impressive showing on the women's side of this race, as there were 7 women in the top 18 and 8 in the top 20. And all 8 of those women in the top 20 will come away with some form of prize, and we'll talk about that here.
Yes, Michelle Yates, you're right, 20th overall and 8th woman. So this is a pretty interesting hares race, all things considered.
Yeah. So Richard Lockwood, the overall winner with a time of 17:24:41, and going to come away with the first prize money of $15,000. Second place goes to Adam Loomis, 8,500 with a time of 18:12:17. Christopher Hams with third place, 18:56:34, coming away with $5,000. Fourth place, Tyler Green, a pre-race favorite for many, 1909.46, $3,500. Still not a bad day's work. In fifth place, Nicholas Lightbody. And we'll talk about Nicholas and his run and how well it went for him and his teammate. But Nicholas, 1934.08, finishing in fifth for $1,500. Aaron Slayball finished just 43 seconds behind him.
Yeah,
that was a $500 difference. Aaron finishing in 1934.55, netting a grand. And in seventh place, Clint Anders. Clint Anders was one who was chatting with us yesterday before his race rather than getting ready for it. Finished seventh with a time of 19:47:39. And those are your top seven men. On the women's side, Emily Mann, as we mentioned, came from behind, and we'll go over some of those late race splits because Emily was not leading until the last. It had to have been somewhere in the last 10 miles where she actually led the race for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like it, because even as late as Long Lake, mile 89, Leah enjoyed an 18-minute lead over her.
Yeah.
So obviously, Emily was making a move, and Leah may have been faltering. Wow, what a dramatic finish. Interestingly enough, too, Emily Mann finishing under 20 hours. First woman here to do that in the history of the race. The previous fastest time in the course has gone through several incarnations over the years, but the fastest time previous to today was Michelle Yates in 2016. So by almost half an hour, Canadian Emily Mann now has the new standard at Run Rabbit Run. After Emily and Leah, in the money is youngster Shea Aquilano in 21:31. Shortly after her, Barrett Gray, who ran her first 100-miler, one of those pesky Pacific Northwesterners we were talking about earlier, another mid-20s runner, rolling in fourth place in the money. Someone I picked early on, the woman who a couple of years ago took down an Ann Trayson course record at Arkansas Traveler, Nicole Lawton, coming in fifth. Stacy Marion coming in sixth, and Sandy Nypaver closing out the money, finishing seventh, but not exactly closing out the money, because eighth place finisher Michelle Yates, while she's not in the top seven money-wise, did get to the top of the gondola first yesterday afternoon, and will enjoy that $1,000 preem because she did go on to finish.
And, that's an impressive way to potentially close out her 100-mile running career. As she mentioned in a pre-race interview that she believes that this is going to be her final 100-miler. And, she obviously had set a prior course record here, and now I guess walks off into the sunset with a little bit of cash in pocket and becoming the first person to win that preem that I'm sure is going to be a part of this race moving forward.
That's right.
So one way or another, she left her mark on this event. So,
and the sport as a whole, for over a decade, Michelle Yates has been at the top of the sport, and is a wonderful ambassador to the sport, a great coach, and just an all-around great person. Nice drone shot here as the finish line party gets underway. One of the great finish line venues in North American ultra running, right there with the creek, and a nice grassy spot for folks to sit and enjoy the beautiful steamboat sunshine.
So this is new. I think it is new. They didn't cross the creek like this last year, did they? They didn't actually rock hop, did they?
And then
I just not paying close attention?
And then they just roll through this nice little grassy bit, and Got the Adirondack chairs out and volunteers ready to hand off the finishers award.
These tortoise finishers are 4 hours further into their day. This would be a 27:16 finisher. We'll see if we can identify as many tortoises as we can along the way. But congratulations to this finisher as well as all of the rest of them that are coming across the line. There are a lot of data points to drive through when we're when we're trying to follow this race to the finish. So
A reminder too that the Hares started later, but also have an earlier cutoff time. Their cutoff time is 30 hours, which means 7 p.m. this evening. So in about 6 hours and 45 minutes, the Hares have to be in the house. The Tortoises have until 9 p.m., a 36-hour overall cutoff for the Tortoises. And again, we've said this several times throughout the broadcast, Run Rabbit Run is one of a half a dozen or so races on the global calendar that are double dippers. You can qualify for Hard Rock and Western States 100 with one finish here. And a lot of these people out there doing the tortoise race, I suspect, are doing just that. Happy finisher who's giving a thumbs up to our finish line cam.
I want to actually check there are some other prizes available. There are Masters premiums of $1,000 for runners over 40. However, they're required to have a minimum of 4 starters in that category. And from the looks of things, there were only 3 women who started at the age of 40. So if so, that would be unfortunate, as that would prevent Michelle Yates from taking home that additional $1,000. But we'll see and we'll confirm on that. On the men's side, the Masters Award, I'll verify who ended up with that as well here momentarily. And then we're going to talk about the team competition, which, oh boy, the team competition was pretty hot and heavy.
Yeah, of the many unique aspects of the Run Rabbit Run, the dual start, the different cutoff times, the basically different set of rules for the Hares than the Tortoises. One of the great and intriguing subplots every year is the team competition. And I know Dan and Hannes were following it pretty closely, and Chris will run down how it all went down as we see the next finisher coming in with a child in tow, being paced the last little bit here across the grass. I hope you're enjoying our Peter Cotton Tailwind Nutrition Cam. Peter Cotton Tailwind Nutrition Cam. Tailwind Nutrition is our primary gold level sponsor for the live stream today. We thank our good friends at Tailwind. By the way, their new formula, if you haven't tried it yet, I think most of y'all know that Tailwind, the tried and true Tailwind formula, is a 200 calorie, about 30 grams of carbs, kind of a classic let's call it an old school sports drink. But their new formula is much more in this sort of new school category, 80 calories packed with electrolytes, about a dozen different flavors. I strongly suggest you check it out. I know it's available out here on the course and in folks' finish line bags. So check out that new formula. They're adding it to their collection. They're not getting rid of their tried and true 200 calorie formula. They're just adding a lower calorie, a higher electrolyte, a little bit lighter, crisper flavor, not quite as sweet, doesn't cause quite as much palate fatigue. I got a couple boxes of it from my good friend Maggie Gutierrez, who works for Tailwind, and I can tell you it's good, especially helped me get through the Arizona summer.
Yeah, you definitely need to stay hydrated and keep your electrolytes up in Arizona. So the team competition, as we were talking about, actually, one more note on the individual races in the 100-mile hare men's division masters, that award would go to Tyler Green. So Tyler Green um, would congratulations to him for netting an additional $1,000 for the masters category. So the team category is very interesting to me this year. For comparison, last year, the winning team was Hazel and Fiver, Tara Dower, and Jimmy Elam, your first women and second man to finish, and they finished in 38-17-50. And the second place team, Team Outrun Ya, was Georgia Porter and Dave Stevens, and Team Hashtag Stay Wet was Zoe Rom and Sean Van Horn, and they finished in 42-44. So about an hour 45 separated 1 and 2, and about 2 hours and 40 minutes separated 2 and 3. Things were a little bit tighter here this year at Run Rabbit Run. Your winning team was the F1 M5 combo of Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody, the BC Bandits, and they finished in a combined time of 39-22-13. So congratulations to them. They net that $5,000 to split between them, so $2,500 each. Your second place team was one of the race favorites heading in, the Greenlings. Leah Yingling, your F2, and Tyler Green, your M4. They finished in 39-29-11, just 7 minutes back. And that's pretty amazing, all things considered. They will split $2,500, so $1,250 apiece. Congratulations to them. And your third placed team was Team Marion Lockwood, Stacy Marion and Richard Lockwood, with a combined time of 39-34-40. So 5.5 minutes back of Leah and Tyler, and only 12 and a half minutes back of Emily and Nicholas. So minutes mattered in the final part of that race. And that was the difference between splitting 1,000 and splitting $5,000. And, I know that was something that was probably, in their minds along the way, but, it's amazing to me how tight that podium was compared to last year. Now, there was a large amount of separation between the podium and the 4, 5, and 6 teams. OPE 317, the team of Shea Aquilano and Zach Eagle, finished in 42-19-59, so about 2 hours and 45 minutes back of the podium. And the Seattle Sea Level Centers, Barrett Gray and Noah Dussault, two names we're going to be following very closely in the future of this sport,
for sure.
finished in 44-07-44. And the underrated underdogs of Sandy Nypaver and Zachary Russell, nobody's calling Sandy Nypaver an underdog at this point, finished in 44-20-01. So we have 6 teams that have finished. I'll actually check to see how many teams finished last year, because I know that the combined team finish percentage was much lower than you'd think. So last year, there were 19 teams entered and only 6 finished. And this year, there are 23 teams entered, and so far we've already had 6 finishers. So the team competition is a bit more robust in the front this year, as well as depth. So,
Chris, I want to. Our good friends in the chat did point out your memory serves you right. We should never doubt that. There was no creek crossing last year. There was no creek crossing last year. They have had a creek crossing in the past. One of our listeners chimed in, RSG, but this is new. This is new for this year. This that we're seeing this runner come into right now, where there's a little rock hop and onto the other side of the creek. So
yeah,
you were correct. You were correct as usual.
It threw me for a loop when I saw that they actually had headed down into the creek. Obviously, the creek is pretty low this year, and it's not like you're in danger of slipping and falling necessarily, but it's just an added little bit of fun visual for those of us following the race. As you can see, that road right there is the road that they all headed out on yesterday morning as the race started, and it's got to be a great feeling to head down. One of the things we're going to capture as many finishers as we can here today during our
Mhm.
shift.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things that I really was impressed with last year was the grit that was displayed by the final few finishers that made it in under the cutoff, because the final aid station on Mount Werner is about 5 miles out, and
Yep, downhill mostly.
yeah, and those runners, trying to finish in under 36 hours, in some cases got in there with, under 90 minutes to go. So your initial inclination would be to think, well, maybe they're not going to make it
Mhm.
because they've got, 5 miles to go, and in some cases even an hour to finish. But that last few miles is all downhill. And we had a few people at the very back of the pack that were full send. And what's
Mhm.
funny, I wish I could remember their names, and I apologize for not doing so. But a couple of those people I have run into since the race
Yeah,
last
for
year,
sure.
and we're so excited at the fact that you and I had such enthusiasm for their finish. I believe David Moran was one of them who finished in the golden hour last year. I actually ran into him at the airport, and he and his friends were talking about how excited they were about our excitement. Yeah, and there have been at least a couple other instances where people who were running this race have run into me at other events, whether it be Hard
Mhm.
Rock or Western States, and said that they were totally stoked at how excited we were. It was an exciting time because we were unfortunately of the mindset that maybe they weren't going to make it,
Yeah.
and they made
Well,
it.
I think we were almost convinced that they weren't gonna make it. I
Yeah.
mean, it was like, well, they tried their hardest, but and man, there are surprises in this race. There are surprises in all races, but surprises in this race every year, and I assume this year will be no exception.
Yeah, that and I mean, while it does favor you to have that kind of downhill, it probably hurts like hell.
Yeah.
It's somebody was asking about snow last year. We didn't have snow last year. I think last year was actually pretty warm, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
I think it was
Yeah.
actually a little bit warmer last year than this year. It's nice out today.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Last night though, when we signed off an hour later than we expected, we signed off at 1 a.m. So we could catch the lead women through Olympian aid for the second time. You and I walked back to our lodging, our group Airbnb for the team, and it was
It
cold.
was really cold.
I was freezing. I was wearing a long sleeve t-shirt and shorts, and you were wearing a puffy,
yeah.
and you were definitely the one making the right decision, as we have another finisher here. It's going to be tricky to call some of these finishers due to the fact that we just like having eyes on their bibs. Matt, perhaps in the future, we'll see if we can get a dedicated timing mat, maybe about a quarter mile out or something. I know they have one right before they cross the finish line, but sometimes we don't get those results quite as quickly to be able to be on the live call for them. Also, a couple notes on some of our personal interest stories in the tortoise race. One name that we mentioned, Joe Yuhan, did finish last night, finished ninth overall, or I'm sorry, ninth on the men's side, 11th overall, with a time of 23:34:15.
Nice work, Joe. That's a sub 24 after not finishing 100 for about 8 years. Good for him. It's a comeback of sorts. Don't call it a comeback though.
He's been here for years.
Yeah.
And which bib number was that? I can pull it up. That is Brienne Holland Sturger with a time of 27:28:50. She is your 8th woman in the tortoise race. One of my personal interest stories that I was following was Ellen Silva. Ellen is currently holding 14th place on the women's side in the tortoise race, having most recently hit Long Lake at the 26:08 mark. So I would expect we see her not too far out from from this point, and looking like she's going to get that finish in. I know that she really badly wants to get that done. It's been a little while since she's had a 100-mile finish as well.
And my human interest story from Maine, Valerie Brady. We followed her closely last year as she just missed the cutoff. She is safely and comfortably through Dry Lake in 24 hours and on her way to Billy's and ultimately Summit Lake. Probably a good time to remind everybody, we will do this through the afternoon, keeping track on each absolute cutoff. The next absolute cutoff is at Summit Lake, which is mile 80.8, and that's at 3 p.m., about 2.5 hours from now. If you're following along at home, if you're tracking your favorite runner, you need to be at mile 80.8 out of the aid station at Summit Lake by 3 p.m. Long Lake is 6:30, and Werner, as Chris was mentioning, they give you an hour to get down. And last year we thought there's no way they're going to get down that thing in an hour, and a couple people got down it in well under an hour. You'd be surprised at what can happen when you're on the line like that.
And you do need to go full send from there.
Mhm.
It's 6 miles, and you drop 3,000 feet, which, yeah, that's great, but you still physically have to get it done. You still have to move through the miles. Golden Hour Greg talking about last year, that last down put him on crutches for a few days. Then he had some hazy IPAs. That tracks.
That
Shout
does
out
track.
Golden Hour Greg.
Attaway, GHG. GHG is in the house. Everybody, thanks for joining us. I know many of you are all over the place enjoying your Saturdays. For Chris and I, it kind of feels like a Sunday.
It really
Maybe
does.
you're kicking back with some college football here in North America and have YouTube on another device, or you're sort of toggling between your own long run and tracking these folks out here. But thanks for joining us, and tell your friends we are on straight through wall to wall until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time this evening.
One of the things we'll also try and do as we are watching the Peter Cottontail wind cam,
Mm-hmm.
Is that we're pretty shameless on a day like today, where the podium has been figured out and the big money has been handed out. But we'd like to talk with people about their experiences. So we've got some feelers out to some of the people who ran the race, and hopefully they're able to come and join us on the couch. Olympian, where we're at right now, is a much quieter place than it was yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
as the runners had to get through here for the last time several hours ago. So we're not actually right at the finish line, but we'll do what we can to spice up the broadcast and maybe talk to some of the runners, maybe some crews, colleagues, friends. We know quite a few people out here, and we'll do our best to corral them. Still disappointed vastly in the fact that Kevin Goldberg did not come up and see us last night.
No shame in naming names. Kevin Goldberg seriously dropped the ball.
Yeah, we'll call him out
on being our guest last night, and let's just say, he owes us.
To go from chatting during your own 250-mile race, to not even like coming by and making a cameo on camera.
I mean, we are a big reason why he is who he is. If he didn't have us to chat with, it's the tree falls in the wood thing. I just don't understand it. The ungrateful little punk kids these days. I tell you, I don't know what the world's coming to, but I don't like where it's coming.
Yeah. So Kevin Goldberg, if you're out there, we are extremely disappointed in you for not coming by to.
And you still know where we are, by the way.
Exactly. You can make it up to us for sure. I know that Kevin was out here crewing and I believe pacing one of the Tortoises. So all kidding aside, he obviously had duties elsewhere. And if he's able to come by, then great. But if not, then, we totally understand.
Our friend and colleague, Dan Ryan, was going to grab a little food and head out to see if he could check in on his buddy Brian Colmo. We also are curious about that. You might remember if you were on the broadcast last night, Brian came through Olympian as high in the standings as fourth,
Mm-hmm.
first time through, and seems to have just fallen way down the standings. I'm trying to find him here. Um, and it looks like he's last heard of. So he has made it through Mount Werner. That was an hour, just less than an hour ago. So maybe he's on his way. Dan Reichelt, who was somebody you had your
Don
name.
Reichelt.
Don Reichelt was somebody you had your name on. And this is a guy I know, Jordan Chang, who's a Virginia runner. Done some great things. He went to Virginia Tech and is very active in that Central Virginia running scene. It's going to be a good finish for Jordan.
I saw Jordan last night, actually, when I was walking around. He came into Olympian, and as I was talking to Arlen, and I guess Arlen was kind of like, Arlen was obviously focused on his runner, but also helping out Jordan as well.
Yeah, great guy Jordan is.
He looked great. He looked like big old smile on his face coming through. It always amazes me how some of these people can be, 50, 60 miles into a run and still,
Yeah.
cop a smile like that for
It's
everybody
good.
around
It's
them.
very good. So we've got some drones in the sky. We've got our jam cam at the finish line. We've also got a static cam on the finish line.
I believe that right there is Matt Harms, our most recent Tortoise finisher with a time of 27:32:26, 35th in the Tortoise division. Congratulations to Matt. One of the things about this race is, with it being a mountain race with some gnarly technical stuff, no matter what Dan Ryan says, the the fact that you can get this done in under 30 hours is really impressive.
Mhm.
A lot of other races, a lot of other 100-milers, granted the flatter, faster races, have a 30-hour cutoff in general. So this race, taking all of that into account, has a 36-hour cutoff. Also, they do have an early bird option if you're above a certain age.
Mhm.
But yeah, this race is no walk in the park. It's no picnic. You went out on the Olympian Loop
I did.
yesterday,
Yep.
12 and a half miles, 12.7 miles. How did that go for people who are interested in possibly scouting this race for a potential run in the future?
Well, honestly, I think that loop we saw Aaliyah, for example, make really quick work of it. It comes at a nice time in the race. You see your crew at mile 50. You know you're going to see him again at mile 62 and a half. It is relatively low. It stays under 8,000 feet. A lot of it is on these beautiful, I call them town trails that are kind of built by the mountain bike community. So real tight switchbacks, packed dirt, not a lot of rocks. It goes up maybe 1,500 feet when it first leaves Olympian, and it's kind of a steady, grindy. It's probably 1,500 feet and 3 miles. So it's not hands on legs steep or anything like the initial climb up Mount Werner, but it's a climb. And then you've just got this wonderful, flowy, switchbacky, almost 5 mile descent after doing some ridge running back down to Olympian. So it can be a place, I think, where you can do a mental reset. You can know that you're going to see your crew. There are two very small minimal aid stations out there. You probably don't want to spend very much time at them. And then, you get back and you've got 100K under your belt, and it's it's time to sort of feel that gravitational pull towards the finish line. But I also would urge anybody who's interested in this race to come on out to Steamboat. This community is incredibly welcoming. It's it's rich athletic tradition here at Steamboat. As we've talked about through the weekend, we are in the Olympian Hall, which is essentially home to the Steamboat Winter Sports program for cross country skiing, alpine skiing, ski jumping, moguls freestyle, etc. About a mile down the way is the Howelson Ice Center, a huge ice rink. While winter sports reign supreme out here in Steamboat, trail running, mountain biking, just exploring the incredible trail system around this part of southwestern Colorado is outstanding. Last month there was a really big gravel race here. The area around here is littered with really nice and not so nice gravel roads for those who are into gravel cycling. So really, for the outdoor adventurer, there's something for everybody here in Steamboat.
And even for those who aren't adventurous, like myself, the city of Steamboat Springs provides some great restaurants. Like I've been having the time of my life eating my way through the block around our Airbnb. Also, when you walked out the door this morning to head over here, there was a huge farmers market, and they had all sorts of vendors. I mean, everything from food and drink items, as well as arts and crafts. There was a sunglass vendor I saw out there, all sorts of things, and a pretty cool vibe there. And all of the businesses nearby open up a little bit earlier. I did grab some coffee at one of the places right next to the farmers market. But yeah, on Yampa Street, just a block off the main
It was
drag.
outstanding. I mean, I sampled some bison jerky that was out there. There were some art vendors. There were some food vendors. There were some creative wood carvers. Really kind of got a little glimpse into the northwestern Colorado art scene by walking through that. If you're within the sound of our voice and you're hanging out in Steamboat, head on down. It will be open. It goes until about 2, 9 to 2 every Saturday. And it's kind of a nice, cool little vibe there. This morning too, I did my run along the Yampa River. I didn't go into the trails today. I suffered a fall last week at the Mogollon Monster 40K, and so I don't want to risk another one of those. I hit the trails yesterday, but beautiful creek path along the Yampa River with some shady spots, little aspen groves, places to sit, little spots where you see anglers and fishing or people tubing or kids just splashing around in the Yampa River, and the spring that gives Steamboat Springs its name is right along that bike trail as well. There's a sulfur spring, and let me tell you, it's sulfury.
Oh wow!
It's sulfury. If you say were to get a concussion, you would want to go there and just sniff, and you'd feel better. But no, it's a beautiful little spot here in Steamboat. I'm kind of bummed. I have to go back home tomorrow.
Yeah, but one of the cool things about covering this sport is the latitude it affords us to check out all these great mountain towns. As we can see, our next finisher here at Run Rabbit Run 100, I'm going to assume that's a hare, as they didn't have a pacer and they're moving really well. It's not to say a tortoise couldn't be trucking at this point for sure, but
Yeah, good strong finish there. And a nice view of the finishing village, the celebratory.
caught a glimpse of a blue bib. So yeah, that would indeed be a tortoise.
Oh, and right on the ground.
Let's see if we can get eyes on that bib number so we can give this runner their due for trucking to an impressive finish. The tortoises don't actually have a checkpoint at Werner. Their last checkpoint on the tracker is at Long Lake at mile 89. So it's a little bit trickier to ascertain who we're looking at.
But they do have a cutoff.
Yes.
Okay. So there's not a timing mat down necessarily?
Yeah. Not
Okay.
one that's
Okay.
showing. So
Got it.
And the Werner timing mat was a little bit spotty on the way up the hill for them. I know that for a fact.
Oh, yeah. What's the one that's always sketchy at Javelina? Rattlesnake? The one at the road crossing.
Yes, it's rattlesnake timing
Yes,
mat.
that timing mat is terrible.
I believe that rattlesnake timing mat
Is
ended up.
a person on our chat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
And looking ahead to next month, by the way, that is the next time, at least we will have this band together. I know that Jordan's heading down to Mammoth Trail Fest next weekend with another team of commentators and producer. No rest for the weary. Jordan, he's celebrating his 1 year anniversary working for Aravipa, and therefore celebrating that anniversary by not sleeping and eating just a bunch of junk food. Although he did hook us up last night with some breakfast treats,
Yes.
which I thought was very nice of him.
Our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race is Craig Hoekstra. I know Craig. He is a Phoenix area runner, pretty stout runner, finishing the Tortoise run in 44th overall place with a time of 27:45:05, a member of the AZ Trailleggers up on the north side of town.
Okay, there we go. These are folks, if they're a hare coming down, this is the 24-hour mark. And in any 100-miler, I don't care, hard, easy, flat, hilly, mountainous, that 24-hour number is one of those numbers that people will care about a lot. I don't think there's any special award here for sub 24 or over 24, but somehow when you have that finishing result and it says 23:58, it just looks a little bit better than 24:02. It's just a thing. The Tortoises will be chasing 28 at this point. I doubt there's very many people too concerned about being sub 28. Their sort of next kind of unofficial ultra milestone would probably be to run a sub 30.
Mm-hmm.
And a sub 30 would be right around 3 p.m.
Don Reichel, our most recent hare finisher. Congratulations to Don. Running in 23:45:45.
Nice. Sub 24.
Stan Connors as well came through in a time of 27:46:44 for the Tortoise division. I believe that was Stan who had the flowing locks that we saw there. And as we just saw, we had a drone shot of looked like a runner with a posse there.
Yep, still awaiting who we think would be now with Don, and we think Brian Culmo would be next. Coming down from Werner, he hit Werner just about 50 minutes ago. We know Dan Ryan is up there looking for him. Sub 24 will probably be a stretch for him, although Don did get down in less than an hour to become the 21st overall finisher.
And Kulmo, I would assume, seeing Dan is probably going to want to run past him and as far away from him as quickly as possible.
I think I would want to do that too. I think probably that was Dan's reason for going up there.
Of course, Pacers aren't allowed, but if you were to see a member of the broadcast team like Dan Ryan coming at you, you probably just want to get the heck away.
Yeah. That's the way they usually are with us.
Congratulations to Jake Larson right there, most recent finisher of the Tortoise race, 27:49:28.
Attaway, Jake. I like this little cadre of award presenters here. These little grommets with the volunteer shirts, and you can tell they're kind of coordinating and making sure they get the runners their awards. And another Tortoise finisher rolling in.
That was Stan Connors finishing with a time of not Stan Connors. I apologize. Devang Patel, 27:50:09.
Possibly Brian Culmo here. our Peter Cotton Tailwind Nutrition Cam. That was crowdsourced that name. Tailwind did a outreach over social media to come up with a funny, cute name for their finish line cam for this race, and this is what the people came up with.
That was pretty clever. It ties into the Run Rabbit Run motif.
It does. Spry runner there getting across the rocks. Doing the airplane thing.
Coming in for a landing.
Sub 28. He quitted himself well here in the 12th annual Run Rabbit Run 100. I say 12th annual 100. It was a 50 miler for about a dozen years before that.
That was Nicholas Peterson, 27:52:10. Nicholas Peterson from Arvada, Colorado. Nicholas has some pretty impressive finishes in 100 milers, having run this race in 2015. Actually improving upon that time. He ran it in 28:37 that year, shaving off a little bit of time. Ran Hard Rock a couple years ago. Rio del Lago 2 years ago. Bighorn back in 2014. So he's been all over the place. Done a whole lot of racing.
A lot of racing.
Yeah.
Lots of mountains. Probably a Hard Rock qualifier chaser, I would guess, given that resume.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
We've got a couple of those back in our little group in Arizona where they just seem to go every summer off to the mountains somewhere to check off another Hard Rock qualifier as they wait a decade or so to finally get in.
You must be talking about Gary Foreman.
I'm talking about Gary. Yeah. Although hasn't Ross been on a little bit of a streak too?
I think Ross just started his journey.
He just started
with
Bubba.
Yeah, Ross and Bubba running High Lonesome.
Okay, that's just they're coming after Gary.
Yeah,
but Gary is
well, to be honest, I would assume that we're probably going to see Gary Foreman run this race next year.
Yeah.
Or it's got to be soon because he runs a Hard Rock qualifier every year, even though he doesn't need
though he only needs one every other year.
Yeah.
Well, with his luck too, Ross or Bubba will get in on one ticket before
totally.
He does.
Absolutely.
That's just Murphy's Law.
Yeah. So he started with Mogollon in 2021, and in 2022 he ran the Bear. In 2023 he ran Bighorn, and he is set to run I Am Tough
next weekend. Yeah.
So, given the fact that he's just touring all of the
Run Rabbit would be on a good one on his list. Although didn't Bubba and Ross go up to Crazy Mountain this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming, of course, we've talked about the possibility of that becoming a Hard Rock qualifier.
That's right. I think it's inevitable, but
I agree.
Probably needs a couple more years of establishment.
We've got another finisher coming in.
High-fiving the adoring throngs.
You ever get to the point where you have too many windows open on your laptop as you're trying to?
Yes, I did. I wish there was a button you could push to just close them all instead of having to click through, but there probably is, and I just don't know.
Our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race was Jake Wyatt, 27:54 even. Jake Wyatt from Denver, Colorado. This is his, oh my. Jake Wyatt has had a very robust year. So in the last 12 months, he's run the Rio Grande 100 last September. He ran Cocodona in May. He ran the Mesa's Hideout 100 in Beulah, Colorado in June. He ran Ring the Springs in Colorado Springs in June. He ran Ouray 100 in July.
Woof.
And now he just finished Run Rabbit Run.
Dang.
So shout out to Jake Wyatt for having a very robust running season here this year. Our most recent finisher, though, was Owen Darr, bib number 561 with a time of 27:56:18. Shout out to Owen for completing Run Rabbit Run. Owen out of Denver as well. Looks like this would be his first 100-mile completion. Owen ran Pikes Peak Ultra just a little over a month ago, probably in preparation for this. He ran the 50-miler here last year and did very well with a time of 10:53. But shout out to Owen for your debut mountain 100-miler and getting that Hard Rock / Western States double qualifier. We'll see you in December at the lottery.
See you at the lottery. Good luck. You know, somebody has to get picked.
Absolutely. That's what I've been saying for the last, since 2017, AJW, since 2017.
Yep. Well, just keep on rolling. That's what I tell everybody. Eventually, if you keep getting those qualifiers and keep punching the clock, and persistence pays off.
So did you actually have breakfast today, or did you?
No.
I find that fascinating. I had cold pizza left over from last night for breakfast this morning.
Not a breakfast guy. Got back from my run and just wolfed down a quick PB&J. I wonder what Jordan's going to order us for lunch. Now that you mention it, we've got.
We'll buy, but you just have to order.
I just realized we're going to be strapped to this studio for another 8 hours, and we need sustenance. Well, if there's anybody out there, and you're maybe sitting at Mountaintop Brewery or something, grab an extra pizza and bring it on over.
So, Jordan, here's the problem with trying to produce. Things have gotten so far advanced from the last time I was on the board. Because I used to produce, some of these only in a pinch. I would basically just try and keep the car on the road. But the Mountain Outpost setup has gotten way beyond my pay grade. I look at those boards now, and it looks like they could launch rockets with that thing.
I mean, we could run ads for a half an hour and go get something to eat, but I think we would lose all our viewers, maybe forever. On repeat.
Just repeat certain ads that people claim they really want to see over.
Don't
and over
worry,
again.
friends. We will not do that. So we're just about rolling into 24 hours elapsed in the Hares race and hitting that 24-hour mark now. So a relatively small number, 21 finishers in under 24. How many were sub 24 in the Tortoises?
Let's see. In the Tortoise race, there were only a handful. There were only about 13.
21. So in both races, just 30 out of almost 500 starters, to give you an idea of the difficulty of this track, of just short of 500 starters, 34 sub 24-hour finishers.
Okay.
You're in rare company if you can run this thing under 24 hours.
So our most recent finishers, David Skelly from Dillon, Colorado, and Max Reiser from Bayfield, Colorado. They finished this race in 27:58:55, basically coming in essentially within a tenth of a second of one another. So congratulations to David and Max. Max, this is his second finish here at Run Rabbit Run, having run the 100-mile Tortoise race last year in 29:07. So shaved a little bit of time off of his race. Congratulations to Max for doing that. always feels good in your 40s to improve upon some results. Trust me, I know that from experience. David Skelly, looks like this is David's first Run Rabbit Run, but definitely not his first 100-miler. Has run Mogollon Monster, Bighorn, High Lonesome. It's almost as if there's a pattern here
Yes,
for him.
indeed.
So congratulations to David Skelly for his finish as well. Working hard to get that qualifier for the very hard to get into race in Silverton, Colorado. And people were talking about, like, well, that inflates the entry numbers, and yeah, like, that's just how it works. This is a very sought after race for several reasons. You've got the Hares division, which is enticing because it has a cash purse, which not a lot of races do, and then it's a Western States and it's a Hard Rock qualifier. So, it's a very sought after event, and I think that that's entirely justified.
And I mean, it's no mystery in the sport that for a race to be become a qualifier for one of these two biggest 100-milers in North America, or most prestigious 100-milers in North America, it gives a tremendous boost to the race.
Absolutely.
I know my friends, for example, who are the race directors of the Beaverhead 100K in Idaho. I mean, they've been a Western States qualifier now for about 7-8 years, and they take the responsibility very seriously. I mean, they kind of feel as though they have a duty to their runners, and in so doing, a kind of a duty to Western States themselves to put on an event worthy of being a qualifier. I think it's also important to note too that none of the qualifying races for either Hard Rock or Western States have any direct affiliation with Western States or Hard Rock. They're their own independent races. They take place all over the world. And the committees in both of those races change those lists every year. They review every qualifying race every year. Some get added, some get subtracted. They want to think a lot about geography and all those kinds of things. So I think it's really important to note. So a race as big and as well established as Run Rabbit Run to actually be a qualifier for both is really cool.
Shout out to Jordan Chang for his finish here at in the Hares race at Run Rabbit Run, 24:02:43, as you mentioned.
Just when I said 24:02 would be a lot worse than 23:58, Jordan goes and does it. Great job, Jordan.
Also, Cody Robinson finishing in 24:03:53. Yeah, I think that, of course, part of the reason why this has become such a hot button topic in terms of the qualifiers is that Western States just recently released their 2026 qualifier list. And I noticed some of the response on social media was like, well, why isn't this as? Maybe they should give a chance to the little guy to help them grow their race. And I get that. Oh, we've got somebody coming in hot.
Oh, yes.
Smell in the barn. Totally stole that from you.
Nice.
Where did you steal it from?
Oh, it's just a saying. It's one of those things.
Good looking finish right there. As you can see, the finisher shoot.
We're doing our team down there on the ground is doing some adjusting of the camera angles.
That is. Go ahead.
To see if they can get some of the best shots possible. As you can tell, it's a very it's a very crowded finish line area. A lot going on.
That was Michael Jones out of Richmond, Virginia.
All right,
area
Virginia.
You're familiar with.
Not a lot of hills in the Richmond area. You've got to get You got to head west about an hour to the Blue Ridge, and then you got plenty of hills. Richmond itself has a nice trail network right along the James River, with some good single track, popular with runners and hikers and mountain bikers, and a few nice trail systems in the surrounding areas of Richmond. But really, you got to head into Charlottesville, west of Charlottesville, up into my old neck of the woods in Stanton and Harrisonburg, and the location where Grindstone is, where the Appalachian Trail goes through. Get plenty of vertical and challenging single track out there.
Shout out to Cody Riley, our latest finisher.
It looks like Cody Robinson got in just after. Did you announce him yet? Just
Yep.
after Jordan Chang?
Mhm.
Okay.
Cody Riley, let's find out more about him, from Westminster, Colorado. No stranger to the hills out here. Multiple time high-low finisher, including this year. So no stranger to the big, tough mountain races here in Colorado. So congratulations to Cody Riley getting it done here at Run Rabbit Run for the first time.
We've got less than 2 hours now till that next cutoff we're keeping our eye on. Way too early to worry about it too much, but that next cutoff we have our eye on is at Summit Lake, mile 80.8 at 3 p.m. A couple hours away still, but some of you may be eagerly watching or wanting to know about your runners who are in between Dry Lake and Summit Lake.
I apologize. That wasn't Michael Jones. Michael Jones is still out there in the field, the finisher that we did. But we got a good little information on the Richmond trail running scene. So,
and Summit Lake, I believe is Carl Meltzer and his team. It's really Cheryl Meltzer's. Let's be real. It's really Cheryl Meltzer's aid station. Cheryl is Carl's better half, long-suffering spouse, an absolutely wonderful person, in spite of the fact that she's associated with Carl. Or maybe because of the fact that she's associated with Carl.
We just kid. Actually, one of the things that, and I think I can be frank about this, that, you know, when you follow Carl on social media, he can come across a little bit gruff, a little bit, you know, kind of set in his ways. And when you meet him, he's like the most congenial person imaginable. He's super nice.
Yeah, he is a little bit of a get off my lawn type on the internets. But yeah, real life, just a heart of gold. And he and Cheryl and the team, they're up there for 30 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Summit Lake, the runners hit that at mile 28, and then again at mile 80. So you know, they sleep a little bit apparently in the back of the U-Haul.
Yep.
While, you know, once everyone's gone through and before the first people come back. But woof, it's a long shift out there, and so I'm sure you know, they're ready for 3 o'clock to come. But I also, knowing Carl, he doesn't want anybody missing the cut at his aid station.
Of course, yeah. That was funny. Yesterday when we talked to Carl before he was heading up, you know, he started to mention. He said, "Oh well, yeah, we're at mile 28," and I was like, "Oh, that's not so bad." And then he said, "And mile 9, like
and mile 80."
I was like, "Oh wow." But you know, that speaks to the dedication that he has to this sport. Like, he doesn't have to be out here. He has no obligation to be out here, and yet he and his wife have taken the time out of their lives to help, you know, get these runners across the finish line. He even talked about what the drive is like out there, trying to drive these back roads,
in a U-Haul at 7 miles an hour. Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those aid stations too. These are critical, and a lot of remote races have them. This is an aid station, Summit Lake, where there are no crew, no pacers, and no drop bags. So you're completely dependent on the aid station. I remember my former running club back in Virginia, one of the great running clubs, the Charlottesville Area Trail Runners, the Cats, they're known as, has routinely for years did an aid station similar to Carl's at the Grindstone 100 miler, where it was mile 30. Bob Clouston will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it was mile 30 and mile 72 on an out and back course. And I remember the year Jeff Browning ran it, and literally the last runner was coming through at mile 30. And literally 5 minutes later, Browning came flying through at mile 72. So we didn't get any time to rest.
This runner had a nice send there at the very end.
They sure did.
And of course, as we mentioned, that last creek crossing at mile 100.0, basically, throwing a little.
You can keep your feet dry.
I mean, to see a river crossing or a creek crossing like that when you're like 200 feet from the finish line, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it's kind of a new look.
It is cool, though. It really is.
Oh, there's a nice finishing kick that we were just talking about. All right. You can stop now. You can stop now, buddy.
Wonder if so there were a handful of runners basically between Werner and the finish. I thought I saw a red bib there, and that might have been Kulmo then. No, that was Braden Ragau and a time of 24:12:18. Braden, the 16th man to finish Run Rabbit Run this year.
Do we know anything, or does anybody in the chat know anything about Claire Gallagher and her whereabouts?
So Dan made it sound like she was just
at Summit Lake,
posted up at Summit Lake,
which I can't imagine Carl would tolerate for very long.
But then again, as one
she's really struggling.
Yeah. I mean, as one, I don't know how Western States champions talk to one another. They probably use a different language as a handshake. But I would assume that if it were a normal person, that Carl might be a little bit more assertive and bouncing them out. But when you're talking about somebody like Claire,
you might be right.
He's probably like, well, I'll just let her figure it out.
Yeah. That's probably true. You make a good point.
But yeah, she
deserves a chance to figure it out.
Yep. Yeah. Got another runner coming in, flanked by, or actually, this might be a runner pacer and somebody who was out at the finish line based on the looks of things.
Looking pretty good coming in here.
Mm-hmm. Or it could be two runners potentially. I'm assuming the individual on the left is not a pacer. They don't look like they've got any gear or anything like that. But a lot of times, with a race such as this, you might go out like a couple hundred meters to see your person in. And I don't think, with pacing being such a hot button topic in ultra running right now, I don't think that this constitutes that by any stretch of the imagination.
No. I mean, and this is it's still the front of the pack ish for both races, but certainly for the Tortoises.
Thanks to William for letting us know that Braden Ragau has a YouTube channel, Rove Runner, and has run every day for 755 days, minimum 10 miles a day.
10 miles? Dang.
I did a run streak for a little over 500 where I did force myself to do a minimum of a 5K I started it during the pandemic, during COVID, and kept it going for a year and a half. But yeah, that's next level.
So, question for the gentleman in the chat: does Brian, what was the
Braden?
Does Braden?
I know that name.
Get credit for running on Friday and Saturday, or does he have to run? Or did he run? Or does he have to run again
today,
this afternoon? Because I mean, the different streakers have different definitions of that. I was coaching a woman who's a streaker, and she does 200-mile races, and she counts it all. So if she runs over the course of 4 days, she gives herself credit for 4 runs, and the streak continues. I suspect that's the situation with Braden, so he can probably keep his feet up until tomorrow when he has to get out there and run his 10-miler.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. I don't.
Seems fair. But 10 miles, that's a long standard. I mean, just the time just the time commitment that takes is pretty significant.
Yeah, I
Good
think
for him.
the longest like quote high volume run streak I know of where it's like multiple like a lot of people, a lot of streakers have that minimum mile a day qualifier. Patrick Carron has a streak that I believe he started when he was like 13, where he runs a minimum of a 10K a day.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty good.
And
That's
he's in
pretty
his early 20s now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been going on for like a decade, I believe.
10K a day. That's that's going to take you, even a speedy guy like him, it's going to take him 40 minutes.
Yeah.
He's in his 20s now, so it probably takes him 2 minutes to put on his shoes. Not like me, it takes 20. I always say I've got to go for a run that is longer than it takes me to put on my shoes.
I think that's fair.
And I think that's to me that's a good rule. And I'm sticking to it. My friend Brian Powell, former editor-in-chief of iRunFar.com, I think I want to say he's on 12 years of his streak.
Wow.
And
where does he have to catch a trout a day whenever he runs?
Yeah, I know. He's just but his is just 1 mile. Just 1 mile. And I've been with Brian where he's done a lap around the parking lot of a hotel. I've been with him when he's done a run through an airport terminal, that kind of thing. He's doesn't travel quite as much anymore, but he has done some long haul trips to places like New Zealand. So soon he's going to China, where he has to kind of get the timing right with the massive time change.
Jeffrey Jones, our most recent finisher. Congratulations to Jeffrey. Getting it done here as part of the Tortoise race in 28:15:36.
So is that the guy from Richmond?
No, he's from here in Colorado.
Okay. So
but
the guy from Richmond, we just made that up?
I think so.
Okay.
He's actually still out there.
He's still out there. Okay. Yeah. All right, guy from Richmond. Well, we will make sure we get your call when the time is right.
So looking at Patrick Carron's results, he's 27 now. He's a little bit older than I thought. I'm still waiting for him to go after a golden ticket one of these years.
Yeah, I am too.
Like he's so like when I first met him, I guess it would have been about 6 years ago. So he's 21. I mean, he was, at the age of 19, ran a sub 1500 miler. I mean, so he's had the talent, and if he's still keeping his streak up, I would assume he's relatively healthy. So, I can't actually. He ran sub 14 at Ghost Train in New Hampshire. Ran a 1350 miler.
That's fast.
Yeah. So, I just feel like obviously everybody's entitled to approach their career as they see fit, but I'm just really surprised that we haven't seen him, run more high profile events to this point because he's still only 27.
Well, maybe one of these years, instead of coming out and broadcasting at Desert Solstice with us, he can run it.
He can run Rabbit Run.
He can run Rabbit. Yep, he sure can.
It's not a golden ticket race, but it's a double qualifier, and I think that he would probably have a great time out here in these Rocky
Maybe
Mountains.
Javelina would be good for Patrick.
Oh, I think he'd be great.
Yeah.
Great for Javelina.
And not too early to start thinking about Javelina. We've got, as has been the case the last couple of years, a pretty competitive front end of the field lining up this year, and probably will continue to add a few entrants now and then to the field at Javelina. It's October 26th. I am happy to report that the weather seems to have finally broken. I think our consecutive 100-degree day streak has come to an end, mercifully. And this is when the local population starts getting out there and doing Pemberton loops on a somewhat regular basis as the clock starts ticking towards the end of October. And Chris and I will be there, as well as the rest of the team from Mountain Outpost, for one of Aravaipa's signature events, the Javelina 100. Presided over by the one and only Jubilee Page.
Patrick Walker, our most recent finisher, Bib 803, shout out in the chat. I was able to find his information, finishing in 28-20-25. Congratulations to Patrick. 48th man in the Tortoise race to cross the finish line. 56th overall.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
And we're back here at the finish line of Run Rabbit Run 2024. Chris Warden, Andy Jones Wilkins here on the call. Going to bring you up to the end of the race here. We've got so far about 55 runners, 56 runners in the Tortoise race that have crossed the finish line. In the Hare race, about 24. In the Hare race, some of the names that we expect to see here coming up would be Brian Kulmo, Kevin Walker, Timothy Fahey. Timothy actually going for his fifth finish, and the elder statesman of the Hare field, the only runner, I think he's 53 years old. I think he's the oldest runner in the field. Joe Hewitt and Peter Schlachte. Those are the names that we expect to see next. Another couple of runners. We would expect the top 10 of the women's race to be rounding out here sometime in the next couple hours as well. Gina Milner, Leah Ling, not to be confused with Leah Yingling, our second place finisher. Eva Gifford, Andrea Stofko, Justine Hull, and Megan Eckert. Some of the women we expect to be coming through in the next few hours to round out that top 10. Megan Eckert, I have to admit, is a bit of a surprise, currently running 15th. She was my pick to win this race. I don't know what her goals were heading in. I haven't spoken to Megan about this, but I have been at enough of her races and witnessed what she's done to be completely impressed with what she has put on the record books here in the last couple years. Course records at Mogan Monster, wins at Angeles Crest. She's an absolute crusher of a runner. 526 miles in 6 days at the Dome. But she would be one of the women I expect to finish in the next few hours here in the Hares race. AJW and I are going to do our best to kind of keep on top of things in terms of the Tortoise race and the cutoffs, and try and give as many runners as we can a little bit of shine here. As we mentioned, our most recent finisher was Patrick Walker of Longmont, Colorado. We've got one other person coming in across the new creek crossing at the very end. I don't know if that's a permanent fixture, but it would be very interesting to see in years where it is flowing high what they'd have to do. Most recent finisher right there. That was Mike Wilkinson with a time of 28:26:06. During our commercial break, Sean Gerlich came in as well with a time of 28:25:24. See if we can get some information on those two individuals, Sean and Mike. Sean Gerlich from Golden, Colorado. Did run this race last year, ran in a time of 31:54:59 last year. So ran
Big improvement. Wow.
huge improvement. Fantastic job, Sean. Great way to get it done. Yeah, congratulations to Sean on that. And our other most recent finisher, Mike Wilkinson. Mike Wilkinson from Parker, Colorado. I have a couple of friends who live in Parker. He is no stranger to this race, having now just finished it for the 5th time. So, did you know that there's a last person standing event in Mesa? Because I'm looking at Mike Wilkinson's run history, and he ran an event in Mesa called the Saguaro Showdown. Never heard of it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't. I'm surprised you've never heard of that. You pretty much know everything about.
I'm working with Linda Van on an Arizona running history project that actually, like, that Jamil is aware of, and yeah, I wasn't familiar with this event at all. I guess
Yeah.
it is new, but I'm looking at some of the people that were in this event.
Jamil noting that that's Ricky Harros event.
Oh, it is. That would make sense. Of course, Ricky's a great guy. I didn't
Mhm.
realize that existed. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to talk to Ricky about that and wonder why I didn't know about it sooner. But yeah, shout out to Mike Wilkinson for his 5th finish here at Run Rabbit Run. His time this year, 28:26:06. See if there's how that compares with last year. Ran it in 27:43:32. He does have a Cocodona finish to his credit, a Haviland 100 finish. So it sounds like maybe he lives in Parker, Colorado, but he's run Black Canyon multiple times in the last few years. He just runs everything there is out in the Southwest. This finish line here is in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It is not where we are at. We're actually a couple miles away from the finish line here at Olympian Hall. We are at the setup where the aid station for miles 51 and 63 are, as well as where packet pickup and the runner orientation discussion takes place. So,
And it's a great spot. It's right near the Yampa River, which runs through town, and the creek path that goes along it. There's ample parking. It's beautiful. The ski jump is right out to our left. I'll come back here every year. I love this. There's a great little getaway in mid-September here to Olympian Hall, I should say.
I definitely want to come back here as often as possible.
Yeah. I wanted to circle back on a couple topics we touched on yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't have anything definitive on it, but just in my observation, we talked about a couple of things as the broadcast was getting underway yesterday. The usage of poles and plated shoes. And this is a 100% unscientific survey, but based on the observations of our folks on the ground. I think it looked like pole usage, at least as we were covering the race, was over 50% in the Hares race. At least during at least during some of those key climbing sections. And so I do think this is one of those races that's very strategic in that we remember seeing Leah Yingling do the downhill section going into Olympian from Dry Lake to Olympian with no pack, just a couple handhelds. There are sections where you can go real light, where you can, strip down, get rid of your pack, get rid of your poles. And then there are sections you kind of need to load up. But I would say, and I stand corrected because I was guesstimating it'd probably be lower than 50% pole usage with a lot of the runnable stuff. But I think that's not the case. And I would guess that in the Tortoise race, the numbers, even higher in terms of pole usage. Not poles out the entire time like they might be at a European race or at Hard Rock, but pulls out. You, for example, see this finisher. He obviously has just come down from Werner, but he's got him in his hands. And then the plated shoes. I think there were far fewer plated shoes here among the front pack than we saw, for example, at both Leadville, or that I saw at both Leadville and Western States. So while the plated shoe revolution is certainly here to stay, and it's a little bit of the Wild West, I don't think it 100% dominates every single elite top 10. I certainly think there were a fair bit of non-plated shoes, for example, in the top 10 at Hard Rock, and something mountainous like this. It'll be curious to see at Javelina, because my guess is it'll be a plated shoe plethora there at that fast track in McDowell Mountain Park.
Shout out to Gavin Brown, our most recent finisher of the 100 miler in the Tortoise division, 28 hours, 32 minutes, 14 seconds. Gavin has, from the looks of things, run, looks like this might be his first 100-mile finish.
Nice.
Got some interesting races on the docket coming up for him. He's got a backyard coming up. He's registered for Black Canyon 100K and a race that's debuting next year, the Arizona Monster. Our most recent finisher as well, Matt Dietrich, 28:33:14. Congratulations to Matt. From Tallahassee, Florida. Did not expect to see that in my views. But Matt has he ran Never Summer this year, so he's run Silver Rush 50, run Arches and Moab. I mean, I wonder if that's an obsolete postal address there for Matt listed on Ultra Sign Up, saying that he's in Tallahassee. Maybe he's from Tallahassee, but is no longer hanging out there because it seems like all of his runs are up in some crunchy mountain territory. Another finisher coming up here to the creek crossing.
You never know. I mean, my good friend Chris Twiggs.
That's true. As soon as I said
in
that.
Fernandina Beach, Florida, there is not a mountain to be found within a day's drive of Fernandina Beach, Florida. And the guy's got 17 Hard Rock finishes. Which, by the way, he outed me the other day. I wrote a story in I Run Far about my fall at Mogollon. And Chris has a great quote, when it comes to falling and trail running, it's not a matter of if, but when. And I said he was a 15-time Hard Rock finisher. And of course he called me out saying that I shorted him 2 finishes. Oh, whatever. I got Megan to fix it.
Marika Pelham, our 9th place finisher in the women's race, 28:35:03. You saw her with a nice hustle into the finish from the creek. Congratulations to Marika from Banff, Alberta, Canada. Beautiful country up there.
Oh, yeah, it's nice up there in the summer.
I've only been there in the summer, so...
My kids who are ski bums, they'd probably love it in the winter, but not me. They can go there without me.
Marika also she's run some pretty stout races, Canadian Death Race in 2021 with a 9th place finish there. Dead Horse and Moab last year, the 50K, and Tahoe 200 the prior year, finishing 6th there on the women's race. So congratulations to Marika Pelham for getting it done here at Run Rabbit Run here 2024.
Weather seems similar to yesterday. So some people always worry about that second day and is it going to be hotter than the first day? But it seems about the same. A few wispy clouds out there today, and a little bit more of a breeze today, but otherwise just perfect early fall day in Steamboat Springs today.
Yeah, it was a high of 74 yesterday. It looks like the forecast calls for a high of 78. It's registering as 74 now. I think it was warmer last year. I really do. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
No.
it felt like it was warmer last year, and some of the runners were kind of feeling the pain on that. So there's never really a perfect day in terms of weather for an ultra. You're always going to get something. It's either going to be too hot, too cold, too dry, too wet.
Yeah.
So
Yep, and we'll obsess about the weather for about 10 days before the race, and then complain about the weather we got for about 10 days after the race. And it's just like Iowa farmers.
I remember a few years ago, actually, the last time I ran Javelina, and I mentioned to Jamil about 10 days out. I said, "Man, it's going to be 78 degrees. That's perfect." And he just kind of laughed at me. We were at our group run, and he said, "Just wait." And it ended up being the hottest Javelina on record. I mean, the thing I remember about that race, it was like 95, 96 degrees in the shade.
Oh,
And every so often I would be following behind somebody on the trail that would bend over to pick something up. And I was like, what are they doing? Just like grabbing rocks? No, they were picking up ice and putting it
that
into
other
their
people had
pockets.
dropped.
Yeah, they were picking up ice off the desert trails and putting it into their pockets for just a little bit of evaporative cooling on their calves and stuff like that. I never seen anything like it. It was pure carnage.
Well,
And I didn't finish.
I'm rooting for sort of an average javelina, maybe a high of 85, for a few hours in the middle of the day, and a low in the upper 40s or low 50s. It was colder than that last year, and Jordan can attest. I mean, I could not feel my fingers. I couldn't move my tongue. It was cold. I know you didn't even have a heater.
Maggie was asking if Leah finished. The answer is it depends on which Leah you're asking about. Leah Yingling did finish second overall in the early hours of the morning. Leah Ling is currently running about 9th or 10th place in the women's hare race and is still out there. So that is where our Leahs are in terms of the hare race.
Our Leah Lings.
Yes.
Leah Ling and Leah Yingling. That doesn't happen very often.
7,000 feet running company co-signing on something you said here a little bit ago. They would prefer a 100% pole and carbon-plated usage rates in the future. I am not surprised, and I totally get that. $7,000 feet. That was the company in Salida, right? Yeah, they were part of, right? I want to make sure before I. No. It was Hilo, right? Yeah, but I was watching the live stream for Hilo.
It's a cool name for a company.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were sponsored for High Lonesome. Another one of our Mountain Outpost live streams. Because I watched some of their video content. I wasn't there, but I really enjoyed some of the video content they put out. We've got another finisher trucking it to the finish line here at Run Rabbit Run 2024, presented by Mountain Outpost. Special thanks to our gold sponsor, Tailwind, for helping to make these broadcasts possible. With that last little rock hop. Yeah, in a year where there might be a little bit of added water here, that could become a little bit interesting because you're cooked at 100 miles.
I guess they just wanted to be kind of closer into the main lodge, and Yeah.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Like I said, I don't remember having seen that before. Oh yeah, that's a hare right there. That there is a hare. And that hare right there, that is Timothy Fahey. That is
That's the oldest hare.
yeah, the elder statesman of the Hares in the 2024 Run Rabbit Run Race.
Good finish for him.
Finish number 5. Timothy ran Hard Rock earlier this year, finished in 16th place, 34:48. You know, sub 36 hours of Hard Rock is
Yeah.
legit. High Low last year ran that as well. Was 5th overall in the Tortoises last year with a time of 24:45 or 24:25:41. Looks like this race was a little bit tougher on him, but still, congratulations, Timothy, to have your 5th Hard Rock finish in a year that include Hard Rock and Run Rabbit in the same year. Great job. Oh no, they missed the finisher chute coming out of the river. You can see them kind of run past the
They
red
wandered
gates a
over
little
that
bit.
way.
It shows you how disorienting running 100 miles is.
Mm-hmm.
Recovered to finish nicely.
Back at Dry Lake and Billy's, we've got about a dozen runners in the Tortoise race that are en route to Summit Lake. And they've got about an hour and 18 minutes to be exact to get there and get through the aid station. So if you're cheering on one of those runners, Molly Kane, Omar Guerra, Ileana Rodriguez, Mario Perez, Jen Novobilski, Doug Kaman, George Alexion, and Valerie Abrady, send your good thoughts their way for speedy power hiking through the mountains.
Linda Stimmel with a question in the chat. She's a newbie at this. Welcome, Linda. Glad to have you here as part of our Mountain Outpost broadcast. But if a tortoise is just now at Long Lake, will they still finish in time? I think that, yeah, they've got plenty of time. I mean, at this point, they are at the 28-hour mark, and the cutoff is 36. They've got 8 hours to go about 12 miles. Yeah.
The cutoff.
And 6 of them are steep downhill.
The Long Lake cutoff is 6:30 p.m. So that's a good 5 hours from a little bit less than 5 hours from now.
Yeah. So I would say if you have a runner that is at Long Lake right now, they are in great shape to get it done.
Yeah.
I would say they're looking at potentially like a sub 32 at this point.
Yeah, they won't need their light, or they won't have a second night of darkness, anything like that.
Let's see if I can get eyes on our most recent finisher. It looks like our 10th place woman, Ursula Vols, in the Tortoise race, 28:44:05. Congratulations to Ursula. From Boulder, Colorado. Looks like this is Ursula's first 100-miler. 25 years old. Heck of a future running these events in front of her if she chooses that path. Ran Silverton Alpine last year, Grand Traverse 40-miler last year, and the Kessel Run 50-miler. So leveling up in 2024. Congratulations, Ursula, on a 10th place finish here at Run Rabbit Run. Looks like the runner Linda was checking up on is Floyd Colley. We'll have to
Keep tabs
keep
on
eyes on
Floyd.
Floyd
Yeah.
as I scribble his name down here. So Floyd Colley from Waco, Texas. It's kind of a flat area, isn't it?
Yeah,
To
it
get ready
is.
for this run. Floyd ran Bandera last year and finished the 100K. So unless I miss my guess, this will be his first finish at a 100 miler. So yeah, if he's at Long Lake, he's in really good shape
Yeah.
right now to get it done. So I would say stick around. It's just a matter of time until he's able to get his finish here. And at this point, we don't have any on-course correspondence because they're all probably doing some well-deserved sleep. So AJW and I, Chris Warden, going to take you through to the end of the broadcast with our able producer, Jordan.
That's right. And anybody else who might be out there swinging by one of the local pizza places, come on over. We'll have you sit on the couch and you can tell us about your life choices. I wanted to just circling back to the Hares race. Again, this is on the tracker, but Claire Gallagher is still showing in the race and at Summit Lake, but got there about 8 hours ago. Rachel Lemke is showing still there, got there about 5 hours ago. And Andrew Hoffman, Nathaniel Galef Brown, Leah Brown, and Brennan Hirschman are still there. Again, these folks have a 28-hour cutoff, overall cutoff. So they'll have to get out of Summit Lake earlier than 3 o'clock if they want to finish.
So we just had another finish here. I'll see if I can give them their shine. It is going to get pretty chaotic as we are going to see some 50-mile finishers come in here as well. So it looks like the first ones are a few miles out, but it's going to be very chaotic for us on the
we'll have
call.
to keep an eye on the bib colors of the 50 milers also. But we're Wilcox 66071 is looking for Jeff Reese, REECE finisher. Wilcox, if you could let us know bib number on that. And then Deborah Zanowski is watching for runner 822, and wife is by his side pacing. So,
and if you go ahead,
bib number 822. And Jeff Reese. We'll keep an eye out for them.
Our most recent finisher, Paul Smith, took the early bird start, finishing in 30:47:23. Congratulations to Paul.
What a way to go, Paul.
As we mentioned, there is an early bird start. What are the qualifiers for that AJW in terms of age? Is it
60?
60? Okay.
736. Thank you, Wilcox 66071. So we're looking for bib 736 and bib 822.
And if you're looking for a specific runner, you can always also check at the runner tracker pinned at the top of the page. We are using basically that same tool, so we don't have any.
Yeah, we don't have anybody on the ground giving us more information.
Joe Hewitt, our most recent finisher in the Hares race. Congratulations to Joe, finishing in 24:46:10.
Nice.
Yeah, Joe is from Fort Collins, Colorado. Congratulations to him. Had a 9th place finish at Bighorn last year and a 12th place finish at Never Summer this year. So getting that dual qualifier in the bag, I'm sure that he is looking to get his way into the lottery. Um, Back to what you were saying about Claire and
Rachel
potentially
Lemke.
and Rachel Lemke. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen, high level athletes take an extended break in a
Mhm.
race such as this, where it's, perhaps it's not going their way. And a lot of times the elites have, there are a lot of people who don't understand or kind of frown upon the idea of elites calling it a day, maybe pulling the plug quicker than, those of us that are rank and file mid back of the pack runners like myself. And I truly believe, well, first of all, you're entitled to do whatever you want in terms of
Mhm.
being a runner. But for those that are elites or, operating on a different level of than the rest of us, you know, if running is part of your livelihood or your lifeblood, I get, wanting to, decide to not do any potential permanent damage because you can do that in these races. There's
Mhm.
no doubt about it. But we have seen in some instances people that have taken extended naps at runs just to get them done.
Mhm.
Of course, Jamil's legendary Hard Rock a couple years ago, where
Yeah.
he took a significant nap, and I believe it was a mashed potato burrito that was his golden pill to help him resurrect his race. Camille Herron, a couple years at Western States, I think got mad props for uh, finishing despite in the 27-28 hour range, probably one of the toughest, trail races of her life, getting it done. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Rachel and Claire are still going to come in and get it done and just basically biding their time. But I do think it is pretty cool whenever an elite level athlete does run things in despite not having their day. I think that, like I said, I have no problem with elites dropping and deciding to end their day earlier. But those that stick it out, I mean, I think should be commended.
Yeah, although by the same time, they should probably be moving pretty soon.
True.
It's they are elite athletes. It's 20 miles, so they could run 20 miles in 5 hours, but we
Hmm.
don't know how well they're moving or what they're up to. So I would suspect maybe they're moving right now. We don't have trackers on them, but I would think if they are kind of in the back on a cot taking a nap and getting maybe trying to rally and do that kind of finish, then probably going to be probably pretty soon they're going to want to be moving again. I mean, I think the most incredible story of that is what we experienced at Cocodona this past year with Mika Thews, where it wasn't that she took a nap; it was that she took a fall and literally left the course and went to a hotel and slept and was in her mind was kind of done with the race and woke up from her nap and was like, I think I could probably back out there and talk to the race organizers and went back out there and finished the race. So um yeah, I agree. I think everybody's decision to keep going, to stop, to take an extended break, ultimately it's all just their decision. Unless there's a some kind of a medical condition where a runner is, the medical team that's responsible is there saying we really do not advise you to continue, or in some cases refuse to let you continue. It's ultimately the athlete's choice.
Our most recent finisher, Daniel Vivian, finishing in 28:49:23. This is the part where the tracker gets a little bit trickier to follow as now the finishers will actually come in above the early bird finishers. So
Yeah.
I can't just look at the bottom name on the list. So congratulations to Daniel Vivian getting it done. We see another runner crossing the finish line here. We'll get an update on them. Daniel Vivian from where did I see he's from? Daniel Vivian was from Frisco, Colorado. Ran the Bear a couple years ago, a couple finishes at Never Summer, Crested Butte 55K. So Again, no stranger to running these hard mountain races. Congratulations to him. Somebody was asking about a runner that was still out at what is it, Long Lake? Yeah, Jeff Reese. Hit Long Lake. Looks like at the 28:05 mark. So maybe about 45 minutes ago. Plenty of time. Doing just fine. And if you're looking for specific runners as well, as I mentioned, you can check the runner tracker pinned at the top of the page. Still hoping to see Brian Kulmo here fairly quickly. Brian Kulmo, as we mentioned, coming back here to Olympian 2 at mile 63 was having a fantastic race. Had moved himself up into 4th overall. Unfortunately, it's pretty apparent that things went sideways on him from there. And Brian, a pretty stout runner with a good race resume, but still hopefully going to finish here fairly soon. Jay Vogel, our most recent finisher. Congratulations to Jay from Denver, Colorado.
Here's another one coming in right now.
Looks like this might have been Jay Vogel's first 100 miler. Had a couple 100Ks, Desert Rats, the Bear Chase 50, Kessel Run Ultra in Fuchsia, Colorado. And as you mentioned, AJW, we had another finisher here. We'll get an ID check on them. That was Wendell Simonson in a time of 28:57 at 28:57:52 for Wendell Simonson out of Boulder, Colorado. Wendell with looks like this is Wendell's first 100. Ran Dead Horse Ultra 50 last year. Pretty well appreciated regional 50 miler out of Moab. Yeah, the names on the course record list on the men's side for Dead Horse Ultra are pretty stout. So here's your top 5 all-timers at Dead Horse: Jonathan Ray, Alex Nichols, Kyle Pietari, Jason Murphy, and Brian Curl.
That is impressive.
That is
yeah.
It seems like that has Dead Horse has positioned itself as a very impressive training race for Run Rabbit in recent years.
I love how Fred just keeps rocking the rabbit ears all through the day. Just keeps that. He just stays on brand.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody who just recently started wearing glasses in the last year and a half, I can't keep these things in my head any longer than I actually have to.
Right.
I feel like my ears are going to fall off. So, shout out to Fred for keeping the keeping the headgear on, because I have to actually take my glasses off from time to time just because that pinching is painful. And that's almost like a headband there that he's been wearing probably for 30 hours.
25 hours into the Hares race here at Run Rabbit Run 100 miler in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Andy Jones Wilkins, Chris Warden here. Huge thanks to our sponsors, Tailwind Nutrition, our chief gold sponsor, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and City of Steamboat Springs. We've been on the air for just over 29 hours. We started about a half an hour before the Tortoises start at 9 a.m. yesterday. The Tortoises have 36 hours to complete the race, so they have until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time tonight, and the Hares have a couple hours less than that. They've got to be across the line at 7 p.m. We've obviously passed the 24-hour mark in both races. Probably the next milestone that Tortoise folks will be chasing is that sub 30 finish. If they're going for sub 30, they probably want to be at Mount Werner now. Most of the folks are taking a little bit over an hour to get down from the top there. So we may see a little bit of a flurry of finishers who are thinking of that kind of sub 30 milestone before too long. Looks like the number of finishers, the number of 24-hour finishers topped out at 34, a pretty small number when you think about it, but this is a pretty stout race. So 34 sub 24-hour finishers stretched out over both races. And we'll get a ballpark idea of how many tortoises get in under 30 in the next hour.
Of course, this is the Peter Cotton tailwind cam. You have to say it all together, roll it all at one time.
That looks really good now, Jordan.
You know what? It's all trial and error. So, great job with that logo. But yeah, Tailwind, one of our several sponsors here at Run Rabbit Run. We have the rotating sponsor card in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, highlighting some of our sponsors. Of course, the arch, very identifiable for the city of Steamboat Springs. Gorgeous town. If you haven't been here before, it is pretty amazing, as AGW and I can attest. Plenty of great places to eat and drink and make merry here in town. The only issue I had was that Sun Pies didn't open until noon today. And so I wasn't able to have a pregame. But yeah, Steamboat Springs, a true gem of a town, a gem of a city here in Colorado. Last year was my first time being here, and absolutely fell in love with it. It's just so gorgeous. I will advise, though, that the flight in from Denver can be a little bit interesting. It is quick.
Yeah.
It is quick, thankfully, but interesting. Somebody was asking for the hulls. Apparently, we have a couple in the Hares race. I don't know if I've seen a couple racing here in the last 2 years in the Hares race at the same time. I know we had Nicole Bitter here last year, and her husband, Zach, was crewing her. But let me dig that up really quick here in the 100-mile hare race.
Well, you do that too. Let me read a little bit from La Sportiva. They are the title sponsor for the event, and we really have been engaged in trail and ultra running for a couple of decades. I remember running for La Sportiva years ago. La Sportiva is proud to be a sponsor of Run Rabbit Run 100 miler and 50 miler in a time of flux when the identity of trail running is at stake. La Sportiva is committed to supporting grassroots events and charity races like Run Rabbit Run. We are honored to have our sponsorship help with fundraising for so many worthy charities, which can be found on the Run Rabbit Run website. La Sportiva encourages all runners to take part in fundraising efforts to increase the impact we have on the community. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this possible. And thank you, La Sportiva, for your continued support of the grassroots trail running community, which is so alive and well here at Steamboat at Run Rabbit Run. Did you dig that up?
Yeah, so it looks like the both of them, Justine and Roger, have both gotten through Long Lake. So they're both, in fine position to finish at this point. Justine came through Long Lake at 23:10:08, and Roger came through at 24:05:48. And most runners are taking about 3 hours, give or take, at this point to get from Long Lake to the finish. So he should be just fine. Did you see our back channel update on
I did.
Brian Culmo?
We have eyeballs on Brian Culmo, and he gave the camera a salute.
Yes.
Let's just put it that way.
The single finger salute was, of course, I'll let Dan share that on his socials if he so chooses.
Yeah.
Round one. Got another finisher coming in here. about 200 meters from the finish, maybe a little bit less. Getting some shout outs in the chat. Owen Hope, Jason Murphy, Gabe Ree. We'll probably see if these runners are still on track to finish. We'll be seeing them here in the hours to come. It's been about 15 minutes since we've had a hare finisher here. And based on who is still left in the field, interestingly enough, the hare field is about halfway done. There have been a lot of drops in the hares so far. Of the, I believe, 100 that started the race, according to my records, I'll verify. So I had 99 hares according to my start list. Of those 99, 41 have dropped. I have a hare finisher here. We'll verify. Was that Kulmo? I hope so. It'd be nice to see Brian Kulmo. Oh, that's black. Oh. Well, no, that's Dan kneeling next to him, I'm pretty sure. I think that was Kulmo. Brian Kulmo. If that is him, getting it done in just over 25 hours. We'll verify that here momentarily. There was another finisher on the Tortoise side as well. As soon as we can verify who that was. Yeah, that was Brian. Okay, so those were both hare finishers. That was Brian Kulmo with a time of 25:07:34, finishing 19th in the men's race. Kevin Walker in 20th at 25:07:48. So congrats to Kevin and Brian. I'm not as familiar with Kevin, but I know that Brian had some high hopes for this run and was moving really well. As we mentioned last night, when AGW and I signed off and our coverage went silent, Brian was the fourth man through the Olympian 2 aid station and was moving really well. Obviously, his run became increasingly more difficult as time went on, and still got it done in 25:07. But congrats to Brian. For those that aren't familiar with Brian, the reason why we're so excited and happy for him to have gotten it done is that he is an integral part of the Hard Rock 100 race. Gives a lot of his time and effort to help that race go very well. Also, a very stout runner too, having won Hellgate 100K last year, 7th place finish at Hard Rock last year, finished 9th in the 60K at Black Canyon as well earlier this year, and that has become a very fast race. So yeah, shout out again to Kulmo for fighting through it in what was obviously a very challenging race for him. Thanks for the clarification, Benjamin, that Gabe Ray, it's spelled R-E, but sounds like Ray. AJW. I don't know if you caught that, but Kulmo did indeed just
I
finish.
saw that. Yep. That would be in the top 20.
Yep. And poor guy, you get done running 100-miler and you're exhausted. The day it had its share of complications, and the first person to greet you when you get done is Dan Ryan,
Yeah.
our broadcast colleague.
I mean, it almost makes you want to wish you were still out there.
It makes you want to turn around and do the race all over
do it
again.
over again. This is what I get.
Congratulations. You've just run 100 of the toughest miles in the country. Your reward is being greeted by Dan Ryan. Dollar Store Anton joining us in the chat, asking, this is more of a you question than a me question. Speaking of Hellgate, have you or Andy heard of Hellgate Eye?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So Hellgate is a race in Virginia that takes place in the middle of December, and it has a midnight start.
Mm-hmm.
And George Wortley is actually a retired physician who's been a race doctor for David Horton's races for about 20 years, and has, among other things, been sent on mission, medical mission to Antarctica 2 or 3 times. And over the years at Hellgate, they have observed that in the nighttime, especially Hellgate runs through the Appalachian Mountains, but it has several areas where it runs down through sort of bitterly cold and wet and damp kind of river crossings and creek crossings. And runners, the phenomenon is they get Hellgate eyes, which their retinas freeze or start to freeze, and their vision gets blurry. And if there's someone from Virginia in the chat, that you could probably chime in. I know Sophie Spidell would have experience with this, maybe John Anderson, possibly Bethany Patterson, to the extent where some more experienced runners wear glasses, not sunglasses, just like clear glasses to prevent Hellgate eyes. But George Wortley's actually done a fair bit of research on it, and so you can probably find some stuff on the internet about it. But it's a phenomenon true to that race, unique to that race. I think it does happen at others, but it's kind of a perfect storm of the midnight start in the middle of December in the dark, where your eyes are forced to work, with your headlamp, and in these conditions that go from being wet to dry and back and forth. I don't exactly understand the science of it. It doesn't provide permanent damage, but it does really, really affect people's vision and potentially their ability to perform up to their capabilities.
Congratulations to our most recent finisher here. It looks like that is Peter Schlotke. Let me just verify that. Or Schlach. Bib number 164. So yeah, in the hare race from Washington, D.C. Finished the Bear a couple years ago, Canyons 100K in 2021. So no stranger to long distance running and some gnarly terrain. Getting it done here with his first Runner Rabbit Run finish. Congratulations to Peter. We also had a finisher on the Tortoise side, Richard Stevens. Congratulations to Richard Stevens, bib number 774. Just verify his time here really quick. Looks like it was 29:14:03. Richard Stevens from Spring Lake, Michigan.
I popped an article in the chat from I Run Far from back in 2017. It actually, the lead is when Courtney Dauwalter was running here in 2017 and had some vision loss. So There's a lot of information there from. I'm sorry, it's not frozen retina, it's frozen cornea. I was mistaken, but you can read all about it there. It's a very detailed article from 2017, if that's something that interests you.
The trail running optometrists are going to have their day with you here.
Indeed. Can't can't wait. Can't wait. You know
Bring
me.
it on.
The only thing I am worse at than medical stuff is technology stuff.
Steve Inot just finished as well. Congratulations to Steve, finishing the Tortoise race in 29:15:13. Steve Inot from Boulder, Colorado. Ran Leadville last year, finished it in under 28 hours. That's solid. And it looks like this would be his first Run Rabbit Run finish. So congratulations to Steve for a sub 30-hour finish at Run Rabbit Run. As we mentioned, that's good work in this race. To finish in what the Hares would need to finish in, absolutely excellent work. So based on our tracker, we do have a handful of the Hares that we expect to be coming in here in the next hour or so. The last ones or the most recent runners to hit Mount Werner on the Hare side include Jack Cartwright, Owen Hope, Charles Park, Leah Ling, Eva Gifford, and Kevin Porter, possibly Brendan Spetzler and Oni Tomonori Onitsuka as well. So looking forward to getting them here into the finish line. Tomonori, aka Oni, we interviewed him before the race on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, and he talked about how he really just wanted to get this race done. So he's just about there. He ran the race last year and did not have the day he was hoping for. Hopefully, he is pleased and satisfied with his result here, because it looks like he's going to finish in maybe about 26 hours, give or take. Another couple of runners coming into the finish. Might be a runner and a pacer, or see the taller one had a bib on. I'm not sure about the one on the left-hand side that came in. It looks like they both might have race bibs on.
Looks like they do.
I'll get some ID on them and give them their props as soon as we can. So yeah, that was Eric Holly and Tim Pearl, both finishing within a half a second of one another. It says Eric Holly was 29:18:57 and Tim was 29:18:58. So if there was anything on the line there between the two of them, Eric coming in 58th and Tim coming in 59th. Eric Holly from Erie, Colorado. Ran Never Summer as a warm-up race to this. Somewhat crazy guy then. Ran Run Rabbit Run in the Tortoises division in 2021, finishing in 34:39. So a huge improvement since since 2021. 2023 ran it in 33:47. So he just dropped 4 hours year over year at a 100-miler. That's really impressive. So congratulations to Eric. Nice job. Tim Pearl. Let's see if we can dig up some dirt on Tim from Longmont, Colorado. This is not his first Run Rabbit Run. He ran it in 2023 as well with a time of 33:47:48. So Tim also dropping 4 hours off of his previous Run Rabbit Run effort. Again, that's really impressive. couple of Colorado guys out for the weekend in Steamboat Springs.
Mm-hmm. Quick update from me on the on our various cutoff chasers. We're about 40 minutes away now from the Summit Lake cutoff, which is at 3 in the afternoon Mountain Time. And there's a handful of folks still en route between Billy's RH and Summit Lake. Some of you might be looking for George Molly Kane, Doug Kamen, George Alexion, Michael Moody, and Maggie Moody. I suspect the Moodys are moving together. Yes, they are. And they look like the last two. No, there's one more behind the Moodys. Kevin Kim. So we're looking for Molly Kane, Doug Kamen, George Alexion, Michael Moody, Maggie Moody, and Kevin Kim. They're the ones that are probably on the clock, I would say on the clock, attempting to get into Summit Lake in time. 3 o'clock. So that would be at the 30. Sorry, doing some quick math here. 30-hour mark.
While you're looking at that, congratulations are in order for our 50-mile winner. That would be Nicholas Sandas with a finish of 8:16:49. Congratulations to Nicholas. I think we're going to see in short order, we're going to see several 50-mile finishers. It's going to make things a little bit more complicated for us, but try and recognize them to some degree. It's just that we are for sure attempting to focus on the 100-mile hare race first and foremost, the Tortoise as well, but we'll do what we can. As you can see, the Peter Cotton tailwind cam welcoming the next finisher. That's Tortoise bib right there. We'll find out who that might be. I have a sneaking suspicion it could be Taylor Lehner, but we'll verify that here shortly. Another finisher coming in too. Most recent finishers in the while we were checking on our potential back of the Packers, I had Scott Wapes and Daniel Gordon finishing. Scott finished in 29:20:40, and Daniel finished in 29:21:05.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Wapes, a local here from Steamboat Springs, Colorado. No surprise that he's run Continental Divide 50 or 50K here.
Popular local test piece.
Yep. And then, but it does look like this is his first 100-miler, so congratulations to him. Daniel Gordon, we'll see if we can find out what his deal is. Daniel Gordon from Pinehurst, North Carolina. Ran Mines of Spain a few years ago. Looks like that was his first 100-miler, if that is the right person. Then again, with some of the names that are a little bit more common, you have to kind of be careful. Okay, no, this would be Daniel Gordon right here. Yeah, 35 out of North Carolina. Ran Hellbender earlier this year. Interesting choice for a warm-up race.
Yeah, that's a tricky warm-up race.
Ran Hurt in January. So his 4 most recent 100-milers, Tunnel Hill, Hurt, Hellbender, and Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah.
One of these things is not like the other. Shout out to the folks at Tunnel Hill. You've obviously got a fantastic race where some amazing marks have been set. But yeah, you compare the other three kind of gnarly terrain or mountain races versus Tunnel Hill, which is a blazing hot speed fest in Illinois.
Feel good story here for me, Valeria Brady. Remember, I've been talking about her all through the broadcast. One of the co-race directors of Riverland's 100-miler in Maine, has made it through and was one of a heartbreaking, missed the cutoff last year. We documented that. Happy to report that she is through Long Lake, mile 89 at 30:51 elapsed. She took the early bird start. So with only 11 miles to go, Valeria Brady looks like the third time is going to be the charm for Valerie.
Awesome.
And maybe with any luck, we can get her to come over and chat with us.
Congratulations in order and an apology to Ashley Blakemore, who was our most recent women's finisher in the Tortoise race, coming across the finish line in 29:24:06. Ashley Blakemore, the 11th woman in the Tortoise race to finish. Congratulations to her from Conifer, Colorado. Ashley finished the Tortoise race last year and in 2019 as well, so no stranger to this run.
Here's an entourage coming in.
Nice. Finishes for Ashley at the Bear, Never Summer, Leadville, so out here getting it done. And our other most recent finisher was Tom Ralph, our 62nd man to finish the Tortoise race. Tom Ralph from Monument, Colorado, finishing Run Rabbit Run for the second time. Ran Pikes Peak Ultra earlier this year, I assume as a warm-up. That's a heck of a warm-up. The 50-miler in Colorado Springs. But ran Hard Rock last year, was a golden hour finisher there. We probably saw plenty of him out there then.
Did.
Ran Run Rabbit Run in 2022 with a time of 31:38:14. So significant improvement upon that, going from 31:38:14 to 29:24:28. So nearly 2-hour improvement. Congratulations to Tom. Taylor Lehner, our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race, our 12th woman to cross the finish line, doing so in 29:28:22. So congratulations to Taylor. Taylor Lehner from Denver, Colorado. Ran Arches last year. Not a lot. Taylor, a very young runner for this sport, the age of 24. Running Arches last year. Doing a pretty good job on that. Pretty tough race. 7:34 for that. But this year, leveling up to 100-miler.
First 100?
Yep, first 100 for her. Congratulations.
Pink Pony Crew. Those are some sweet T-shirts.
There was a discussion with one of the crews for one of the Hare women yesterday that talked about the fact that they were all wearing these distinctive bright yellow shirts. Luke J., our correspondent yesterday, shout out to Luke for a job well done, was talking to the crew, and it was by design that their runner wouldn't have to work too hard to try and find them. So there was a little bit of strategy.
Oh, there was
involved.
strategy in that. Okay, I see that.
I mean, maybe the color itself was chosen because they happen to like it, but great job there. Yvonne Naughton, 29:28:52, our most recent finisher there. Congratulations to Yvonne from Durango, Colorado. I feel like Yvonne's name is somewhat familiar. She ran Hard Rock.
Ah, there you go.
This year and last year. So, yeah, so we've covered a couple of her races. She ran Desert Solstice in the past as well. So, stout runner. Like, you can't even get into Desert Solstice without being a pretty accomplished runner. And it looks like she has a 100-mile PR of sub 19 hours, but getting it done here today. Yvonne Naughton, congratulations. The time of 29:28:52. I saw her name in the entrance list, and it felt really familiar. So if
And
You
she
know,
took the early start, it looks like, right? So then it bounces the results down to the bottom.
no,
Reading that right?
no, Yvonne did not take the early start. That was Paul Smith that took the early start.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So
That's what bounces it down.
yeah, it's one of the fun things about we're still in the infancy, or at least the I guess the toddler stage of because we are cranky and throwing things around all the time. uh, of race coverage, and so we're getting to know a lot of these athletes still as time goes on. I wish I knew everybody, but on site as they cross the finish
Yeah.
line. But it's just there's so many people, and at Mountain Outpost, we're dedicated not only to covering the front of the pack. I mean, we can spot a pixelated Courtney DeWalter from 300 yards with,
Mhm.
you can tell by the shorts and everything like that, or like certain runners with their gaits, like a Jeff Browning or a Camille Herron. We know them right off the bat. But when it comes to, some of the other runners whose names we recognize from time to time, we would like to get to know them a lot better. And one of the cool things as we see another runner crossing the finish line is that people are invested in seeing our broadcasts because it means something to them to see as many finishers as possible. Jack Cartwright from Mill Valley, California, our most recent hare finisher. Jack Cartwright finishing in 29 or 25 29 20. As we mentioned, Jack from California.
Nice drone shot here coming in from the top of the finish line. And then here's our camera behind the finish line.
Jack ran Leadville last year. It looks like that might have been his debut 100 miler. Is registered for a couple of races that we're pretty familiar with, the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 50K and Cocodona.
Oh, nice.
So we'll be seeing you, Jack, here on the other side of this race. Congratulations on a finish well done here at Run Rabbit Run. Most recent finisher in the Tortoise division, Elise Fullington, finishing in 29:32:59. Elise from Denver, Colorado. Looks like this is her first 100 miler. Congratulations.
Probably a steady flow, as I think we're already seeing, of folks who have that sub 30 hour in mind. We're at the clock on the top right is the hare's time. So just add 4 hours to that. So we're at 29:34 for people who want to try and get in under 30, which is one of those kind of benchmark numbers, especially for a mountain 100. This guy's moving.
Yeah. This could be a 50-mile finisher.
Could be a 50-mile finisher.
Running alone, no poles, looks like minimal gear. No vest, no like bottles, maybe like a flask or something.
Looking behind too.
Yeah, that sounds that kind of smells like a 50-miler right there. Which is kind of funny when you look at the craziness of the fact that these people 50 miles in with it's like a dark blue. Is that what the 50 milers are? Cool. Thanks, Jordan. Yep.
Everybody's like, what's this guy doing running so fast?
Or maybe he's just somebody out for their daily run. Thanks to those of you that are tuning in on this Saturday now afternoon. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins hanging out here with you in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, the city of Steamboat Springs, as you can see, one of our sponsors here of this Run Rabbit Run coverage. This is the Peter Cotton Tailwind Cam. You have to say it all at one time.
Another finisher coming in. Pushing hard.
Yeah, coming in hot at this point because we do have a handful or at least a couple of 50-mile finishers. It's going to be kind of tricky to figure out who's who.
Steamboat really does roll out the red carpet for this weekend all around town. People are aware of the race and interested in, where we've come from and what's going on. Of course, it's a busy weekend in Steamboat anyway. early fall. Lots of folks here for all kinds of different reasons, but large number of them here for the race. And Steamboat is a community that's really embraced this sport.
Somebody was looking forward to Owen Hope finishing in the chat. Owen just finished here a few moments ago at Run Rabbit Run with a time of 25:33:27. Congratulations to
Nice
Owen.
going, Owen. Another
Vancouver, British Columbia.
hare finisher.
Owen ran the Bear last year. Ran Fat Dog in 2022. So he's run some pretty gnarly mountain races and now has his double qualifier for both Western States and Hard Rock. Shout out to Owen for that. Great job. We have our second early bird finisher in as well. Mark Workmeister.
Nice work, Mark.
31:36:03. Mark Workmeister from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Ran Javelina 100 last year, sub 24 at Javelina last year. Ran Wasatch as well. That's a quick turnaround for Wasatch.
What was it again?
He ran Wasatch in September and Javelina in October last year.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that is quick.
And was still able to muster up at the age of 62, mustered up a sub 24 Javelina finish. And Mark just got it done here at Run Rabbit Run.
That's good.
Yeah, that's excellent job, Mark. Congratulations. Getting those qualifiers is, I know a lot of these runners, I would assume that probably 90% of the field is going to be entering one or both of the lotteries here coming up in December for Western States and Hard Rock.
Yeah, I would guess.
It's hard to imagine that that someone would look at this as the culmination of their destiny or of their journey. I mean,
yeah, and I think most people know it's a multi-year process. So if you get a qualifier, you might as well throw your name in the hat. While no race is easy, this race is known as one of the, let's just call it easier Hard Rock qualifiers, in that weather conditions are good. While it's got high altitude, it's not, up at 12, 13,000 feet.
The easiest qualifier for Hard Rock is like calling somebody the worst pitcher in the Braves rotation in 1995.
Yeah, exactly.
You're talking about still an all-star.
Right. Right.
Or worst Green Bay Packers quarterback of the last 30 years.
Yeah. So you would call it, you're basing that on, you're basing that on overall finishing rate over a period of a decade or so, and how people do here relative to other Hard Rock qualifiers.
We did have a couple more finishers in the 50 miler. I want to clarify out there that it is going to be very hard for us to keep tabs on the 50 miler, but I do want to shout out the podiums here while we still have moments to breathe. But as we mentioned, Nicholas Sandaz won the 50 miler in 8:16:49, an 18-minute gap over second place Andrew Pontbriand, and Abigail West finishing in 8:35:35 in the 50 miler. So congratulations to them. We are going to focus, as we mentioned, though, on the 100 milers. And that is not to take anything away from the 50s. It's just that we have to pick and choose our spots very carefully.
And we only have so many resources, and we can only do so much.
Yeah. Run Rabbit, Dollar Store Anton. Run Rabbit Run is the John Smoltz of Hard Rock qualifiers.
Yeah. That's a good one.
It's like that third ballot Hall of Famer type of thing.
That's right.
Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. You mentioned you had your column a few weeks ago, or on your podcast talking about which school is, ties into which race. You talked about Western States being the Ivy Leaguer and everything, and I chimed in that Javelina is definitely the ASU of 100-milers.
Mm-hmm.
What would you put for Hard Rock? I would assume that given its status as a multiple qualifier, you're talking about a
Run Rabbit Run, because
Run Rabbit Run. I'm sorry.
Hard Rock's a small New England liberal arts school.
Yes, Run Rabbit Run with its. I would assume you're talking Run Rabbit Run would be like a Michigan, or
no. It's not big enough.
It's
not
500 people.
Yeah, but that Leadville's Michigan.
But like I'm talking about like a high level public university that has a high enrollment but also high academic standards. Maybe like a Virginia or
yeah, it would probably be closer to Virginia, Georgia Tech, maybe Cal Poly, stuff like that. I don't think a massive school like Michigan, Ohio State, I don't think it would fit in that. But I could see it fitting in like that mid-size, Chapel Hill possibly.
That's actually probably a great comparison, Chapel Hill.
Yeah. It'd probably be a good place for
Colorado.
Yeah, University of Colorado.
The CU.
Yeah.
Excellent university, solid athletics for the most part.
Yeah. In our state, it could be a U of A. It certainly would not be.
No, don't insult this race in such a manner.
Yeah, it could totally be UVA. U of A. So yeah, that was a fun little metaphorical game I played on that podcast a couple of weeks ago. It's just, spent so much time at so many races this year. I thought a lot about it. I also thought about the other metaphor I thought was like families at Thanksgiving, right? And you got, Hard Rock is that Thanksgiving dinner where only like 5 people are there, and it's really high end. And then Western States, you got the cousins and the aunts and the uncles, and Leadville, you just bring in strays off the street.
I want to shout out our most recent finishers here in the Tortoise race. Eric Vaught from finished in a time of 29:39:34. Eric Vaught from Lebanon, New Jersey, making the trek across country. Ran the 50-miler here several years ago, but is now a finisher of the 100-mile. Oh my goodness. Eric Vaught is that's not right. Eric Vaught, congratulations to him. Just behind Eric Vaught, one of my favorite runners in this field, Ellen Silva.
Oh, way to go, Ellen.
Ellen Silva finishing in 29:40:22. Again, I consider Ellen to be a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. Met her at Hard Rock a couple years ago, and it was the first time I was at Hard Rock, and she showed me the lay of the land and at the URAY Aid where she was volunteering. This is her second Run Rabbit Run finish, finishing this year in 29:40:22. Just an absolute gem of a human being. Ellen has run this race. Actually, a massive improvement off her last time. She finished it in 33:59.
Wow.
Back in 2018. So Ellen leveling up and finishing in under 30 hours this year. Finishers in recent years, Mogollon Monster in 2021. Has run Hard Rock in the past. Loves those hard mountain races. She had a golden hour finish at Hard Rock. Has run the Bear. She is on that Hard Rock Lottery clip. I'm sure she'll throw her hat into the ring for Western States as well, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
But congratulate again. I am ecstatic to see Ellen have, from the looks of things, an excellent race here at Run Rabbit Run 2024. DJ Lusher as well, finishing this race 29:41:48. Congratulations to DJ. DJ from Los Alamos, New Mexico. Got Javelina 100 on the docket coming up. Last year ran it in 23:02, which just goes to show you, a Javelina 100 24-hour finish is kind of akin to a 30-hour finish here at Run Rabbit Run.
Seems about right. Yeah.
Which shows you that this race is quite difficult. Andrew Wickless as well, 29:43:48. Congratulations to Andrew for his finish from Denver, Colorado.
30-hour hopefuls have about 15 more minutes, and finisher hopefuls. We did see that George Alexion made it successfully through Summit Lake, the 260th runner in the Tortoise race through. We are waiting on the Moody's, Michael and Maggie Moody and Kevin Kim. They seem to be the last ones with a shot to get through Summit Lake by 3 p.m. Assuming they do, that would leave us with 262 runners on the course. If they don't, 260, not on the course, in the field, remaining in the field.
Charles Parks with a finish in the Hares race of 25:41:05. Congratulations to Charles. Getting it done from Laramie, Wyoming. Looks like this might have been Charles's first go to 100-miler, unless I missed my guess. Oh, nope. Looks like he might have. Let me see at the 41. Okay, no, this is, according to this, his first 100-miler, having run the California Fall Classic 100K.
Formerly known
previously.
as the Lake Sonoma, now known as California Fall Classic.
So congratulations to him. He's got Black Canyon on his horizon early in 2025. So that means, Charles, HAW, and I'll see you in a few months.
Yeah, we'll see you in a few months.
Of course, that is another Mountain Outpost race that we cover, one that's in our own backyard. We can see Zoe Rome there. Looks like she might have just gone out for a run. Zoe did an amazing job.
Yeah, she really did.
Here in our coverage. Is that Haynes or Hannes as well? Standing there talking, because I know that he was going to go to the finish line and chat with runners. Congratulations to them for both. I believe their inaugural Mountain Outpost efforts to join us.
Yeah,
in the
I
teams
think
here.
so. I think that was their first time doing it.
Both of them did a great job, and frankly, now that we got you once,
yeah, we'll sign you up
you're
again.
stuck with us. And you and I talked about that last night after we were done talking about the efforts of our team here today, and shout out to them and Luke J. Veterans of this race that we were able to work with and utilize, leverage as resources, not only in terms of their knowledge of this race, but man, some seriously great wit. Particularly Zoe Rome.
Yeah, she's funny.
She's was
super funny.
Definitely popping the room here in the studio multiple times with some of the things that she said. Some by intent and some perhaps not.
Yeah.
But loved working with them this weekend. Cannot wait to do so in the future. And I know for a fact that their expertise would be welcome at any of our Mountain Outpost broadcasts.
For sure. And Javelina's right around the corner, so come on down.
Yep. And
we've
considering half of or most of our team is running the race this year,
yeah.
You're all leaving me in the studio by myself. We're going to have some very creative staffing at that event. I mean, you're going to stick me with Dan Ryan probably at this point.
Hey, could be worse. Actually, probably couldn't.
At least I'll have Jordan here to keep me company.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yes.
Jordan Schmidt, our
you will be sure to bring enough clothes this year too.
Our ace producer, who handles things for Mountain Outpost. To be a kid like Jordan and have your job at such a young age basically be to traverse the western
travel
part of the
around
United States,
cool western towns and cover races.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that is awesome. I mean, I was
they do make them stay up late, and they don't give them very much food, and
he's a kid.
He is a kid. Yeah, that's true.
No, I mean, I got my start in broadcasting at about I was about 20 or 21 when I did my first internship, and so I can identify with what Jordan is doing here. The only thing is I didn't get to travel as much. I did have an opportunity to work for CBS Sports Radio in Chicago, which was a lot of fun. and then worked as a producer and a host in smaller market radio. Stepped away from the business, and then Jamil threw this out here, and I couldn't help but try and shoehorn my way into
And
what became
shoehorn you
Post.
have.
So yeah, we're going to be here as long as we can keep ourselves going. We're tracking the runners as they cross the finish line, trying to give them each their due, as well as AJW mentioned, is following the back of the pack here at Run Rabbit Run, making sure to try and track those who are dancing with the cutoffs, chasing those cutoffs. It is not easy to run a race like this. That's amazing. That's cool. I didn't realize they had broadcasts for middle schoolers. So you've been in the business for 2 years. I'm kidding. No, he's not that young, folks. There's no child labor involved with the Mountain Outpost. Eric Makovsky, our most recent finisher here at Run Rabbit Run in the Tortoise division. Eric finished in 29:46:10. Eric Makovsky from Leadville. I hear there's a race up there from time to time.
Yes, indeed. Needs a live stream too.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
He ran U-Ray last year, U-Ray 100. That is no joke. Probably one of the maybe 5 hardest 100 milers in the country, I would say. It has multiple finishes there. Oh my goodness. Like 4, 5, 6. Who runs U-Ray 6 times?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they live there, or
he lives in Leadville.
Lives in Leadville. Oh,
so yeah.
How many times has he done Leadville?
None. But yeah, congratulations to Eric for your finish here at Run Rabbit Run. This is his inaugural finish here. Yeah, it's wild to see like that race selection for some people. Like, if you choose to run U-Ray 100 that many times, you are either the toughest, the craziest, or the crazy toughest person in the entire world.
Yeah. That 30-hour milestone is closing in, about 7 minutes away.
Yeah, we did have a flurry of 29-hour finishers that came in basically from the 29:20 to 29:40. Yeah.
You had 26 for the Hares. They have 4 hours to go. The Hares' absolute cutoff is at 7 p.m. The Tortoises have until 9. Jordan is now eating a cinnamon bun that is the size of your head.
Again, something you can get away with when you're his age.
Yeah, indeed.
Actually, I want to make sure I wasn't. My brain is a little bit mushy at this point, but Andrew Wickless finished in 29:43:48. I couldn't remember if I had actually given him his propers, so I wanted to make sure that we did so. Andrew Wickless from Denver, Colorado. Congratulations to him. Not his first 100 miler, having run the Bear, Leadville, and UTMB in recent years, but looks like it is his first time finishing Run Rabbit Run 100. So congratulations to him. Our next hares that we expect to come down the chute here, those that have actually passed Mount Werner Aid, would include Leah Ling, Eva Gifford, Kevin Porter, Brendan Spetzler, uh, Tominori Onitsuka, aka Oni, Justine Hall, and Megan Flanagan, and Megan Eckert. As I mentioned, Megan Eckert was one of my pre-race favorites. Actually, my pre-race favorite to win Run Rabbit Run 2024. And I don't know what her goals were, but this was a surprising race in terms of what I had seen from her in the past. So I don't know if she was just coming out here to get a qualifier done, or if she was encountering some complications as she ran the race. But she got it done, or she's getting it done. And that's what matters first and foremost. But we'll
Gonna learn something out there every time.
Oh yeah. We'll keep an eye out for our most recent or our next finishers here. So, when we talked about, for instance, runners, taking long breaks, at a high level, what's the race that you had, AJW, where, I mean, maybe you were expected to come in and finish in 18 hours, but you came in like at a 24, 25-hour finish. Is there one that comes to mind for you? Or like something that was just unbelievably brutal that you still finished, but it was like way after your expected
I think it was
arrival?
it was my second Hard Rock in 2016.
Okay.
It was just a really, really rough day for me. And so I did, by the time I got down, it was in the clockwise direction that year. So by the time I got down to Cunningham, coming off Green Mountain, I was like, I was way behind schedule already. And I saw my crew down there and I was like, I just need to, do a major reset. There's only 10 miles to go from there, but it's a pretty tough 10 miles, after you've gone the 90. And so I just ate, I think I ate like 3 hot dogs and got in a sleeping bag and slept for 2-3 hours and kind of did a reboot, changed all my clothes and, got out on the trail with my son and got it finished. But it was, it was, I wouldn't say I was probably expecting to do something along the lines of like 32 or 33 hours. And I ended up doing 41, so, it was a humbling experience, but it was good. I mean, I didn't think about dropping out at all. I had tons of time on the clock.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I was able to just really kind of do that whole reset thing. And I think it's an important lesson to know for the future, and not just for running, but for life. Sometimes if things are not going that great, you gotta just sort of take a step back and scan the horizon and figure out what your next step's going to be. And so it was good. I think aside from that, there were runs, there are definitely runs where I was like, well, okay, I'm not going to be able to maintain this pace, or I'm not going to be, but none quite as that extreme where I had to literally stop and completely kind of start over.
Yeah.
I would say the second one that would be closest to that was Bighorn in 2017, and it was not necessarily because I was, way off my pace or anything like that, but it was a really rainy, muddy year, and I fell and got a concussion.
Oh man.
And I had to convince, and it was about mile 63, and I had to convince the medics in the aid station to let me continue. And they let me continue on the condition that I stuck with other people, and that they did a check at every aid station. So they radioed my number ahead. So every time I got into an aid station, like, they called out my number and I went over and they checked my pupils and everything. And then the race director at the end of the race said, you have to promise to go to the doctor and, do concussion protocol and all that.
It's interesting that you said this was 2017.
Yeah.
I mean, because with what we are learning about TBIs, I'll be honest, I don't think they would have let you continue if that had happened in the last 2 years. Like, if you were diagnosable at that point, of course, you and I were at the watching, the football game the other night, and for those who haven't seen, Tua Tagliabue from Miami, had, another concussion. They've gotten so stringent upon, allowing athletes to continue through them. And I'd wonder if what would happen in that
Yeah,
space,
yeah. I mean, it was touch and go there for a little while, but I remember the medical guy at the aid station had the race director on speakerphone, and he was talking to her, and she said, "Well, what bib number is he?" And he told her the bib number, and she goes, "Well, that's AJW. We can't make him stop." And it was, and
That's true
I
too.
overheard it. And it was really, I mean, and so he came over, he's like, "Well, you can keep going, but and now the other good thing was that Nikki Kimball, who's an old friend of mine and a medic, a paramedic, and she was actually medic at the next aid station,
Oh, wow.
Sally's Footbridge. I didn't know it at the time, but since they were radioing my number ahead, that she knew. Oh, she's like, "Oh, AJW is coming in and he has a concussion." And I go in there, and she's, Nikki Kimball is, one of the baddest, toughest ultra runners out there. And
Hmm.
she says, "Bleep, bleep, bleep, AJW, what the bleep did you do?" At the top of her lungs. And I go in, and she checks me out, and she gets on the radio with the race director, and is like, "I think he can keep going, but let's just go with our protocol." But yeah, who knows? Maybe it would be different now. I have not had another concussion since then. I have an annual physical and all that kind of stuff. I do have a son who's a bicycle racer who's had a couple, and he's always worried about, is this going to be his last bike race? Here's a finisher coming in, looks like a 50 miler.
Our most recent finisher in the 100 miler, Neil Kaufman. Congratulations to Neil. Uh,
By the way, while we were doing
Right.
story time there, we've hit the cutoff time for Summit Lake.
We'll update those while AJW is looking for that. I want to
Yeah.
give shine to Neil Kaufman from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, a flatlander coming out west to test his mettle in the mountains, finishing with a time of 29:56:02, just under the 30-hour mark. Congratulations to Neil. Has done Mines of Spain, a up and coming race in Dubuque, Iowa, that has been gaining a lot of momentum over the last few years amongst the ultra running community as a really pretty race. Haven't done it myself. I grew up about an hour east of Dubuque, Iowa, so maybe I owe that race a visit to check it out. The only problem is that it's in October, and our Octobers get pretty
Yeah,
pretty crazy.
we have busy Octobers out in Arizona with the calendar, the running calendar really gets packed, and our responsibilities to that calendar. Well, again, I'm depending on the tracker, but it does look like the last runner successfully through Summit Lake is George Alexion. That's the 260th runner through that aid station at mile 80. And that means that that's how many runners we have left on the, well, obviously with minus finishers. We would like to update you on these from time to time, but with finishers, we've got 84 finishers. So just to put that in perspective, there are still 186 runners on the course, 186 runners between Summit Lake and the finish line here at Steamboat Springs. Those are tortoise runners.
Yep.
Tortoise runners that have 6 more hours to get to the finish. The next absolute cutoff is at Long Lake. We'll keep an eye on that, but it's not until 3.5 hours from now, mile 89. Give you an idea of the cutoffs as the race progresses here at Run Rabbit Run. Runners have 3.5 hours to traverse 8.2 miles. So 3.5 hours to traverse 8.2 miles from Summit Lake to Long Lake. It's not an easy 8.2. It's not running through your neighborhood. But they've got until 6:30 to get to Long Lake.
Want to give a shout out and establish the men's podium for the 50 miler has been filled. First place, Nicholas Sondaz with 8:16:49. Andrew Pontbriand with a time of 8:34:53, and Alex Vance with a time of 8:54:46. On the women's side, your winner, Abigail West, 8:35:35. Nora Rex in second with 9:02:57. And so there is still a battle going on for third place. Two women have actually come through Werner on the way back down the mountain. They are Taylor Bacon and Annika Rollick. It looks like Taylor came through about 25 minutes faster, but until it's done, it's not done. We have seen some wild things happen in races we covered. Heck, one just happened last night.
Yeah.
You know, for those who are just tuning in now or didn't hear, AJW and I, when we left the studio and signed off last night, we were both of the mindset that this race was, in all likelihood, Leah Yingling's opportunity to win, with a possibility of Claire Gallagher coming in and maybe potentially giving that chase. That was not to be, and frankly, neither of them won this race. Emily Mann, who did not lead the race until the final stretch, after mile 89 was when she took the lead, finished in a time of 19:48:05. Leah Yingling, who had been running very well, encountered, from what we're hearing, basically signs of trail blindness and was not able to see. Again, this is something that is not... That's not the first time it's happened here. Very famously, Courtney DeWalter encountered it, I believe, in 2017.
Yep.
But Leah Yingling finishing second in the women's race, 2019-24. Shea Aquilano, a young up-and-coming future star in this sport as far as I'm concerned, and I know you feel the same way.
I do, yeah.
21-31-32. Barrett Gray, a fourth woman, 13th overall, 21-41-28. Nicole Lawton, 15th overall, fifth woman, 21-52-56. Stacy Marion, 17th overall, sixth woman, 22-09-58. And Sandy Nypaver, 18th overall, 22-12-26.
Yeah, and as seems to become increasingly common in these big hundreds these days, 8, in this case, almost half, not exactly half, but 8 of the top 20 finishers overall were women. I remember it was a few years ago. I want to say 2021 was the first time that I really noticed it at Western States, where of the top 26 finishers, 13 were women. It was a full 50% that year, and that sort of trend in that kind of ballpark has continued. So kudos to all of those finishers and some young folks. Barrett, for example, a first-time 100-miler. Emily Mann, I think, first-time 100-miler. With the win. So
Joel Halsey finishing 68th in the Tortoise race. Congratulations to Joel with a time of 30 hours, 6 minutes, 21 seconds.
This guy in the pink shirt is taken to the ground, and the little guy with the white hat it looked like it was about, look at him. He's like, come on, man.
Joel Halsey looking like it was his first Run Rabbit finish, 100-miler finish here. Ran Leadville last year, decided to pick another Colorado race. Congratulations to Joel. In 69th place on the men's race, Justin Moser with a nice time of Joel Halsey was 3:05:16. Justin Moser's nice time was 30:06:21 in 69th place. Let's see what
skipping over the rocks.
Justin Moser from Denver, Colorado. Ran the 50-miler here a couple years ago, decided to go the full way here this year. Congratulations to him. We'll get confirmation on these more recent.
And you were talking about Claire Gallagher. We're still uncertain as to whether or not she is still continuing. She's been sitting still at Summit Lake for quite some time. And with the cutoff now hit for the tortoises there, I suspect she may be calling it a day, or she may be moving on. We don't know.
Blake Colton, our most recent finisher in the Hares race. Congratulations to Blake. 26:09:04. Actually, as soon as I said that, I was not correct that he was the most recent finisher. As now the most recent finisher rounds out our top 10 in the Hares race here at Run Rabbit Run. And I'm sorry, 9th place rather. She was running in 10th, and now she has slid up to 9th place. Congratulations to Eva Gifford, finishing 9th with a time of 26:10:26. Eva Gifford from Rossland, British Columbia. Not her first 100-miler, having run, looks like Mountain Lakes 100 in Oregon a couple years ago and Oregon Cascades last year, but it looks like it is her first Rabbit Run finish. Congratulations to Eva on a job well done, finishing inside the top 10 of a really stout field. I mean, AGW and I, when we were doing our pregame show yesterday morning, we were of the agreed mindset that there were 8 or 9 names that, while it might be a stretch for a couple of them to have come away with the win here, it wouldn't have been an earth-shattering shock. I mean, that's how strong this field was, that when we did our preview show, we were joined by Nick from Generation U, and Nick, AGW and I, when we named each 3 women, we named 7 different names when we were doing our top 3 finishers. So that tells you the depth to which this field had at the high end. So yeah, if you finish in the top 10 in the Hares race at Run Rabbit Run in 2024, you have done a great job. When AJW returns to the booth, I've got a question for him from the chat. I will share that with him. He is fueling and hydrating, I believe. See if we've got, I'll take a quick peek and see if we've gotten our podium determined for the women in the 50 miler. Doesn't look like it yet. I would suspect, okay, so our most recent finisher in the 50 miler was Tommy Price with a time of 9:08:41. He was only 8 seconds ahead of the 3rd place woman, Taylor Bacon, at Werner Age. So I would expect Taylor to be coming in here real quick and rounding out that women's podium in the 50 miler. Leah Ling just finished. Leah Ling with a time of 26:12:53. Leah Ling rounds out our top 10 women. Congratulations to Leah. Leah Ling from Salt Lake City, Utah. Wait, Leah Ling and Leah Yingling both live in Salt Lake City, Utah. Leah Ling, you know, obviously Leah Yingling is one of the top names in U.S. ultra running at this point. Leah Ling, no slouch herself, finishing 3rd at Wasatch a couple of years ago, a race that's near and dear to you. Finishing in the had an 18th place finish at Black Canyon this year in the 100K in what was an incredibly savage field on the women's side. You know, so no shame in an 18th place finish in a race like that. I mean, you know, finishing basically right behind Shea Aquilano, you know, in a great run. Yeah, Leah Ling, a great runner as well. So congratulations to her for finishing in the top 10 at her inaugural Run Rabbit Run 100.
So Leah Ling is the woman who rounds out the top 10 Hares.
Correct.
And she's 25th overall.
Is that? It sounds about right. Let me Let me verify that for you. 35th overall.
35th overall. Okay.
Yeah, there's really not that many hares out on course anymore. As it looks like there were, at last count, a total of, let's see, we've had 34 finishers. Yeah, there's still only about 20 to like maybe 23 out there on course. And the ones at the back at Summit Lake were indeed Claire Gallagher and Rachel Lemke.
Okay.
All the other active hares have gone through Long Lake at this point.
Okay. Which is mile 89, which gives, and they've got until 7 o'clock to get here. So they should be in good shape.
Looks like we've got an entourage coming in.
Complete with dogs, babies.
I
Actually, I don't think I see any babies. The shadows look like babies. It's just a bunch of people with dogs.
was going to say there were like 4 dogs.
One dog peeled off.
Maybe, yeah, no kids on leashes down there.
No, I guess this is a dog-friendly race. They're going to go in the river? Yep. They're waiting for the dog tourage.
I got to say, though, like, if I'm finishing this race, I love dogs, don't get me wrong, but I want the shoot to myself.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you guys just meet me on the other side, all right?
Exactly. But if it's her call, so congratulations.
Our latest finisher with a bunch of dogs.
Never get mad at that for sure. Trying to verify an ID on that most recent finisher that was given a puppy escort. That was Heather Kopsky, Heather Kopsky, finishing 16th in the Tortoise race. Congratulations to Heather. Heather Kopsky from Golden, Colorado. Ran Leadville a couple years ago. Grand Traverse last year, Silver Rush in previous years, so definitely no stranger to high altitude sufferfests and ultra running for sure. So, congratulations to Heather for finishing Run Rabbit Run for the first time.
AJW, do you have a bucket list 100 you
That's what I was
still
going to ask. Yeah.
would like to do? You know, thank you, RSG. I think I've done all the hundreds. There's no other hundreds out there that it's like, oh, I'd really like to do that. You know, I've done the 4 Grand Slam races, and I've done Hard Rock, and you know, I do want to continue to run 100 milers, and maybe travel around to different places to do them. But I'd say if there's one bucket list race on my bucket list, it would be the Cocodona 250. I've been intrigued by 200 milers for a while now. Haven't attempted one, and you know, now having returned to my beloved state of Arizona and being right there where Cocodona takes place, I'd really like to give that a shot. But I think I need to learn how to run 200, so I'm going to do the Sedona Canyons 125 this May, and if that goes well, and if I have luck getting in 2026, I'd like to do Cocodona 250 in 2026. I think that would probably kind of complete any bucket list. Although knowing a lot of the folks who've done Cocodona repeatedly, it seems like one of those races people like to do over and over again. So I'm also interested. I'll turn 60 um, in 2027, and I'd like to see it. If I could still run a sub 24-hour 100 at the age of 60. So that I'm not sure what that one would be, but that's still several years away. More immediate future is Javelina 100, which is coming up next month. Will be my first 100 in 3 years, over 3 years. I did the Bighorn. My last one was Bighorn in 2021. So I'm looking forward to having that 100-miler feeling again. And I can't think of a better place to do it than Javelina. The only other time I ran Javelina was 2007. So that was a long time ago. And it was back in the days of 6.5 Pemberton loops. And everything started and finished at the Pemberton trailhead. And we reversed directions each time. And then the 7th loop, you cut down the Tonto Trail. You cut the loop in half. And if you're keen on digging deep into the YouTube archives, you can find a video that young up and coming videographer Jamil Curry made of the race that year in 2007. Roger and Jimmy Rublik were the race directors, having just taken the race over from Jerry Kilgariff and Linda Van. And this young kid from Arizona made a video about it, and you can still find it on YouTube.
Yeah, that video would. I found that one time just going through a deep dive, and you see a lot of familiar faces on that film. Congratulations to our most recent finishers, Aaron Cager with a time of 30:19:58. Aaron looks like this is his first 100-miler, having run JFK a couple years ago. Pretty solid time at JFK a couple years ago with a 9:19:19. Stepping up to the 100-mile distance. Congratulations to him for a job well done. And Chris Zimnowski, our most recent finisher, 30:21 even. Chris Zimnowski. Zimnowski coming from Longmont, Colorado. Ran the Tortoise race last year, ran in 28:31. So not his first finish here. Actually, it looks like it might have been his third finish here at Run Rabbit Run. Congratulations to Chris.
You can find that vintage Jamil Curry video pasted in the chat.
Yeah, it's a good thing that is not on this Mountain Outpost channel. It might have some music licensing revenue issues.
Yeah.
As it was on his personal channel. I think that a little bit more
yeah, I didn't think
more latitude.
I don't think they had very many rules back then.
YouTube was a lawless land back in
Yes,
2007.
indeed. Not at all.
Our next hares that we expect to come in would be among the following: Kevin Porter, Brendan Spetzler, Tominori Onitsuka, Justine Hull, Megan Flanagan, Megan Eckert, Roger Hull, Michael Jones, and Andrea Stofko. Those will be the next hares. The tortoises, it's a little bit trickier because there's a lot of them that have come through
There are a lot of them.
Because yeah, there are no less than 20, actually probably, let's see, there are 35 runners that have come through Werner Aid.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
That aren't finished yet?
Yeah, so we're gonna
Wow.
have sometime in the next 2 hours, heck, because you know it's a fairly quick stretch of the race if you've got any legs left. But we'll do our best to ID as many as we can and give people their moment in the sun. We don't have any more confirmed drops in the Hares race, so
Yeah, so we still don't know about Claire and Rachel.
yeah.
If anybody out there knows any information.
Yeah, Claire has, I mean, based on what we have, Claire hit Summit Lake 10 hours ago and Rachel about 7.5 hours ago. And it's entirely possible that they just took long rests and then once they, were ready, continued on. And it is about 9 miles from Summit Lake to Long Lake. So it's entirely possible they're on that journey. But we don't have information one way or another. We should have set Carl up with a Starlink password out there. Speed Goat himself is captaining. He and his wife are captaining that aid station out there. So,
although he himself admitted that last year, Jamil set him up with some stuff to maybe get some footage and everything, and he forgot it. He just left it in his vehicle.
That tracks.
That does track. Finishers rolling in here.
And yeah, there are some 50 milers that are going to be sprinkled in. We do have the podium rounded out for the 50 miler here at Run Rabbit Run, and that would be Taylor Bacon with a time of 9:16:39, rounding out the women's podium. First place was Abby West with a time of 8:35:35, Nora Rex 9:02:57, and Taylor Bacon 9:16:39. As we mentioned, the men's podium earlier, Nicholas Sondaz 8:16:49, Andrew Pompriand 8:34:53, and Alex Vance 8:54:46. Yeah, this has to be the latest water crossing in the the sport at this point. But yeah, as we said, we're both fans of the concept. As long as it's low like this.
Yeah. If you can, as long as you can hop across it, I think it would be pretty silly if you made people actually get their feet wet 50 yards before the finish.
That's something that would be like one of those more sadistic race directors, like David Horton or Joe Galoppi. Like I could see them putting that kind of thing there.
All right, right around 26.5 hours. You got a finisher there?
No, I was going to say I had another, maybe a Luis Escobar. I could see doing that too.
I could see him do that. Maybe old Luis. He's gotten a lot nicer in his old age. Tailwind, our sponsor, our chief sponsor, Tailwind Nutrition. Also, huge thank you to Ultra Spire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, and the city of Steamboat Springs. Thank you to all our generous sponsors bringing you this coverage of the 12th annual Run Rabbit Run 100 miler.
So for those not familiar, Rabbit Ears Running Company is right here in Steamboat Springs and services a pretty vibrant running community, if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Rabbit Ears for being a local active sponsor here of this race. We'll see if this is a 100-miler finisher. If we do have a 100-miler finisher here, we're going to go to a quick ad break after this. Oh, that was Tomonori Onitsuka, Oni, finishing in 26:28:59. Oni last year was here and did not have the race that he expected or hoped for. Ended up DNFing, and when they did interview him, I believe it was Corinne Chalvoy that interviewed him on Thursday rather, mentioned that basically his whole goal was to finish by any stretch imaginable, and lo and
Any way
behold,
he could.
yep.
And he did.
He did a great job. So we're going to take a quick 60-second break to fill the coffers, and we'll be right back on the flip side at Run Rabbit Run 2024.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all. My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
All right, we are back, and we've got some finishers rolling down here. Andy Jones-Wilkins, Chris Warden here at the Olympian in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Olympian Hall, to be exact. There's a finisher popping across the rocks here. We've been here since 8:30 yesterday morning. Beautiful Steamboat Springs for a Run Rabbit Run weekend. A weekend of trail and endurance excess, for sure. More than half of the Hares who took off at 1 p.m. yesterday have finished. And we're closing in on about 100 finishers in the Tortoise race. We know that 260 runners have successfully made it through the Summit Lake aid station, mile 80.8, by 3 p.m. It's a 3 p.m. absolute cutoff to get through Summit Lake. And there is an entourage. We also know that upwards to 30 runners in the Tortoise race are in between the finish and Mount Werner, the last aid station up at the top, about 5 miles from the finish line. So we fully expect a steady flow of finishers over the next several hours. We also, as Chris has mentioned a couple times, have some 50-mile finishers sprinkled in. We've seen the podium for both the men's and women's 50-mile race. And we'll try to identify the Hares finishers in contrast to the Tortoise finishers as they come in. But you can see right here on the big screen the crowd milling about the finish line as friends and family greet their runners and get the photos and celebrate a big day out in these beautiful mountains. Another finisher coming through. Hug from Fred, longtime race director, somewhat of a legend in the sport. I would say one of the all around good guys and kind of an innovator. He was the one who had this whole prize money idea years ago, made it happen.
Our most recent finishers in the Tortoise race include John Kilpatrick, 30, 33, 55. John from Pueblo, Colorado. Looks like this is not his first 100 miler. He's run Bighorn in the past. Congratulations to John. Has run Vermont 100 again, another race that you're quite familiar with.
Love Vermont 100.
Was that was the site of your first W, right?
First 100-mile W. Yeah, it was. Man, it was quite something.
And Thesia Puda, 30, 34, 33. Congratulations to Thesia Puda. We'll see if we can get some information on him. From Denver, Colorado, was bib number 728.
I will say it's a lovely setting there on the, with the water crossing. The friends and family and spectators can just sit on the banks of the creek and soak in the sun, and it's kind of neat.
And that gorgeous mountain outpost van. It looks like this was Thesia's first 100-mile. Congratulations. I respect the hustle for picking a race such as this as your first 100-miler.
Yeah.
Andrew Gorecki finishing in 30, 35, 31. Congratulations to Andrew. Andrew is from Boulder, Colorado. Looks like this is Andrew's first 100-miler and maybe only second ultra overall, having run Speed Goat last year. Congratulations to Andrew. Josh Gilbert, 30, 35, 59. Josh Gilbert, congratulations.
There we go. My man Josh from Roanoke, Virginia.
Yeah. Oh, you know Josh?
I do know Josh.
Tell us about Josh.
Josh is a great guy. He and his wife are race directors of a sub ultra series in that part of Virginia, and so in the southern Blue Ridge area around Roanoke. They very active in that local running community and maintaining trails, and good people. And Josh has kind of been out west a lot and done Bighorn and the Bear, and he's a good guy.
Looks like he did Western States a couple of years ago. Mogollon Monster. Loves it all.
Yeah.
Does. Congratulations to Josh. Great job. Let's see if we have any hare finishers that we need to recognize here. It looks like we have a few. Brendan Spetzler, 26, 30, 42. Congratulations to Brendan. Brendan from Broomfield, Colorado. Looks like this is his debut 100-miler, having run Quad Rock in Fort Collins previous to this, but that was his first one. Megan Flanagan, our 11th woman to finish, 26, 34, 14. Congratulations to Megan Flanagan. Megan Flanagan from Lakewood, Colorado. Previous finishes at 100-milers include the Bear. Looks like that was her first one. Oh, it looks like she ran Leadville as well. So congratulations to Megan. And my pre-race pick to take it down, Megan Eckert just crossed the finish and is one of the more underrated runners in this sport. Finishing in 26, 36, 23. I'm assuming that's not the day she expected to have, but it's not the day you want, but it's the day you have. That's what's important. Megan having a dynamic last couple of years. I mean, in the last basically in the last 53 weeks, a win and course record at Mogollon Monster, a sub 20-hour finish at Jackpot 100-mile national championships, 100 miles. 6 days in the Dome, a staggering 526 miles, a win at Angeles Crest just a few weeks ago. I mean, what Megan has been doing yeah, with a which is the fifth best overall time, behind Pam Smith, Angela Chartel, Susanna Bond, and Evelyn Marshall. Megan has had a very stout running resume. Um,
And that's that list of runners you just read. Those that Angeles Crest women's. That's a race with rich history. I mean, I think Evelyn Marshall's course record time at the time was in the early 90s, and this race has been around a long time. So, yes, indeed, didn't get the day she wanted, but I'm sure she'll be back again to this race or some other race, and keep getting after it.
Absolutely. More recent finishers in the Tortoise race: Adam Rabo, 30, 37, 54, and Josie Walters, 30, 37, 58. Adam Rabo from Colorado Springs. This is his first rabbit run finish. Congratulations to him. And we said Josie Walters from Lewiston, Montana. Wonder if there's a Crazy Mountain 100 in her future.
Mm-hmm.
Has run some races down in our neck of the woods, including Elephant Mountain 50K. A beautiful run out in the Cave Creek Regional Park, just outside of Phoenix, Arizona. Shameless plug. More recent finishers: Kyle Hopkins, 30, 39.01. And Mike Justison, 30, 39, 13. Congratulations to them. Kyle Hopkins. Kyle Hopkins out of Denver, Colorado. A Cocodona finisher earlier this year.
All right.
Leadville finisher last year, has obviously chosen to run very hard, very long races. It looks like his debut ultra was McDowell Mountain Frenzy 50 miler. So again, I question his judgment, but not his heart. If you were going to pick that as your debut ultra, I mean, wow. McDowell Mountain Frenzy, including an awful climb up Thompson Peak, which is paved and feels just
Jason
like
Doach in the
death.
chat calling for a shout out for Justine and Roger Hull from Rossland, anticipating they're the next two hares to come in.
Yeah, they were part of that group that we expected. Also, as we mentioned, Mike Justison coming in recently as well. Want to recognize Mike. Mike Justison from Wilton, New Hampshire.
All right.
Coming from
Beast
way up.
Coaster.
Yep. Looks like primarily racing in that area. A lot of races in the Ghost Train trail races, 100 miler in 2022. Loon Mountain, Sunapee Scramble. Yeah, those are all up in the New Hampshire region, probably in those White Mountains that we're becoming more familiar with for some reason. Also, we had another early bird finisher, Kirsten Maymaris.
All right.
32:42:03. Of course, that means that Kristen is a 60 plus runner, in her case from Boulder, Colorado. Oh, I'm sorry. In the women's case, they can be 50 and have that early start.
Oh, 50. Okay.
Yeah. So Kristen ran the 50 miler here a couple years ago and leveled up to the 100 miler. Congratulations to Kristen. Looks like we have another couple runners, or another runner coming in here. Going to take that right turn across the creek. Across the creek with no issues. We'll verify who this was here momentarily. as soon as our tracker updates, which is the same tracker that you have access to. We are basically just the relayers and the talkers of information. If you're interested in searching out certain people specifically with regards to their splits and whatnot, you can actually check that live tracking link at the top of the chat in the YouTube channel. It could have also been a 50 mile or 50 miler here as well too. So
Beautiful, beautiful day. A little bit warmer than yesterday. Forecast for the upper 70s, but still beautiful, light breezes. Not a hint of clouds in the sky. No threat of afternoon thunderstorms. Just a picture perfect early fall day in the Rockies.
it looks like I'm showing 77 degrees here in Steamboat Springs.
Another dog tirage. This dog's just like, hey, how about we go this way? This'll work.
Of course, the Hares have about 3 hours and 13 minutes to finish their Run Rabbit Run 100 mile. The Tortoises have 5 hours and 13 minutes.
Yep. And a sub 36 hour finish gets you opportunity, if you so choose, and most people do, to throw your name into both of those much sought after lotteries, Western States and Hard Rock, that'll be pulling the names out of the proverbial hat in the first weekend in December.
Justine Hull, our most recent finisher in the Hares race, 26:45:09. Congratulations to Justine for a job well done. Justine Hull from Rossland, British Columbia. Looks like this is her debut 100 miler. And one of the cool things about this setup is that we are here at the Olympian age still, which was, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, abandoned by the runners as they had to get through here several hours ago, those who continued on. And there is a huge pile of drop bags across the room, hundreds of them. And so occasionally we'll have people walking into the studio area asking us if they can go grab their bags. Oh, absolutely. And frankly, if you want to, come grab a seat on the couch as far as we're concerned. We've got a couple microphones, and AGW and I are just here to talk about this race. And while we're calling what we can to describe and share what we're seeing on the screen, but we also want to, learn the stories of those who have run this race. So if you're coming by here to pick up your bags and everything, feel free to just come on in and tell us a story. Tell us a story of your experience here at Run Rabbit Run. Our most recent finisher of the 100 mile in the Tortoise division was one of our early starters, Ron Dean. Congratulations to Ron with a time of 32:48:24. As we mentioned, master or grandmaster class runners have the opportunity to start an hour earlier to give themselves more time to complete the race. I do believe that they still have to finish within, I believe, the 36-hour threshold in order to qualify for Western States. I'll confirm on that, but yeah, Ron Dean out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, not his first rodeo, his second, in fact, when it comes to Run Rabbit Run finishes. He ran the Tortoise race back in 2014, coming back 10 years later to Run Rabbit Run to get it done. Ron Dean, 62 years young, one of the oldest runners in the field. Congratulations to Ron for a finish here at Run Rabbit Run. Most recent finishers of the Tortoise division include Haley Vatch, 30:48:29, and Matthew Liu, 30:48:44. Haley Vatch from Indian Hills, Colorado. Looks like has run a couple of races that AGW and I might be familiar with. Ram Party 50K, an Aero Viper race. Antelope Canyon in Page, Arizona. Very notorious for being a very sandy ground that you're running on there through some slot canyons. Congratulations, though, to Haley for her finish. Matthew Liu, as we mentioned, finished at just about the same time. Matthew Liu from Lafayette, Colorado. Looks like this is Matthew's first 100-miler. Congratulations, Matthew. Had done the Grand Mesa Ultras earlier this year, doing the 50-miler, I guess, as a warm-up probably. So congratulations to Matthew for his finish. Samuel Anderson and Brian Johnson have just come through. Brian Johnson taking a moment away from being the lead singer of AC/DC, apparently. 30:48:45 and 30:49:42 for Samuel and Brian, respectively. Samuel Anderson from Grand Junction, Colorado. And Brian Johnson from Parker, Colorado. Our next hares that we expect to come in would include Kevin Porter, Roger Hull, Michael Jones, Andrea Stolko, Philip Howland, David Golden, Drew Miraglia, Brian Thorne. Those are the runners that have passed through Mount Werner 8 on the way down that are part of the hares race. As things are kind of getting to the nitty-gritty for the hares at this point, they're under more stringent rules. They have to finish in under 30 hours, and they, in addition to that, are not allowed pacers.
Right.
So,
yep. Chris, what's your bucket list race you haven't done yet?
Western States.
Western States. That's a good one. That's a good one. I can attest.
Yeah, Western States is the bucket race for me at this point. I mean, I'm 6 years or 5 years into qualifiers. Assuming I get my qualifier next month, it'll be 6. I've nothing makes running tougher than the business of running, and because I've become so immersed in the broadcasting and the I guess the evangelical side of the sport, it has been tricky to get my training dialed in. I am nervous. I am scared about whether or not I'm going to be able to get this done. Originally, I was like, well, maybe I can finish it in sub 24, my qualifier. Shout out Hennepin and Michelle Hartwig and Ornery Mule Racing. But I'm beginning to be more satisfied with the concept of a 26, 27-hour finish. And next weekend, I'm going to run a 50K as well. And if things don't go as I hoped, we might have to readjust and reevaluate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, my whole running journey at this point right now as an active athlete is dedicated to the pursuit of being in Western States and being a part of that. Obviously, as part of Mountain Outpost, we covered that event this year for the first time. And so it's my first time being in Auburn and being out there at Olympic Valley to watch that start. And it is magical. I mean, every 100-miler that I've ever been to has some semblance of magic. I mean, but that's different. That definitely you can tell. I mean, you and I went out for a training run out in the out in bits and pieces of the course in our time at training camp last year, and you took me out to No Hands Bridge and to Roby Point and to Michigan Bluff, and you can feel the history in those canyon walls. It's amazing, and I can't wait to run it. I would like to run a Hard Rock qualifier sometimes, such as Run Rabbit Run, but I just don't know. I mean, I ran I ran the first 20 miles of one last weekend, and I thought I was gonna die. So, the notion of running a race such as this, where you climb 3,500 miles or 3,500 feet in the first 6 miles, and then you run 95 more miles, there's a certain degree of insanity to this sport. I get it. But yeah, this sport definitely, takes you places and asks you to do things you never thought possible.
Yeah, well, Western States is worthy of anybody's bucket list. It has tradition and history and mystique, and as you said, that sort of magic, that kind of it thing where you almost have to experience it. You have to be there and live it to truly understand it. And it kind of forces its way into your blood. And having known lots of people who are in your situation, who year after year after year try and get that qualifier, and then eventually their number gets pulled, and eventually they have the best 6 months of their training of their lives, and they get into the race, and it almost becomes a like a surreal experience, going from Olympic Valley to Auburn. I've talked to some people who they get to the track, and as hard as it is for them to believe, they don't even want it to end, because they know it could and very well likely is the kind of the once in a lifetime opportunity to run Western States. And
Absolutely. And knowing full well where I'm at in my athletic life and in my age, I mean, I'm in my late 40s, and there's a possibility that I'm going to be one and done in that opportunity. So I got to make it count.
yeah,
Shout out to our most recent finisher in the 100-mile in the Hares division, Kevin Porter. Kevin Porter is from Colorado Springs. No stranger to running some serious mountain races. Run Pikes Peak Ascent. Seems like he just makes a regular of it. Run Pikes Peak Ultra, Bandera. Not quite like the others, but congratulations to Kevin, because it looks like this is his first 100-mile finish.
that looked like a tortoise finisher with some spring in his step.
Love to see it.
The festive atmosphere down there at the base of Steamboat Mountain, at the ski lodge,
I have
is a big part of the Run Rabbit Run experience. That sort of party feeling and atmosphere of that finish line.
I think, when you talked about like bucket list races, Western States is the 100-mile bucket list for me. I think it would be fun to do some other shorter ultras. I think that once I get into Western States and once I run it, I'm gonna, unless my training somehow just completely, unless I can pull the nose up on a degree I never thought possible, I could see myself focusing more on the 50K 50-mile as like the high end, doing a couple of those a year, simply because I like going out and running for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, but I don't like going out and running for 27, 28, 29
overnight
hours.
and into the
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, and those who, come out here to Run Rabbit Run it, I ran a 30-hour 100-miler a couple of years ago, and I thought I was gonna die. Like, these runners are out here for another, work shift, and you look at something like at Hard Rock, which these runners are trying to get into, that's another 18 hours beyond that. It's absolutely staggering to see what some of these runners are capable of. And for those of you, like, I know you're interested in running, well beyond 100 miles, like looking at Cocodona and other 200 milers, like that's a universe I can't even wrap my head around. So I think that it would probably serve me best to stick to the 50-mile type stuff. I could run, races like the Crown King Scramble until I catch up to Mojo and run it 20 times or something like that. But I don't think that the 100-mile journey is going to be one that I continue too far beyond my opportunity at Western States.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because the direction the sport is going, there's really something for everybody. Um, even in races that are less than ultra distance.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that's in keeping with the ethos of the sport, of it being inclusive and open and come one, come all. And not everybody wants to be out there for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours or overnight. Stuff happens. So I think they're increasingly opportunities for everybody, and really cool kinds of things out there that can provide really rich experiences.
Yeah, for sure. Like, for instance, one of the things I'm looking at is potentially taking an international trip later this year, and it would involve a trail festival in Spain.
Hmm.
And you can do a 10K a day for 3 days in a row. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a 10K on Friday, there's race options from 10K up to 50 miles on Saturday, and then another 10K on Sunday. I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to travel across the world, do I really want to spend the rest of my, first time in Europe kind of stumbling and hobbling
Yeah,
around?
right.
And, no, I want to go and have fun. And I think that going over and kind of pushing myself for, a trio of 10Ks in the weekend, or maybe I'll, if I'm feeling saucy, run the half marathon on Saturday. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go and, I've got a couple of, I mentioned I've got my Western States qualifier coming up next month. I've got a 50K next weekend. I've got another 50K in November, and I'm registered for a 6-day at Across Years, which ends up being more of a social event, and I just kind of walk my way to 100 miles over the course of a week. But yeah, I mean, when I look at race resumes such as yours, it's like, like I don't think that that's something that is necessarily in the cards for me, that where I'm going to accumulate that kind of race history. It's just, I admire and applaud those who can and do, but wow,
Right. Right. Cool stuff. Well, and the way in which you've become such an anchor in Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa's race coverage, and we've got this kind of cool thing going on. Speaking of sub ultra distances, this cool thing that Aravaipa is kicking off next month, which is a Sonoran Desert Cup
Yep.
series. If folks, if you're out there and you're regional, you're in the area, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Southern California, it's a 7-race series with an 8th race as the quote unquote championship race for the Sonoran Desert Cup. There's more or less one race a month that ranges. The race distances range from 24K to 40K in beautiful parks, beautiful regional parks scattered around the Phoenix area. Mostly mountainous, but some are flatter than others. None are flat by any stretch, but good trails, some rocky, typical Arizona, chunk. But we're going to do one race a month, and for participation in the series, your 2 best races in the fall and your 2 best races in the spring count for your points and make you eligible for the championship race at Lake Pleasant on April 6th. And we're going to do a fun thing. Chris and I are going to host a preview show before each race and a post-mortem after each race. And we're also looking like we're going to live stream the finale of each one, the finale of this fall series, the finale of the spring series, and the finale of the cactus, to crown the Cactus King and Cactus Queen of the Sonoran Desert Cup. So check it out on the Aravaipa website if you're interested. But I think it's going to be fun, and I do think these sub ultra distances, they really bring a lot more people into the sport, and they're fun.
Yeah, I think that I know people in my trail and ultra running community, well, in our trail and ultra running community, considering we live in the same town, but that in some cases people get a little bit too assertive or aggressive even in telling runners like, oh, this is what you do. You start out doing the 5Ks, 10Ks, you move up to half marathon, 50K, 100 mile, or 100K, 100 mile. Like, not everybody's journey is going to involve that kind of laddering up. And, I have plenty of friends through our community who have never run an ultra and who have no desire to run an ultra. And I also know other people who have actually kind of made it their mission to almost like shame people into thinking, well, you have to go and run a 100K. You have like, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
It's
go
not at
out and
all.
enjoy the trails however you damn well please. That's one of the things
Right.
that really, like I used to not needle, like that's not the right term, but I used to, tell people like, oh man, you gotta like my favorite race is Crown King Scramble 50K. I love that race. I'll run it every year until my body gives out. But there are, I used to be a little bit too assertive in trying to tell people that they had to try this race. And so, you know, I have convinced a couple of people to sign up for that race that later withdrew before the races. They're like, yeah, I just realized I don't want to run for 8-9 hours because it's a hard race.
Right.
And it's not fair to, put it on somebody else what you want to do. I think that you can always open their eyes to it, but if somebody says they're just not interested in it, you have to respect their wishes and what their goals are in life. I mean, training for an ultra is time consuming if you do it right. And you have to have, the time to do it. You have to have the ability and the latitude in terms of your personal life. Like if you've got a family, if you've got kids, or obligations that extend beyond your typical 9 to 5 job, it's not easy to train for. And I've had times in my life where my training has suffered. And when my training suffers, my races really suffer,
Right.
and so that's the difference between actually having fun at 100K and just basically wanting to, never lace on running shoes again. Like, I think that those of us who are a part of this sport, the sooner that everybody realizes that you're on your own journey, and while you can do your best to encourage others to find theirs, you know, I have to draw the line at pushing it on people.
Right.
And so at this
Absolutely.
point,
Yeah.
and I think that also ties into the way that we look at races in general. Take, for instance, an event that might have like multiple distances, like several, like the Coldwater Rumble
Mhm.
in Arizona. Coldwater has like 7 distances, ranging from the 4-miler to the 100-miler. And I'll have conversations with people, on race morning, and I'll come up to them like, "Oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, good. What are you running today? Oh, I'm just doing the 50K, or I'm just doing the 20-miler."
Yeah.
Like, no, you don't talk about things in those terms. Like, just the 20-miler. 20 miles is a long way to run, and 40 miles is a long way to run. So, never marginalize what you're doing, in comparison to like what else you've done or what other people are doing, because the person you're talking to, like me, might just be doing a 5-mile run that day.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I have come to terms with the fact that I can no longer just drop into a 50K at the drop of a hat. I could have done it up till about maybe 3 years ago, and now my body won't do it the way I
Mhm.
want it to.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that
It's not healthy to drop into a 50K at the drop of a hat, though.
no.
You know.
And I can testify to that on for multiple levels of experience.
Yeah.
I did it last year at Fat Ox, and I ended up finishing 3rd out of 3, but it was a slog fest. And sometimes, sometimes we forget that, 50Ks are long, 20 miles is a long way to run, 100, half marathons to some people are the longest they're ever going to
Mhm.
run.
Yeah.
Even people who come out and run these hills and trails like every day, So I guess, I'll step off my soapbox with
No, it's great. It's great stuff. And I think that we we owe it to the community to be, to open to everybody. And speaking of being open to everybody, we've got some folks out there that are pounding. And I wanted to just name
sure.
we've got 14 now that are in between Summit Lake and Long Lake. As we know, the cutoff for Summit Lake expired about an hour and 10 minutes ago at 3 p.m. They've got to get to Long Lake by 6:30 p.m. And these are some folks that are likely to be out there the longest today. And if you're in on the chat and you're cheering for these folks, let us know. David Kyle, Valerie Moore, Carlos Casillas, Margaret Wood, Eddie Mockus, Alan Dyke, Ross Belak, Mario Perez, Iliano Rodriguez, Jen Novobilski, Omar Gura, Doug Kamen, Carlene Coulter, and our caboose at this point, George Alexion. There's our Fearless 14 at this point. They are the back of the pack for the Tortoises, and they're making that climb from Summit Lake up to Long Lake. It's an 8.2 mile section. We just had David Cunningham make it into Long Lake. So just to put it in perspective, David Cunningham arrived there. It took him about 3 hours and 15 minutes to go from Summit Lake to Long Lake. And these runners need to do it in 3.5 if they're going to make the cut. The runner prior to him was about the same. The runner prior to him was a little bit longer. So it's a big ask, for example, for George Alexion to get there in time, but he's going to give it his best.
Hey, AJW, you mentioned Margaret Wood.
I did.
That's Blake's daughter.
That is Blake Wood's daughter. That's right. Let's go, Margaret Wood, Blake Wood of Hard Rock fame
and Barkley fame,
out of Los Alamos, California. There's Margaret Wood, probably wanting to run a Hard Rock qualifier, I would expect.
You got to keep it in the family.
So taking a peek at her splits here.
I wouldn't be surprised that Blake would be pacing her as well.
He might be.
Yeah.
Margaret Wood.
So that'll actually be a story that we're going to want to follow.
Margaret Wood hit Summit Lake in 28:04. And right now we are sitting at 31:12. Eddie Mockus just made it through. This is where, as you said, they skip above the Eddie Mockus made it through. Valerie Moore made it through.
Want to shout out really quickly here, Landon McJilton, our most recent 100-mile finisher in the Tortoise division, 31:11:21. Congratulations to Landon out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Looks like this is not Landon's first 100-miler, but definitely his most complicated. Had a DNF here last year, came back here with some business to finish. Lo and behold, does it. So congratulations to Landon for getting it done here on that redemption from 2023. Rob Green just crossed the finish line as well, 31:12:16. Rob Green, your most recent Tortoise finisher here at Run Rabbit Run. Out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. And of course, I wondered, and I was just verifying, Rob Green does have an Arkansas Traveler finish. So an iconic race in the South, the Arkansas Traveler. Congratulations to Rob. Waiting on our next few hare finishers, at least the ones we anticipate, would include Roger Hull, Michael Jones, Andrea Stofko, Philip Howland, David Golden, Drew Margalia, Brian Thorne, and Nathaniel Galliff Brown. Those individuals have all actually come through Mount Werner Aid and are less than 5 miles from the finish. Actually, probably about less than 4 miles from the finish. And in terms of the Tortoise side, let's see. Okay, nearly 50 runners are expected to come in the next couple hours here on that side. So we are going to get a tidal wave of hopeful finishers here at the Run Rabbit Run part of the Tortoise side. Thank you very much to everybody who is joining us here on our coverage on Mountain Outposts. I am Chris Warden. Andy Jones Wilkins is my broadcast partner. And we are bringing it in here to our finish line, which is whenever we sign off. We typically try and cover as many runners as we possibly can during these live streams, and we want to give everybody we can their moment in the sun, their shine. So we'll see what that yields here. I want to shout out to a couple of our broadcast colleagues. You know, we make jokes, but Daniel Ryan, definitely a huge help on these live streams, doing a lot of anchoring, and he was paired with Hannes Gehring. Hannes, thank you very much. Daniel, thank you very much. To our on-course correspondents, Zoe Rome and Luke J., both of them doing an amazing job yesterday, late into the night. Thank you for the work you do. Pre-race interviews conducted by Corinne Shalvoy and Jamil Curry. We appreciate that as well. And behind the scenes, let's be honest, even though he's the guy in charge, Jamil has been doing everything he can to keep this broadcast moving. He was on the production board for a while. I know for a fact he was filming and following the runners up the very first climb. Jamil, maybe the guy in charge, but he definitely doesn't sit back and let the rest of us do the work. So shout out to Jam for the Jam Cam and everything else he's done to help make this broadcast a success this weekend. Looks like we've got an entourage flanking this finisher here.
Yep, a couple kids out there.
As we anxiously await our next potential finishers. It's so funny because whenever we have a few minutes between finishers here, we know we're about to get bombarded.
Yeah.
With finishers. I mean, there are, as of right now, let's see. There's that. There are 56 runners between Mount Werner 8 and the finish. 56 runners in the final 5 miles of the race.
Yeah, that is. We are going to be bombarded.
Congratulations to this runner crossing the finish line. We will get them ID'd and give them their proper recognition. If it is a Tortoise, it was about a 31-hour, 18-minute finish. Shout out to those of you who have us on your phones or on a tablet while you're watching some college football this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the rest of my family is probably watching NIU somewhere, as everybody in my family went to Northern Illinois except for me and had the greatest weekend of their lives last weekend.
They certainly did.
Beating Notre Dame in South Bend was definitely a huge deal. A lot of these are also 50-mile finishers too, and we, like I said, we acknowledged and recognized their efforts as best we can, at least as far as the podium goes. But we're kind of a two-man team here. We do have thankfully we've got drone pilots out in the field. We don't have a finish line correspondent as of right now, but I think that Jason Peters is our drone pilot right now. So shout out to Jason for, giving us some great shots as the runners are heading down that final stretch of dirt road. Our most recent finisher, Dan Gladden. Congratulations to Dan. Wonder if he is of any relation to the former Minnesota Twins outfielder in the 1980s.
I remember him.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want obscure baseball references, hang out with AGW and I for a while because we'll flood your ears with them. Dan ran the 50 miler here in 2022, leveled up to the 100 miler this year. And unless I missed my guess and can no longer see, it looks like this is his first 100 miler. So congratulations to Dan. It is not Dan himself that is the former outfielder, as he is much too young. He's my age. I would assume that Dan Gladden, the outfielder, is probably about pushing 70
Probably
at this point.
pushing 70. Yep.
Also, John Burdett just finished as well. I don't have any clever athlete comparisons for John Burdett unless he is related to former 1950s soft tosser Lou Burdett from the New York Yankees.
Now that would be amazing. Nice crowd gathered there on the grass, enjoying some afternoon sunshine here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
John Burdett. Now I'm really twisted. Looks like this might be John's first 100 miler. If so, yeah, looking at his list, ran the 50 miler here in 2021, decided to level up and get it done for the 100 miler. Congratulations to John Burdett. Yeah, I can go pretty deep in terms of obscure baseball players, and I used to have a college professor that actually went further than me. He could name every World Series winner, loser, their home run leader, and
Oh, really?
like he was
That is
next level. Definitely a guy. Well, he was a calculus professor, so what?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely a guy who I was admiring.
I
in
mean,
terms
I have my favorite teams, that I can remember. There's the starting lineup and the shortstop, second baseman combination, or their starting rotation, or their closer. But not something as insane as every World Series winner and loser and their home run leader. That would be.
Yeah, he just was like rattling them off one day in class, and everybody was pretty impressed, or at least they acted impressed. So, but we kind of find ourselves like, I guess maybe that's what appeals to this sport in general, because there's so much numerical analysis when it comes to ultra running, whether it be about ourselves or just as historians and I guess talking heads of the sport, whether it be something like somebody like the legendary Davy Crockett does, being the keeper of records for things going back decades and even over 100 years, or more recent vintage, such as like what Leah Yingling does in our broadcasts, or Aid Station Fireball, or Travis Longcar. There is a new generation of running nerds, and I use that in the most affectionate way possible.
Well, let's face it, this sport just attracts geeks. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Numbers geeks, stat geeks, people geeks. Let's hear it for our sponsors, by the way. Gold level sponsor, Tailwind Nutrition, putting a lot of support behind our live stream. Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and the City of Steamboat Springs. Thank you so much to all of those sponsors for putting their support behind what we're doing, and both what we're doing here and the sport in general. Also wanted to just get a little bit more about La Sportiva. La Sportiva is a proud sponsor of Run Rabbit Run. As an all-mountain brand, La Sportiva coined the term mountain running to describe the unique category of trail running for which our products are made. And Run Rabbit Run is a race that perfectly represents the mountain adventures we hope to inspire. From hyper-specific sky running tools like the Mutant to our newest shoe, the Do-It-All quiver-busting Prodigio, With nitrogen-infused X-Flow technology, we have a shoe for every kind of runner and every kind of running challenge. At La Sportiva, we make products that let you go where you dream to go, do what you dream to do, and live how you want to live. Thank you, La Sportiva, for all your support of our live stream and of the Run Rabbit Run 100 miler.
I use several brands of shoes, and La Sportiva is one that's definitely in my quiver. I've got, I think I told you I came across them by accident because when I went up to Silverton, Colorado last year, I realized I had forgotten trail shoes. And so I grabbed every 12 and a half in town I could find in order to try them on at the couple of stores that carried trail shoes. And my favorite of the ones available to me, I think there were like 3 or 4 brands amongst the 4 or 5 shoes that were in my size, were the Bushido 2s.
Nice,
And
nice.
they're a very firm outsole, which actually comes into play fairly well running in the desert. They do have some resistance to them. I mean, I like a soft sole, don't get me wrong, but the Sportivas have held up pretty well in the Arizona desert. So shout out to them for being one of our sponsors here. I also want to shout out to Jeremiah Jensen. Jeremiah Jensen completed the Run Rabbit Run as part of the Tortoise race, 31 hours, 21 minutes, 59 seconds from Aurora, Colorado, 48 years young. Jeremiah has run this race in the past, so congrats on being a multi-time finisher. Looks like Jeremiah ran the race in 2016 and ran it in 33:47, so dropped a couple hours.
Nice improvement on that.
Absolutely. Improvement
8 years later.
Yeah,
Not
improvement
too
in your late
shabby.
40s is
Yeah.
awesome.
Not happening to me.
Well, I'll check in with me in a few weeks here. Daniel Dunlap, another recent finisher here out of Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations to Daniel Dunlap. His finish time was 31:24:17. And in the case of Daniel Dunlap, looks like this is his first Run Rabbit Run finish. Looks like he ran Lake Sonoma, the California Fall Classic 100K last year. And this is his first 100 miler. So congratulations to Daniel. We have another early bird finisher from the looks of things. Amanda Simpson, 33:26:48. Congratulations to Amanda Simpson. So the early starters, they have a 2-hour head start from the looks of things.
Yep, 2-hour head start and 2 hours extra on the cutoffs, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it sounds like they have to be 50 years and older
On the women's side, yeah.
on the women's side. 60 years and older on the men's side.
Amanda Simpson out of Golden, Colorado. This is not her first rodeo, as she finished Run Rabbit Run in the past, having run it in 34, 38, 37 in 2019. So 5 years later, again, another one of these people with
An improvement.
2-hour improvement. Yeah, that's fantastic. But Amanda, you want to talk about somebody who likes the tough stuff. Ran High Lonesome last year, San Juan Solstice this year, has done Bighorn 52 milers. I'm not familiar with this, but knowing where it's at, Silverton Ultra Dirty.
Oh, wow. Not heard of that.
100 miler. If you're doing a 100 miler in Silverton, you like to suffer. There's no doubt about that. So, of course, I'm sure that Amanda is here running this race in order to get back to Silverton to run another race that Run Rabbit Run qualifies for, and that is indeed Hard Rock. Congratulations, Amanda Simpson. Had that early bird start, but didn't need it.
Mm-hmm.
Did not need the extra cushion to get it done here. So congratulations. Great job.
So early bird start, a little bit more information about that.
Can we hold off on that for
Yep,
just a moment?
please. We sure can.
So our most recent hare finisher, Michael Jones, just came through 27:27:43. Mike Jones, I don't know his phone number, but congratulations to him. This Mike Jones from Richmond, Virginia.
Ah, we talked about him a couple of hours
That's right.
ago.
That's the one that
Now
I
he's finally
misread.
finished.
So congratulations to Mike Jones. I
By
don't,
the way, Mike,
yeah. So please continue.
early bird finisher, early bird starters. They have all men tortoises over 60 and women tortoises over 50 can choose the early bird start, which is at 7 a.m., thereby giving them 38 hours to finish. They also get the heads up from the race organizers that if they elect the early bird start, they should be aware that the Mount Werner aid station may not be ready, nor can they promise coffee or anything at the start. But there'll probably be some. But they all must still complete the course by 9 p.m. to get an official finish. So Chris just noted that our most recent early bird starter has now finished. We've got among those early birders still out there, Todd Schroeder, who's through Long Lake, David Cunningham, who's through Long Lake, and then Carlene Coulter and George Alexion, who are in between Summit Lake and Long Lake.
So you mentioned Mike Jones, our most recent finisher here. He is out of Virginia, bib number 131. He is not bib number 281-330-8004. If you understand that reference, then I'm sorry. It is getting long in the afternoon here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Chris Warden, Andy Jones Wilkins, calling the last few hours of the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race presented by Mountain Outpost, Tailwind, and all of our other great sponsors, Ultra Aspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photos, and as you can see, the city of Steamboat Springs.
Psyched to have so many of you joining us on the live stream and in the chat. And I know this time of day, you're probably following a particular runner, cheering them over these last 15 to 17 miles. I suspect everybody's in that range. We know we have a flood of runners all the way up to Mount Werner and down here to the finish that'll be coming through in rapid fire. What do we have, Chris, for total finishers in the Hares race at this point? We can update on that.
Yeah, we have 42 finishers, which means there are only a handful of runners still on the course in the
if I
Hares
remember
division.
last year, we sort of wrapped up the Hares race, definitely wrapped up around. I mean, I don't think anybody needed the 30 hours. We're coming up, we're at 27:33 right now. What does it look like? Just 5 or 6 left?
No, there's more like 15 or so.
Oh, 15 or so. Okay.
But yeah, the Hares, there was a ton of attrition in the Hares race. 99 or 100 started, and there are only 57 left that are even possibly running at this point.
Got it. Okay.
We're still tentative on Claire Gallagher and Rachel Lemke. What is the cutoff at Long Lake for them?
Long Lake is 6:30.
Okay, so all but 2 runners, Claire and Rachel themselves, are accounted for through Long Lake.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you said, they're not going to necessarily need that like the entirety of time.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
But yeah, until that point.
But there are definitely Hares not yet to Werner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There are about, let's see, how many Hares have yet to get to Werner that we can confirm? There are 5, there are 7 that are not yet to Werner.
Yeah. Now, I mean,
counting Claire and Rachel.
Oh, counting them. Okay.
Yeah.
Because really, you're talking about needing to get, 2.5, little less than 2.5 hours from now.
Yeah. Which means, again, there's still plenty of time to finish.
see here. I think if you've been following along with the broadcast, you know that I've been pulling for Maine race director extraordinaire from the Riverlands 100, Valerie Abrady, who last year and the year before at this race missed the cutoff in the very late hours of the event. I'm happy to report that Valerie is through Mount Werner in 33:27. She took the early bird start. And so she's not going to need it, I don't think. I think she'll probably be down here at around the 35-hour mark. And happily, after 3 times of trying, Valerie will get that Run Rabbit Run finish.
That's fantastic.
So we are now at 160 runners in the Tortoise race through Mount Werner, which means there's 100 left. 100 left between Summit Lake and Mount Werner.
Shout out to our most recent finishers here in the Tortoise division. Allie Oben, 31:34:38, and Jeremy King, 31:35:30. Allie Oben, let's open up our notes on Allie. Allie Oben from Douglas, Wyoming. No stranger to 100 milers. Ran Great Divide earlier this year. Has come down to our neck of the woods and run Black Canyon.
Nice.
So congratulations. And actually had a DNF here last year at Run Rabbit Run. So a nice redemption run for Allie.
Mhm.
Congratulations. Way to finish here. Way to stick it out and take care of that unfinished business. Jeremy King, as we mentioned, also just crossed the finish line as well. Jeremy King from Albuquerque, New Mexico. This marks Jeremy's 3rd finish here at Run Rabbit Run. So no stranger to crossing that finish line. Although, as we mentioned, the first time they've had to cross the creek.
Yeah.
So Jeremy makes it 3 years in a row as a Tortoise finisher. Job well done. He's run Grand Mesa a couple times and Run Rabbit Run now 3 times. Congratulations, Jeremy King. As we mentioned, there are only a handful of hares who have not yet gotten through Mount Werner Aid. Those that are not quite there, we'll just give them a shout out as well. Gina Milner, Trevor Turner, Brendan Hirschman, Leah Brown, Becca Fry. So those are the 5 that are actually through Long Lake. We have 2 more names, as we've talked about at length, Claire Gallagher and Rachel Lemke, that are not showing as having hit Long Lake yet. They're not in danger of a cutoff quite yet, but it's getting to that time where, is that a Long Lake 6:30 p.m. for?
That's for the tortoises. So
Do we know what the hares cutoff is for?
They don't have one, but they have to be here by 7.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So they wouldn't be able to get from Long Lake to here.
Yeah, I would say unless they hit Long Lake by maybe the top of the hour.
Yeah, they'd have to get there by 5.
Yeah, that would
be a. So I'm guessing that they just haven't updated the drops. I mean, I see a couple of other people I know definitively have dropped, like Nathaniel Chan, for example, and I don't think he's registered as having dropped yet. So
yeah,
I think they maybe just haven't updated the drops, which is fine. They're busy. They're sleepless like the rest of us.
No doubt.
I just woke them up.
Shout out to our most recent finisher, Brett Palm. Brett Palm has finished in the Tortoise race.
And huge thank you to the person who's thinking of going and buying us a pizza right now.
That's pretty generous.
Yeah, we would love to bring you on and have you chat with us in the couch.
I still need to figure out this whole Colorado style pizza thing. That might be a decision for another day, though. Brett Palm from Longmont.
I've heard of New York style. I've heard of Chicago style. I just have not heard of Colorado style.
There's a Wikipedia article and everything about it. You order it by the pound, and it's a different animal. Brett
Order
Palm,
it by the pound.
Yeah, you got to check it out.
Wow.
There's a place like maybe that's what we do for dinner tonight. Maybe we order pizza by the pound. But Brett Palm, our most
That's a little
recent
too weird
finisher.
for me. All right, keep going with your finishers.
Yeah.
We're shortchanging them.
Yeah, Brett Palm out of Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations to Brett. Brett ran Leadville last year, ran Never Summer just a few weeks ago. Again, odd choice of warm-up races for Run Rabbit Run.
Lots of folks seem to do that, though.
They are absolutely built different if they're choosing that route in life. And I mean, again, they're tough. I admire their toughness, but question their judgment. I think that's kind of just going to be my mantra when it comes to a lot of these runners. Yeah. Now, I mean, at this point, we're going to have a lot of finishers start to come in. We're also getting peppered with 50-mile finishers. It's getting kind of tricky to follow what's going on there at the finish line for sure. At this point, there are probably about 25 or so people who have finished the 50-mile as that race approaches the 11-hour mark at the top of the hour.
And our race is closing in on 28 hours for the Hares, 32 hours for the Tortoises.
Hey, Jordan, can we throw up the top finishers graphic on the men's and women's side for the Hares race, just so we can give people an idea of what's happening there? So yeah, as you can see, in the men's race, your top 10 right there. Actually, it's you can see the top 7 because we're using the
Peter Cotton tailwind cam is blocking 8, 9, and 10.
Richard Lockwood, your winner in 17, 24, 41. Adam Loomis, Christopher Hams in second and third. Tyler Green in fourth. Nick Lightbody in fifth. Butch Slaybach in sixth. That is Clint Anders in seventh. Emily Mann, or not Emily Mann. Zach Eagle in eighth.
Zach Eagle, yeah.
And ninth, Matthew Bigman and Robert Ear in 10th. So shout out to them. On our women's side, our winner was a surprise to us when we woke up in the morning.
That's right.
Emily Mann getting it done, really chasing down Leah Yingling. Emily Mann finishing in first at 19:48.05, a new course standard here at Run Rabbit Run by a significant margin, by about almost a half hour. Leah Yingling in second, Shea Aquilano in third, Barrett Gray in fourth, Nicole Lawton in fifth, Stacy Marion in sixth, Sandy Nypaver in seventh, eighth place Michelle Yates, the former course record holder here,
and she finished, so got to go home with their $1,000 preem for getting to the top of the gondola first.
That is true. In ninth place, we had Eva Gifford, and in 10th place, Leah Ling. So congratulations to the top 10 women in the Hares race here. As I mentioned, and in the case of Leah Yingling, we were shocked to find out that she had not. It was a mild shock to find out that she didn't win, but it was a true shock to find out who had won.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
I would have thought it was Claire if you had said, "Hey, guess what? You guys are going to bed. They've done 100K, and Leah's not going to win. Who do you think's going to win?" It would have been Claire.
Absolutely.
But that's no disrespect to Emily. First miler, and I mean, she closed as we were heading out, just watching her so calm and composed and focused at the aid station, not rushing to get out of Olympian Hall second time through, and obviously it paid off and had an incredible race. And now has $15,000 burning a hole in her pocket.
Leah Yingling had an 18-minute lead on Emily Mann at Long Lake at mile 89.
18-minute lead at mile 89.
And ended up winning the race by 31 minutes. So that is a 49-minute reversal in the final 10 miles. What we later found out about Leah was that apparently she had encountered a case of trail blindness where she wasn't able to see in front of her, and it had to be somewhat terrifying to deal with. Our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race, when I shout this out, Samantha Carney, 31-41-22. Shout out to Samantha for her finish here at Run Rabbit Run out of Lemoyne, Pennsylvania. Are you familiar with Lemoyne?
I know where Lemoyne is. Yeah,
Okay.
Central Pennsylvania.
So Samantha has had a pretty stout year, having run actually in the last 12 months, having run Rim to River 100 in West Virginia,
Great little boutique 100-miler in West Virginia.
having run Hellbender in May, Western States in June,
Oh my goodness.
and then this today.
What a summer.
So congratulations. I mean,
Let's give
hell
her
of
a cheeseburger.
hell of a year for Samantha Carney,
Yep.
our most recent finisher.
Samantha Carney T. Carr, giving her some props in the chat. Samantha Carney, nice work and nice summer. Gosh, starting with Rim to River, then something else, then Western States, then this. Wow.
Then Hellbender.
Hellbender.
Yeah, that is
stuff.
something else, no
Good
doubt.
stuff. That is something else.
Yeah, I think that I hope that people understand like how AGW and I, in covering these races for the last several years, we've seen it all, but we never cease to be amazed at some of the resumes that some of these runners have coming into these events. They basically just putting it all out there week after week, month after month, and when somebody has one of those like insanely robust resumes, you think of some of those people who have kind of come into the light recently. I mean, obviously, Andy Glaze comes to mind as somebody with high volume runs. Another one, Andrea Moore. She's not here this weekend, but she might as well be because she's always running 100-miler. Shout out to her out of Flagstaff. But yeah, some of these people running, multiple, or double-digit hundreds, in some cases in a year.
It's amazing.
It really is. It's so impressive. Roger Hull, our most recent finisher here in the 100-mile hare race. Roger Hull finishing in 27:46:55. I believe Roger Hull is from north of the border. Rosslyn, British Columbia. Obviously, Justine Hull finished a little bit ago. They're both from BC. I am going to, as we've learned,
We got a leaner. We've talked about this on other broadcasts, a phenomenon late in these long distance races, somewhat inexplicable to some, but has kind of a blend of lack of core strength and proprioception. And this guy seems to be handling it very well. He obviously knows he's leaning. He's thankfully got poles.
It's about an 11 o'clock right there.
Yeah, it's about 11 o'clock. I've seen way worse. But that's a leaner. Typically afflicts older athletes, but it can hit younger athletes as well. It's not extreme. But were he to attempt to start to run, he would probably run that dude in the red shorts right over and maybe go rambling on into the grass there to the left of your screen. But he's holding himself up well.
Yeah, and he's just about there. So
yeah.
Yeah, of course, we've covered, so many of these races that, it has kind of become a thing that we notice. And we're not trying to cast any sort of, mockery on the athletes when we point out how far they're leaning.
In fact, it's so common that it's kind of the opposite. Although I will say this, one of the most interesting phenomenons about it is, this guy will finish and he'll sit down and he'll stretch out and he'll, have some water and maybe a snack and he'll get up and be fine. And he'll just walk back to his hotel and, or go to the airport or whatever. It's that's one of the more amazing things about it is you don't end up leaning for the next week.
One of the things that you'll if you're really curious in seeing leaners, go to a 6-day.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I've seen John Giesler lean for days.
Yeah, John Giesler is probably the most legendary leaner in the sport at this point. He perpetually moves at about an 11 o'clock, 10:30 lean.
Yeah.
As as he is making his way around multi-day courses. Never falls asleep, never walks off the course. But yeah, this is again you know another amazing effort by an athlete to get done here at Run Rabbit Run 100. As we mentioned, we have just a handful of hares that have yet to come in. We're down to probably about a dozen, if we're maybe up to 15 if Claire and Rachel are indeed still in this race. But with each passing minute, as we've kind of determined,
Yeah, I think it's a safe bet. Well, I don't want to say a safe bet. You never know; they could be out there, but I don't think they are.
yeah. And we'll see if we can get confirmation on their status.
Closing in on the 28-hour mark of the Hares race, 32 hours for the Tortoises means they have 4 hours left, or just a little bit more than 4 hours left.
Joe Trainer, our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race. Congratulations to Joe. Joe Trainer from Berthoud, Colorado. Bib number 793. Looks like this is Joe's inaugural 100-mile run. Congratulations to Joe for finishing Run Rabbit Run 100. And now he can register for other crazy tough races too.
Indeed. He can punch his ticket to other craziness.
Okay, we're going to do a quick ad break here. We are at the Run Rabbit Run 100 miler presented by Mountain Outpost and Tailwind. Wait, actually, right before we go, I want to recognize we just had our leaner cross the finish line, and I want to
let's
give
get
him
let's
his
get the leaners.
get his unless that was no, that wasn't Joe Trainer because he crossed the finish line just now. So let me just verify. Oh, actually, we also had another finisher, Brooke Santangelo. Congratulations to Brooke, our 21st woman to finish in the Tortoise division. Brooke Santangelo from Denver, Colorado. A lot of very familiar names on her race resume. Ran the 50-miler here 2 years ago. Ran the Continental Divide 50K here in Steamboat Springs just a couple months ago, or actually just a few weeks ago. Again, a notorious, famous training race for this event here. Maybe that was Joe Trainer. Okay. Well, we're going to take a quick break here and do a sponsor.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Of course, that ad speed goat Carl Meltzer, who is out on course somewhere taking care of runners. This is the Run Rabbit Run broadcast presented by Mountain Outpost. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins here. Wanted to give some shine to our most recent finisher here, Joseph Lassen, in the 100-mile Tortoise race. Joseph Lassen out of Denver, Colorado. Congrats, Joseph. Also, Philip Howland of the Hares race, finishing in 27:51:04. Philip Howland, that is. Philip Howland from Cottonwood Heights, Utah. Definitely not Philip's first rodeo, as over the most recent years has finishes at Pinhoti, UTMB, the Bear, Wasatch, multiple Wasatch finishes, multiple Bear finishes. A guy who has chewed a lot of the same dirt as you, AJW. Patrick Hayes just finished as well. Patrick Hayes crossing the finish line just a few seconds ago. Congratulations to him. He is in the Tortoise race. But Patrick Hayes out of Park City, Utah. As we mentioned, Patrick Hayes ran Crazy Mountain this summer.
Oh.
Ran Crazy Mountain this summer, ran the Bear last year, Tortoise Jean. Wait a minute.
Tortoise Jeans?
He ran Tortoise Jean and the Bear 19 days apart. Now that's bonkers.
That is.
Bighorn in 2023. So Patrick is somebody who likes to do difficult things and punish himself.
Yeah.
So shout out to him for this finish here in 31 hours, 55 minutes, and 3 seconds. Yeah, that's a hell of a back-to-back there.
Yeah, that really
Tortoise Jean and the Bear. That's next level sufferfest right there. Of course, Tortoise Jean just wrapping up.
Finished up.
Yeah. My friend and coach Pete Mortimer ran it for the first time. Although I say the first time, Pete doesn't normally run a race multiple times unless he's got some unfinished business. So
friend of the live stream, Mika Thews, ran it as well. I've yet to get an update on how it went for her.
Mika Thews logging us some miles here this year.
Oh yeah.
That's it's kind of par for the course. I have to admit, when you interviewed Mika on your podcast, Cracker Brew with AJW, shameless plug, I enjoyed the conversation that you had with her on several levels, not just about running, but about, as you said, about life.
Oh yeah,
about her education and everything.
Guest. I knew that 200-mile series would be interesting because everybody's got interesting stories and they've found their way to it. But Mika was fun to chat with, Jeff Garmeyer, Steve Adderholt, Rachel Entrecan, Don Freeman. It was a lot of fun to do that series, and kind of just fueled my fire more to try and do one of these 200 milers one of these days.
We've got a handful of finishers still, or yet to be finishers in the hare race. We are expecting a flood of tortoises here in the time to come.
What's that?
Some music.
Oh, just heard some music here in the studio. Closing in on the 5 o'clock hour, 28 hours elapsed. The Hares started at 1 p.m. Friday, the 13th. Today's Saturday, the 14th. Andy Jones-Wilkins, Chris Warden at the Olympian Hall in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. The finish line that you're looking at right here is a couple miles away from us at the base of the ski mountain in Steamboat Springs. Earlier in the broadcast, our location was the site of the Olympian Hall aid station, mile 50, and mile 62.7. There's about an hour and a half left until the Long Lake absolute cutoff, 6:30 p.m. absolute cutoff at Long Lake.
It looks like I might have missed this finish. It's because it was in the early bird section, but I want to shout out to Dan Buchholz out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Dan Buchholz, one of our master's class runners for finishing here. His finish time was 33:52:04. Dan Buchholz, as we mentioned, from back east in North Carolina. And it looks like this might be his first 100-mile finish. Yeah, he's got several 50Ks, a couple 50-milers. But yeah, as far as I can tell, this
first 100.
First 100 at the age of 61. Congratulations, Dan. Another finisher, Matthew Menaker. Matthew Menaker finishing in 31:57.25.
This looks like can't tell the bib, might be a 50 miler.
Matthew Menaker from Chicago, Illinois. I can't imagine how you would train for this race in Chicago. However, looking at Matt's race resume, he does not let where he lives define which races he runs, as his most recent races include Hurt 100, High Lonesome, I Am Tough, Mogollon Monster, Cascade Crest, Grindstone, Pinhoti, UTMB,
Wow, that's a little bit of everything.
Fat Dog, Bighorn, Wasatch, Leadville, Angeles Crest, Vermont, Western States, Old Dominion.
Wow, it just looks like he went to Stan Jensen's webpage, went right down the list.
Yeah, I mean, to have that kind of variance in maybe he just lives next to O'Hare and likes the fact that he can fly anywhere at the drop of a hat.
That could be it.
Because that is a heck of a race resume right there. So
especially for someone who lives in Chicago.
Yeah, shout out Matthew. Congratulations. We kid because we are so impressed. Great job with your finish here at Run Rabbit Run. I assume he's basically just got like a cork board with a map on it, and he's just knocking
right.
out maybe 100 in every state. You talk about like groups like Marathon Maniacs that recognize people who run, marathons or half marathons in each state. Maybe he is.
He might be trying to do 100 in each state.
Yeah.
Matthew Menaker. Paced it well.
Well, he's got experience.
He does have experience. Sub 32. So we've now hit 121 finishers in the Tortoise race. And lots of folks rolling in from Mount Werner. 2 runners just hit there. If you're following along at home, Patrick Stimson and Kyle Green, right at the 32-hour mark at Werner.
As we mentioned, with the timing of this race, sometimes you'll encounter a second sunrise, and over the course of an ultra, I've done that myself. This is one of those where you encounter a second sunset, potentially if you're moving a little bit slower.
And this is your list of top 5 people most likely to see a second sunset, because these folks are in between Summit Lake and Long Lake and need our positive vibes out there to the mountains. Mario Perez, Jen Novobilski, Omar Guerra, Doug Kamen, and George Election. Those are our final 5 that have yet to make it to Long Lake.
What do we know about Margaret Wood? Was she so she's made it through Long Lake then?
Margaret.
Of course, for those familiar, Margaret Wood, basically a trail running legacy at this point.
That's right. Yeah, born into trail running royalty. Blake Wood's daughter, Margaret.
I met Margaret briefly when she paced Blake at Mogollon Monster a few years ago. Super stoked for her to run this and get her own
I met her when she was like 8 years old, handing out, bibs at Hard Rock.
So this is prior to PhD.
There she is. Margaret Wood is through Long Lake. Yeah, she got through there at 31 hours and 17 minutes. So she's little less than an hour out on her journey from there to Mount Werner.
Beautiful.
Which has been taking most people about 2.5 to 3 hours. Down to 4. Carlene Coulter made it to Long Lake in 33:53. She's one of the early birds. So it's just Jen Novobilski, Omar Guerra, Doug Kamen, and George Election, the fearsome foursome, who are trying to get into Long Lake in the next hour and a half.
Shout out to our most recent finisher, Siobhan Pritchard. 32 hours and 31 seconds. A local out of Steamboat Springs. This is her fourth finish at Run Rabbit Run. So congratulations to her. Actually, we had a hare come in just a few moments ago as well. Nathaniel Galef Brown, 28 hours, 34 seconds. Congratulations to Nathaniel. Nathaniel out of Colorado Springs. Looks like this is Nathaniel's first 100-miler. Ran a race that I actually was in attendance at as part of his training buildup, the Silverton Alpine Marathons. In Silverton, Colorado, a top 10 finish there for him in that 50K. Congratulations. And congratulations
for runners coming in fast. Boink.
Looks like a runner and a filmer.
And
was that a cartwheel that we weren't able to see?
We just missed the cartwheel because Blue Hat was in the way, but that looked like one. And a bottle throw. A little bit of everything.
Caitlin Johnson, 32 hours, 6 minutes, 18 seconds. Congratulations to Caitlin.
Red shorts guy coming in solo might be a hare without a pacer. That was a pretty spry jump across the creek, though, so I'm gonna call that a 50-miler.
Caitlin Johnson out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Ran Bighorn earlier this summer, ran Cocodona, couple of Javelina 100 finishes. So,
that's a way.
Yeah. So congratulations,
down to
Caitlin.
Arizona a bit.
Yep. Love to see it. Come and visit us anytime.
Cocodona week will be here before we know it. But before that, we've got to get through Javelina, Black Canyon, a whole bunch of other stuff.
We got to get through Run Rabbit Run still.
We still got 4 hours of Run Rabbit Run, and then dinner. What are we gonna have for dinner?
I haven't decided yet. I know that. So I have.
I guess we have to figure out which places are going to still be open.
That's true.
Yeah.
I actually have an early flight in the morning as well, so I gotta be a little bit judicious. Although there is Sun Pies. Sun Pies is so great.
Do they have food?
Yeah, they have a Cajun menu.
Oh, okay.
So
maybe we'll go there. It's right across the street. Any Steamboat locals hanging around the chat? Let us know where we should go. That'd still be open at 9-ish.
Or you can bring us food. We won't hate that. Shameless.
Yes,
we are.
Yes, indeed.
We're kidding. We don't need to be fed. We get very well taken care of. Shout out to our most recent finishers. Eric Grubbs, 32 hours, 7 minutes, 40 seconds. I want to backtrack a little bit. Caitlin McGuthrie, 32 hours, 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Eric Grubb, 32:07:40. And James Britta, 32 hours, 8 minutes, 21 seconds. We'll give a little bit of a heads up on those three runners.
So Terry Horse supporting Brennan Hersman from Washington. He's pretty new at this, but never surrenders. We'll keep an eye out for Brennan. And Wilcox 66071 still there. Thank you. Cheering on. Bib 736. Jeff Reese.
So Caitlin McGuthrie out of Ashby, Massachusetts. Beast Coaster heading here. Ran Run Rabbit Run last year, so no stranger to this race. Ran a race that is gaining notoriety rapidly as part of her build-up. Jigger Johnson back east. She ran the 50-miler, but that 100-miler is supposed to be like an
Oh
absolute
yeah.
gut punch. So haven't been out to New Hampshire to trail run myself. Haven't been to New Hampshire since I was like 12 years old, but that race is already developing some notoriety. Eric Grubbs as well, we mentioned, just finished a little bit ago from Indianapolis, Indiana. Midwestern Flatlander, as far as his home address, but has run some 100-milers, ran Silver Hills 100 in Fairplay, Colorado last year, ran the Pikes Peak 50-miler, Pine to Palm last year as well in Oregon. So congratulations to Eric for running his first Run Rabbit Run finish. James Britta as well, another name that we want to give credit to, out of Seattle, Washington. Looks like this is James's first 100-miler. Ran Gorge earlier this year, 100K out of Oregon, and race that is, I guess at this point, I would say it's on the legend status tour, Gorge 100K, as well as White River 50 out of Crystal Mountain, Washington. So again, congratulations to James for his finish here. In the Hares race, David Golden, 28:09:18. David with a golden finish here. Not a golden hour finish.
Not a golden hour finish.
A golden finish. So David Golden out of Durango. This is his third finish here at Run Rabbit Run. So congratulations to him. Ran as a hare last year. Or I'm sorry, no. I take that back. Ran as a rabbit here in 2018. And in 2016. So congratulations to David, who seems to love to run in the hills. Finishes at High Lonesome, Telluride Mountain Run, Silverton Alpine. Loves these Colorado landscapes. So congratulations to David for being our most recent finisher in the hare division. Oh, this is awesome. David's mom is in the chat.
Right
offering
on.
Congratulations. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Thanks for coming on, David, and David's mom. David Golden.
I see some shout outs for some other runners. Jeff Reese, looks like Patrick Stimson as well. So runners making their way back here into town. So in terms of the Hares race, we have 5 runners that have passed through Mount Werner. We have 4 who are between Long Lake and Werner.
And then we have
the unknown.
So that's a total of 5,
9 runners in the Hares race.
And we're now under 100. We're now under 100 in the Tortoises race.
Let's see.
We're getting there. We are getting there, folks. And it's just about 5:15 out here in Colorado, Mountain Daylight Time. We got several more hours of daylight. But some of these folks are going to face that second sunset. They probably knew that going in.
I have to admit, I think a second sunset is a little bit more appealing than a second sunrise. When you're on a second sunrise, you know things are going to warm up. You know that you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Second sunset would be tough in different ways, but yeah, that second sunrise in some
second sunset, you're going to bundle up again. You're going to, I think I would prefer the second sunset to the second sunrise, but that's just me.
No, I'm in agreement with you there.
Great looking crowd down there at the finish. Been this way all day, folks, enjoying the Adirondack chairs out on the lawn and probably some food and beverages.
Yeah, that's a lot of people out there.
There's a lot of people out there, yeah.
Of course, that is a few miles from where we're at right now. We are over at Olympian Hall.
And there are hardly any people here.
The only people we have here are our producers, Jordan and Zach, you and I, and the occasional. Is my drop bag over there? Can I grab it personally?
Yeah, the occasionally person who comes in and asks if we know anything about their drop bag. And given that there's a pile of probably 120 drop bags in there, I suspect there's some sweet gear in there. I'm guessing there's some nice headlamps. I'm guessing there's some decent shoes, probably
Poles.
some sweet socks, and probably some poles. Some snacks. Got to be snacks.
Oh yeah, I did actually see on the edges of it there is a somebody's got a bag, like a clear bag that's just stuffed to the gills with, I'm not exaggerating, dozens of granola bars.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, I've often wondered about, these bags and what becomes of them.
We can talk about that later with the drop bag challenge that Jamil once did, but this is a great little shot right here.
Yeah, indeed.
Runner and a pacer or a couple of runners bringing the kids in, exposing them early to what is the greatest sport in the world.
Tweetmeyer at Western States always has a famous line where he's reminding people to get their drop bags as they're marinating out at the track, and they're just sitting out right in the bright, hot 110-degree sun, and they really are probably marinating.
Yeah, at that place there is no shade other than one small corner of the track, and that's not really supposed to be accessible, at least from what I could kind of visualize. But you could see a few people kind of just leaning in that corner of the track,
the far corner of the track. Yep. Exactly.
Are you reading the back chat? Folks, ultra coverage is truly an amazing thing. We have cameras set up. As you can see, we're using a static cam set up at the finish line here at Run Rabbit Run, presented by Mountain Outpost. And we were trying to set up a camera at the finish line, a complimentary one as well. And all of a sudden, as we can tell, Taylor, one of our people on the scene, literally set up the camera, and a kid came by and just kind of swung it around. Our most recent finisher, Kate Rose. Congratulations to Kate. 32 hours, 16 minutes, 46 seconds in the Tortoise race. We'll see what we can find out about Kate Rose here in just a moment. Kate Rose out of Arvada, Colorado. Looks like Kate Rose has no stranger to running these big races. Ran Crazy Mountain a couple years ago. San Juan Solstice earlier this year, no doubt as a
tune-up for this.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
So congratulations to Kate Rose out of Arvada, Colorado for finishing Run Rabbit Run, getting your qualifiers so you can participate in a couple other amazing Great American 100-milers.
For sure. Speaking of back channel stuff too, I really love, one of the things that we like to do here at Mountain Outpost is we do all of our sort of back channel communications through WhatsApp. And our producer Jordan, when he first signed on for his WhatsApp account, he signed in as Jorbin. Jorbin, he's our guy
with a B,
as in Bob. And he is forever Jorbin. As we were talking earlier, he's celebrating his first anniversary working here for Mountain Outpost, and he's our guy Jorbin. But it's great stuff.
Congratulations to Bib 736 Jeff Reese. Somebody was shouting out some love in the chat.
Jeff is in the house.
Jeff getting it done. 32 hours, 18 minutes, 14 seconds. Jeff Reese, the one, the only. No, not the only. The only one in this race. Out of Hutchinson, Kansas, a Flatlander coming out to the mountains to get it done. Not his first 100, but his first. Okay,
Okay.
but the first time he has finished Run Rabbit Run. So congratulations to Jeff. Looks like Faye Blumberg as well. Congratulations to Faye. 32 hours, 19 minutes, 31 seconds. Faye Blumberg out of Denver, Colorado. Not her first finish here at Run Rabbit Run, having completed it last year in 2023. Last year, her time was 32, 22, 33. This year, 32, 19, 47. So
Nice.
improvement is improvement. A 4-minute PR on the Run Rabbit Run course for Faye Blumberg, who has had a pretty robust year so far, having run this and High Lonesome.
Yeah, and as there is, people might ask about the course. The course several years ago, 8-9 years ago, went through some significant changes. But this year's course compared to last year's course, very cosmetic, minor changes, mainly in the routing into town due to some construction, but nothing that affected overall times or anything like that. So we know that the course has changed over time, but nothing in any significant way. And so that finisher ought to be proud of her cool close together finishes.
Cameron Huddleston in 32, 19, 47, our 99th place finisher on the men's side of the Tortoise race.
99th place.
Out of-
100th place is coming up.
Out of Hurricane, West Virginia, Cameron's third finish here at this race. In 2021, finished in 32, 33. So a little bit faster than that. Last year, turned on the jets and finished in under 30 hours. Somewhere in the middle is where he ended up this year. But congratulations to Cameron for becoming a 3-time Run Rabbit Run 100 finisher. Almost all of our confirmed hares who are still in the race have actually come through Mount Werner, with the exception of 2, Leah Brown and Gina Milner. Although the more I look at it, the more I am concerned about Gina Milner and Trevor Turner, because Gina Milner hit Long Lake at 1937.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that would mean that Gina has taken 10 hours to get from Long Lake to Mount Werner upon closer review.
I don't think that's happening.
And Trevor actually hit Long Lake at 24:09, which would mean that between Long Lake and Mount Werner, you're talking 4 hours. That seems for about 6-7 miles. Now, again, maybe these runners have taken breaks. You're entirely within your right to do so.
I'm just taking a quick peek at some of our early birds who've just done that stretch. 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is Long Lake to Mount Werner. 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 28 minutes, 2 hours and 42 minutes. So yeah, 4 hours does seem on the long side. There's our drone heading back up and down the road. What a great job by our team out there. Jason's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Jason. Been flying this drone a lot.
Yeah, shout out to Jason and Taylor, both working in at the finish line. Taylor making sure that our static cams are capturing as much as we can, and Jason, of course, flying the drones. So our coverage is going to go until 7 p.m. tonight. Is that what we were confirming?
Yep.
Okay. So we're on for about 95 more minutes. Hopefully we will capture as many finishers as possible. That's something that we in Mountain Outpost always pride ourselves on doing. Shout out to our most recent finisher, James DeLiso. I believe that makes James number 100 on the men's race. Yep, the 100th man to finish Run Rabbit Run 2024 in the Tortoise race. 32 hours, 23 minutes, 46 seconds. Out of Woodland Park, Colorado. James DeLicio, it looks like, unless I miss my guess, has just won his, or not just won, just finished his first 100 miler. Congratulations. A lot of running up in these Rocky Mountains. Ran Pikes Peak Ultra in July, Methodist Mountain Ultra out in Salida, and the 50K in June. The Great Divide in Divide, Colorado, in June as well. So somebody who loves the mountains, and if you're going to train for something and you love the mountains, you might as well train for Run Rabbit Run. Gives you an opportunity to come out to Steamboat Springs here while the weather is amazing. And yeah, I think that one of the things that AGW alluded to earlier that perhaps is a little bit undersold is the community here really embraces this race. You can tell through town, and the businesses, the locals, they love it. AGW and I went out to a local establishment for drinks the other night. Totally, we're in back at our respective lodging by a reasonable hour, and did not stay out too late or anything whatsoever. No, did not. However, one of the things that we noticed was how friendly everybody was at that local establishment. I will keep coming back to Steamboat Springs as long as they'll keep having us. Looks like we've got somebody hiking it in. Yeah, once the runners actually come off of the last real heavy descent, it feels like if they're a tortoise, they're pretty well entitled to have everybody join them for the final steps of the journey. It's something you're starting to see more and more with some of these 100 milers. I mean, you see it at Western States, obviously. Roby Point, a full mile from the finish, you're absolutely allowed to head out there and see your runner. I've seen at Hard Rock, once runners hit the streets of Silverton, if they're like a golden hour type finisher, yeah, there might be somebody like walking them in, who is just there to offer support. And I guess once they're, quote, out of the woods here in Steamboat Springs, if somebody wants to join their runner for the final few steps, I don't think that it necessarily hurts anything. I know, as we mentioned earlier, pacing has become a hot button topic in ultra running, but I think that it's more of the spirit of what people are trying to accomplish rather than what I would call a touch foul in that regard. I don't think that that what I'm seeing here would necessarily qualify as something that undermines the integrity of the race or the sport in general. I think it's cool. I think it's really cool. I cannot wait until I am, at Roby Point and my kid joins me. If somebody has a problem with that, well, I'm sorry. But and as long as it's allowed, I think that I am definitely going to leverage that opportunity. Looks like we have another tortoise finisher. This, unless I missed my guess, would be the 101st male tortoise to finish. We'll figure out if we can get a positive ID on this person.
Funny story about kids finishing the race with you. When I was running Western States one year, my son Tully, who's now 21, he was about 4, and I was running into the track, and he came running out, to grab me and hold my hand and have me run around the track, and I literally smacked him away. My wife got so mad at me. I literally smacked him away because there was a dude 24 seconds behind me.
And that was a top 10.
And that was top 10. Yeah, it was. I subsequently, of course, Tully's been able to pace me and everything else, but he was a little miffed, like, because the previous year I'd, run around the track with him because there wasn't a guy 24 seconds behind me.
Sure.
But I didn't want to finish 11th place because I was being nice to my kid. But I hear you. If the rules allow you to have your family there, then have your family there.
Shout out to John Lynn, our 101st place male tortoise with a time of 32:29:01. Once again, that is John Lynn out of Glenwood Spring, Colorado.
Fans in the chat cheering Allie Stone and Omar. I think I saw Omar in that list of folks who's in between aid stations out there.
Maya Kaniski, I'm sure that I did not have that name pronunciation down flat, but congratulations to Maya, finishing in 32:29:17. Maya out of Leadville, Colorado. I hear that there are some decent women runners in Leadville. At least that's what the stories say.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Maya. It looks like it is Maya's first 100. So double congratulations. Getting it done at Run Rabbit Run and also on your first 100. So we've just got a handful of hares out in the field. We're talking like maybe at least I can confirm 7 that have passed through Mount Werner.
And everybody is out Mount. Is there any still en route?
Yeah, everybody beyond that is kind of a question mark, as we mentioned.
Okay.
That would include Gina Milner, Trevor Turner, Claire Gallagher, and Rachel Lemke. Trevor Turner having hit Long Lake at the 24:09 mark. It would have meant that Trevor is taking about a mile an hour at this point, and Gina Milner even longer. So while we are not by any stretch writing off these individuals, they could be taking naps. They could be just basically relaxing, knowing full well that if they were to hit Mount Werner sometime in the next 15 minutes, that they could be fine still. That run from Werner down is fast. I mean, you're talking, like we saw Tortoises last year running it at a 10-minute mile pace.
Yeah. Yeah, just let's just take a quick gander here at some of the early birds. Here's a person who did it in an hour and 20. These are some of the 33-hour finishers, an hour and 40, 2 hours and 2 minutes, 1 hour and 57 minutes. So it's going to be, and those are early bird folks.
Yeah.
There's an hour and 40 minutes for a 32-hour finisher. They've got an hour and 26 minutes to make the hares cut off. So if they're not there, they want to be there in the next 10 minutes.
Looks like we have another finisher here in the 100-mile. Ram Subaraman. See if we can get some more information on Ram. Out of Oakland, California. Ram has run the distance before, but it looks like this is Ram's first finish at Run Rabbit Run. Congratulations. Finishing in 32 hours, 33 minutes, 23 minutes. Greg Furman just came in as well. Greg Furman, our 103rd man to finish in the Tortoise side. Greg Furman out of Dallas, Texas. Probably has to travel far and wide to get those hills.
Oh, for sure.
Looks like Greg has run several 50Ks, 50 milers, 100Ks. But it looks like this might be Greg's first 100 miler. So congratulations to him. Picking this one again. I can't stress enough how impressed I am by somebody willing to say, I'm going to Run Rabbit as my first 100 miler,
Yeah.
especially coming from Dallas. Like, that's really impressive. Melanie Zinser, 32 hours, 44 minutes, 33 seconds. Congratulations to Melanie. Out of Denver, Colorado. Looks like this is Melanie's first 100 miler as well. Ran Silver Rush 50 earlier this year as part of her build from the looks of things. So congratulations, Melanie. Way to get it done. Jessamine Lockhart. Jessamine Lockhart just came in 32 hours, 35 minutes, 21 seconds. That is Jessamine Lockhart, our 29th finisher on the women's side in the Tortoise race. Jessamine out of Denver, Colorado. Jessamine has run hundreds before, but it's been a while. Her last 100 that we can find is Leadville in 2017, which means she is back to doing the big stuff. Congratulations, Jessamine. Way to get it done. Way to finish Run Rabbit Run. We had another two Hares finish, Andrew Hoffman and Brian Thorne. Andrew Hoffman finishing in 28:31:09 and Brian Thorne in 28:31:56.
It looks like we're down to about 5 out there now.
Yep. Andrew Hoffman out of Morrison, Colorado. Not his first rodeo. In fact, it is his second finish here at Run Rabbit Run. Congratulations to Andrew for that. He finished last year as a Tortoise as well. So back-to-back finishes here in Steamboat Springs. As we mentioned, following in just behind him was Brian Thorne. Brian Thorne out of Manchester, Iowa. And Brian Thorne, I believe, is on one of the teams.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me confirm that really
Iowa.
quick. Yeah, Brian Thorne was on Ashley Paulson's team.
Okay.
That's I remember recognize the name. They're not gonna, I mean, we already had the podium for the teams established a long time ago, but congrats to Brian for pushing through. It's not an easy day. James Urey. It's like Curry without a C. James Urey. Bib number 710, finishing in 32 hours, 36 minutes, 29 seconds in the Tortoise race. James Urey out of Durango, Colorado, with his second finish here.
There are a number of orangutans in the race this year, I've noticed. We probably called that town 5 or 6 times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Last ran this race in 2021. So congratulations to James. Drew Miraglia finishing in the Tortoise race, 28 hours, 38 minutes, 4 seconds. Congratulations to Drew. Drew is from Boulder, Colorado, another town we've been mentioning quite a bit. Looks like this is Drew's first. Oh, yeah, this is Drew's first Run Rabbit 100 miler. A DNF here in 2022, but got his redemption a couple years later. has run UTMB, Rio del Lago, Canyons 100K. So all over the board with the stuff he likes to run. But congratulations to Drew for getting that redemption here at Run Rabbit Run 2024.
Looking very festive down there on this early Saturday evening.
I mean, it's really nice out. So, like, I'm glad that everybody is out there taking advantage of this gorgeous weather. So, yeah, we mentioned we've got basically 4 confirmed still on the course hares. Andrea Stofko, Brendan Hirschman, Becca Fry, and Leah Brown. We're still trying to get confirmation on Gina Milner and Trevor Turner. And I think we're kind of common mind in that it is likely that unless they miss the timing mat at Long Lake, that Claire Gallagher and Rachel Lemke's days have drawn to a close.
Yeah, I would guess that's true. And this is AJW, your friendly neighborhood cutoff checker. And we know that Long Lake is coming up in about 50 minutes. The Long Lake cutoff is 6:30 p.m. and it is staying where it was. There still are fabulous 4 out there, not yet checked in to Long Lake. Jen Novobilski, Omar Guerra. I know we talked a little bit about Omar. Doug Kaman, and our caboose, George Alexion. These folks have 50 minutes, 5:0, to hit the mat at Long Lake, or their day's done. And notably, of those, only George Alexion is an early starter. So everybody else is en route from Long Lake to Mount Werner. For those of you thinking ahead, the Werner cutoff is 8 p.m., which gives runners an hour to get down the mountain. And we've got massive number of tortoises coming down the mountain from just a quick back of the envelope. 60 runners checking off between Mount Werner and the finish line. So that's 1 a minute for the next hour, potentially.
And that's probably how it'll happen.
Yeah, probably is how it'll happen.
We'll get peppered with finishers, which is just fine by us. Make no mistake. I want to give an update on the most recent finishers as well. Jeremy Hedges finishing in 32 hours, 40 minutes, 46 seconds. Yeah, we just had like 4 finishers come in the last 2 minutes. So Jeremy Hedges, 32, 40, 46. Congratulations to Jeremy Hedges. Jeremy hails from Salida, Colorado. This is finished lucky number 7 for Jeremy in this race. And it looks like Jeremy is going to be joining us next May at a little race across our own home state.
Oh, is that right? He's Cocodona?
Yep.
Excellent.
Oliver Marsh, 32, 41, 49. Oliver Marsh, congratulations. Oliver Marsh out of New York, New York. Looks like this is Oliver's first 100-miler. So congratulations to Oliver. Matt Kraus, 32-42-08. Matt Kraus, congratulations. (32:48:03) for Matt Kraus. I'm not finding any information on our sheet of Matt Kraus, but Okay, so Matt. Okay, so I'm glad that I checked. Matt Krause actually switched from the Hares to the Tortoise, and based on his time, a wise decision. Matt. No, no. I mean, I don't mean that to impugn him. I think that is it's understanding and knowing where you're at, and
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Matt Matt Krause. I
This guy's
apologize.
a tortoise and he thinks he's a hare.
Matt, man, Matt Krause, Macon, Georgia. Congratulations to you for getting it done. You know, we are not taking digs at all whatsoever. Congratulations, Matt. On
Way
your
to go,
run
Matt. That was
finish.
just Chris's, sleep deprived brain.
Man. Oh man,
He made a switch, and it looks like he made the right decision.
I think that's giving him credit. You know, I've had times where I probably should have switched and did not, or should have dropped down and did not. But congratulations to Matt. Todd Flosney. I'm gonna go. That's my call on the pronunciation. 32 hours, 42 minutes, 43 seconds for Todd.
Yeah, this really is one finisher a minute for the next little bit here.
Todd Flosney, Overland Park, Kansas. Looks like a couple of runs at Bandera. Ran Never Summer a couple times. Did do Western States in 2019. So, and in 2018. Wow. Talk about, and in 2016. Good gravy.
That's a lucky lottery guy.
Wait, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick little peek at this. Yeah, I ran it in 2016, 2018, and 2019. Never finished in the top 10, of course, but man, go buy some lottery tickets.
What's his name?
Todd Flosney, Hlasney.
Huh.
That's awesome. I mean, sometimes people get that lottery luck, but Gabriello Ray. Somebody was asking about Gabriello. Gabriello has finished Run Rabbit Run 2024 with a time of 32 hours, 43 minutes, 29 seconds. Gabriello, congratulations. Let's find out about Gabriello Ray from Lakewood, Colorado. Looks like this is Gabriello's first 100-miler. Previously ran Run Rabbit Run 50-miler in 2019, as well as a lot of other 50Ks here in Colorado. No stranger to the mountains, but leveled up, stepped it up, got it done. Run Rabbit Run. Congratulations to Gabriello. Okay, so this is interesting. Remember how I was telling you that we weren't sure about Trevor Turner?
Yes.
Trevor Turner just finished.
My goodness, really?
His chip did not hit Mount Werner timing mat. And we had this happen a couple times last year where a couple people did not register. But Trevor Turner, 28 hours, 44 minutes, 17 seconds. Congratulations to Trevor Turner. Trevor Turner out of Rollinsville, Colorado. Learning about a whole new segment of Colorado towns here.
Yes, indeed.
And if I am correct, this is the first time Trevor has dipped his toe into anything above the 50K mark.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Trevor Turner, previous long race, according to Ultra Signup, was a 50K. So, wow. Job well done.
We're thinking he might have missed a timing mat or something when we were wondering where he was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is another hare that has hit the barn. Anna Weisbrot has just crossed the finish line as well. 32 hours, 47 minutes on the nose. Our 31st finisher on the women's side. Anna Weisbrot out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Not her first finish here. She finished last year in the Tortoises division, but came back for some more fun here in Steamboat Springs. Congratulations to Anna. Yeah, we have reached the fast and furious finishers portion of our programming.
Indeed. Yes, we have. Just looking at this camera shot, they're just flying across every minute or so.
And we also do have a lot of 50 milers that are out there as well. in regards to the team, we mentioned, of course, the podium was determined long ago, but I wanted to shout out those who are in the Hares in the team competition because last year there were out of 19 teams, there were 6 that finished, and this year out of 21, there are 10 that have finished so far. So that's a more impressive number. Of course, that is it is a co-ed team. And this year's winners were the BC Bandits, Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody, uh, just barely edging out by 6 minutes or 7 minutes. The Greenlings, Leah Yingling and Tyler Green, and Team Marion Lockwood, finishing third, Stacy Marion and Richard Lockwood. And in the case of those teams, all members actually finished, quote, in the money in the top sevens.
Yeah.
So
pretty cool that it was so close, that the team competition ended up being so close.
Yeah, and your fourth place team was about 3 hours back, or 2 hours 45 minutes back, and it wasn't like they had a bad day. That was Ope 317, Shea Aquilano, and Zach Eagle. I mean, with in the case of Zach Eagle, I still think he finished like in the top 10. I think that Zach finished. Yeah, Zach finished. He finished 8th in the men's and 4th in the team.
Yeah.
So, well done, but just pipped off of the cash prizes at this point. Looks like Heather Kovich, 32:49:17, coming in, our 32nd place finisher in the women's race. Out of Shiprock, New Mexico. It is a place that I ventured through.
I've driven through it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I've driven through Shiprock. Maybe
Shiprock.
stop for gas or a snack.
Yep, Shiprock, Farmington, those northwestern New Mexico towns that we hit, and I'll sometimes get a hotel room there when I'm on my way up to Durango and Silverton. So absolutely, Heather finishing this race. It looks like this is Heather's first 100-miler, so congratulations. Does love those mountains though, as looks like a 4-time Imogene Pass finisher.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk about a mountain run?
That's
all mountain. It's 17 miles of very heavy breathing. So yeah, we've just got a handful of hares that we're expecting to potentially come in. And as we mentioned now, because we had Trevor Turner hit, we kind of have to wonder whether or not Gina Milner potentially is still out on the course as well. We don't have any confirmation in that regard.
We're thinking back in the Tortoises, we're thinking Sam Baker. Something must be up with him, right? He was at Mount Werner at 27:30. Seems like a long time ago. Les Jones is on the way. David Patalano, Mike Burt. These are folks, Mike Burt and Jeffrey Burt. They look like they're running together, both through Werner about 2 hours ago. We should see them shortly. Kelly Addington, David Rissmiller, Scott Larson, Jonathan Bishop. These are the first 10 Tortoises to Werner that we might expect to see down here after our most recent finisher on the Tortoise side, Morgan Harwood. Heather Kovich and Morgan Harwood. AJW, the cutoff watcher. Now that we're nearing 37 minutes until that cutoff, we're still locked on the fearsome foursome who are traversing the stretch between Summit Lake and Long Lake. Not yet made it. But we are sending them our positive vibes for sure. We've also got a group of early birds that are relatively close together. on their way down from Werner. William Luter was his name I remember from last year. Valerie Abrati, I certainly remember from last year. Todd Schroeder and David Cunningham. All of those en route from Mount Werner.
I hope to see as many of those names and familiar faces as possible between now and when we sign off at 7 p.m. local time. Our most recent finisher in the Tortoise race, Morgan Harwood, 32 hours, 52 minutes, 20 seconds. That is Morgan Harwood. Morgan Harwood hails from Salt Lake City, Utah. Definitely not the first runner we've seen coming in from Salt Lake City. Definitely not the
right.
Definitely not the first tough as nails woman runner to come out of there, but I believe the first one not named Leah.
Yeah. Not everybody in Salt Lake who runs ultras is named Leah. We now have confirmation of that. Oh, good stuff.
Golden Hour Greg with the
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go Golden Hour Greg with that hazy IPA reference. We would expect nothing less. Jeremy Schlachter, congratulations, Jeremy. 32 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds. That is a job well done.
Penny McShane, proud mom of Joshua Holer, coming down the home stretch. Penny, we're keeping our eyes out for him.
Jeremy Schlachter out of Denver, Colorado. Looks like this is his first Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. Not his first time here because he ran 50 last year and ran Haviland 100 as well. So congratulations.
There's a baby across the line, baby shot.
Athletes are getting younger every year, AJW.
They are, my goodness.
These kids.
The way they're pushing kids these days, Chris. Oh, man.
We're just at that time of day, that time of race.
All right. Yeah. Just toggling back and forth here. All right. We do have our first of that fearsome foursome. Carlene Coulter has made it to Long Lake. She made it there in 33:53. So she's well under the cutoff, which will hit in about 34 minutes. So she's through. All the three that we are waiting on now, Jen Novobilski, Omar Gura, and George Alexion. Those are our remaining runners on course between Summit Lake and Long Lake. A small entourage, one dog peeling off. And a kid, they're holding a kid. Got all kinds of stuff going on here. They're holding a kid.
That water crossing adds a degree of difficulty to carrying your kid.
Yeah, and they got to go up this little embankment. Nicely done. That shows some dexterity for sure. As the late afternoon shadows spread across the lawn here. Still plenty of people on board. Enjoying a day in the sun.
We'll get an opportunity to recognize our most recent finisher. As you can see, Jamil himself. We've got a drone shot on Jamil.
Well, this is beautiful.
He has to know what's going on. Oh, he's the boss man himself, Jamil Curry.
Statue of Liberty.
Okay, so yeah, Golden Hour Greg was saying that it's tougher to throw down hazy IPAs up in that altitude. I know a lot of people that would accept that challenge, that's for sure. We'll see if we can figure out who these most recent finishers
And while you do that, let me just shout out the sponsors as we get to the top of the hour 29 of the Hares race, hour 33 of the Tortoise race. Tailwind, our golden level sponsor, the Tailwind Nutrition out of Durango, Colorado. Ultra Spire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and City of Steamboat Springs. And before we jump to those finishers too, a little bit more, just give me a little bit more context from our friends at La Sportiva, who've done such a great job supporting the sport for so long. That a little bit on the La Sportiva Prodigio. It's the newest mountain running shoe in a line of technical footwear that La Sportiva is famous for, using a proprietary nitrogen-infused EVA called X-Flow to provide a cushioned yet springy ride. We've designed a shoe that truly does it all. Whether you're logging miles on pavement, gravel, single track, or technical alpine terrain, or running a 100-mile race in a single pair, the Prodigio excels in every category, excuse me, on every surface, at every distance. That's all I... Find them at the La Sportiva booth here at Run Rabbit Run or at your local run specialty shop. Our producers have left us, and Chris is over at the producers board. God help us all. He's going to start. What does this button do? See, they should have a little no-fly zone over there for Chris and I. There was a rail here. Looking for, okay, Mel, let me see about Regan Brown. Fortunately, Chris has now been removed from the premises. The authorities have taken matters into their own hands.
Well, I mean, there were a couple of guys like literally playing a game of leapfrog across the finish line, and I wanted to see if we could recognize some of our other finishers instead. That's all.
All right, some finishers now that I've finished my choking on the little chip I was eating.
So Mike Flood, 33:01:11, and Dominique Youngren, 33:01:12.
I wonder, I have a question if anyone in the chat knows this, if Dominique Youngren is related to Rob Youngren, the famous, and Kathy Youngren, the ultra couple from back in the day. If anybody knows if that Youngren is a family connection, please let us know. Rob Youngren, great guy, multi-time hard rock finisher.
So Mike Flood, this is Mike's second finish here. Mike Flood hails from Superior, Colorado. Finished the Tortoise race in 2021 at a time of 34:39:17. So dropped a chunk of change in terms of improving, going from 34:39 to 33:01. Congratulations, Mike. It's always good to see people improve faster as a master. So congratulations to him there. Dominique Youngren. Let's see if we
get
can
some info about Dominique.
Yeah, so Dominique Youngren, let's see. He hails from Broomfield, Colorado. Looks like this might be his first 100-miler. Ran Quad Rock in May. Has run Desert Rats 50K in the past. A lot of 50Ks in between 50K and 100K, but this is his first 100-mile finish. So congratulations to Dominique.
Right away, Dominique.
Those are our most recent finishers on the Tortoise side. On the Hare side, we had another finisher, Brendan Hurstman. Brendan Hurstman coming in at 29:01:46.
All right, so we've got less than an hour left in the Hares race.
Mm-hmm.
Hares race shuts down at 7 p.m.
Brendan Hirschman from Linden, Washington. Hirschman not running his first 100-miler here. Ran Skunk Ape 100 in April.
Okay, I need to know more about that one.
Skunk Ape, I've heard of it, but
Florida? It's got to be Florida.
Yeah, it's Ocala, Florida.
Oh, of course it's Florida.
Also ran Black Canyon here, or not here, but in Arizona earlier this year. Ran it the last 2 years, so we've definitely seen him, whether we knew it or not.
Yes, right.
So congratulations, Brennan, for your first Run Rabbit Run finish here in 2024. David Rissmiller, 33 hours, 5 minutes, 4 seconds, our most recent finisher here at Run Rabbit Run 2024 out of Madison, Wisconsin, the Mad City itself. Badgertown, a couple of finishes at Ice Age 50. Of
we
course.
got a leaner looking like 11 o'clock-ish.
Yep.
The dog is leading the way. Not terrible. Glad to have the poles.
David,
supportive friends, acquaintance, standing on the correct side in case things go sideways.
David Rissmiller, our most recent finisher. I want to give him a special shout out as well because this was a redemption run. David came here and had a DNF last year in 2023. Obviously felt that he had some unfinished business, so made his way back here to Steamboat Springs. And look at what he did. He finished the deal. He got it done, his first 100-mile finish. Although he does have a slightly different event ahead of him in November in Tunnel Hill.
Oh, that is very different.
Yeah, I would say that I'll be honest, he's probably going to finish 10 hours faster at Tunnel Hill than he did here this weekend. Of course, an entirely different type of animal. But congratulations to David Rissmiller. We will have an update on our leaner here as soon as they cross the finish line, give you a little bit more information about them. We are down to literally a handful of hares still in the race. Andrea Stofko, Becca Fry, Leah Brown, and potentially Gina Milner. We're still trying to confirm on that. On the tortoise side, lots and lots and lots of people between Mount Werner and the finish line in the final 5 miles. We are looking at 64.
Oh my God.
64 runners in the final 5 miles of this race. So, buckle in. We're going to do the best we can. I've been trying to give everybody at least a little bit of like a 3-line bio.
This is great. He's running.
Nice.
All right. He even handed off his poles to his support person there. This is great. Now, the rock skip could be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit concerned about that.
But let's see. He's great drone footage here. Thank you.
I mean, it's not like they're small rocks. They're huge rocks.
Getting lots of, it's lots of support from the assembled crowd. And, oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yep. He overcorrected.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
No, don't.
No.
He don't want you.
You don't need your help.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's got it.
We got a fist pump. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he knew the drill. He wasn't gonna accept a hand there. There's no doubt that he knew what he had to do.
Oh, but Fred's helping him. I guess Fred's allowed. He's Fred.
If Fred decides
he's going to help you, then that's okay.
And it might be somebody that Fred knows personally because he's such a darn personable person.
Yeah. And yeah, that was nice. That was good. He, like we were talking about before, he could literally sit there for a little while, have some water, maybe a snack, and it'd be like you never was a leaner before.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get an ID on that runner and confirm and give them their props on multiple levels there.
There's a nice skip across the rocks.
As soon as our runner tracker, and again, the runner tracker that we're using is the same one that is available to everybody out there. You can click it at the top of the link to search runners. That was William Luter.
Nice
William Luter, 30.
Oh, that was a good close for him. He's one of the early birds.
3509.21. Yeah, William, let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, William Luter, 3509.21. Oh, Uter, Ieuter.
Ah, it's an I.
Yes. Okay, so William is definitely somebody that is known in this race because that was just his 8th finish.
Oh, yeah. Did he have one last year?
Yep.
Okay. I remember calling him last year.
Well, you might have remembered calling him at Hard Rock as well last year too. So yeah.
I bet you I called him Luter then also.
Yeah. So his okay, I'm just gonna go back through the last 10 years of his ultra sign up. Western States, Wasatch, Run Rabbit Run, 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 Hard Rock, Run Rabbit Run, Hard Rock, Run Rabbit Run, and now one more Run Rabbit Run for good measure. So William knows what he likes to do.
Was he the leaner?
Yeah, that was the leaner.
That was the leaner. Okay. Well, then it's okay that Fred gave him a little help.
Yeah, I mean, if you do have any concerns about that, you can always approach the race director about that and see how that goes for you. Of course, we are in the golden hour for the hares.
Golden hour for the hares.
The tortoises have about 2 hours and 47 minutes to complete their journey here back to Steamboat Springs.
There we go. Coming up the embankment. The crowd is still pretty full there.
Looks like that right there is a tortoise finisher. We will confirm and share as soon as we have the opportunity.
All right, another finisher rolling in. Fist pump, poles in the air.
Congrats to Adam Trexler, our most recent finisher in the tortoise race. 33 hours, 13 minutes, 43 seconds. Adam out of Silver Spring, Maryland, Beast Coaster.
All right.
Looks like he is a regular on the scene at Grindstone with multiple finishes there. At least 5 consecutive Grindstone 100-mile finishes. So,
Silver Springs, a DC suburb.
mhm.
You can get to the mountains in an hour from there. The
Oh, that's not bad.
rugged, the Massanuttons.
So Mike Burt and Jeffrey Burt, 33 hours, 14 minutes, 6 seconds. I'm going to guess they know each other, but Mike and Jeffrey Burt, congratulations to them. Jeffrey Burt out of SLC, Salt Lake City. Mike Burt out of Frutia, Colorado. This looks like the first Run Rabbit Run for both of them. In the case of Jeffrey, I think this might be a father-son combo because Jeffrey's only 21 and Mike is 55.
Oh, wow.
Which is really cool.
That is very cool.
Mike, looks like this might be Mike's first 100-miler. He's had a couple of 50-milers and some 50Ks, Desert Rats, Salt Flats. I don't have any more rhyming ones, but and then Jeffrey Burt at the age of 21 has run Elkhorn Crest, 50-miler, done the VK at Broken Arrow, a few shorter races, but congratulations to the Burt boys, Mike and Jeffrey Burt, for getting it done here at Run Rabbit Run. Jonathan Bishop, 33 hours, 14 minutes, 45 seconds. I like when their names are close together in the alphabet because it's easier to check my notes. So from Burt to Bishop, Jonathan
If you
Bishop.
all could work that out and start finishing in alphabetical order, we'd all
That would be
appreciate it.
fantastic.
Yes, indeed. Just figure it out up at Werner. Line yourselves.
Jonathan Bishop, it looks like this is not his first time at Run Rabbit Run, having run the 50-mile previously in 2019. But congratulations to Jonathan Bishop because as far as I can tell, it is indeed his first 100-miler. Jonathan Bishop, a local from here in Steamboat Springs.
Oh, that's good.
Of course, that means he ran Continental Divide.
He probably had to have run Continental Divide.
Absolutely. So yeah, we've had a bit of a rush there. We had 4 runners come in all within a single minute of one another. That was the Adam Trexler, Burt boys, and Bishop combination.
Oops.
AJW
On the tail end.
wreaking havoc in the studio and hitting me in the head with water bottles. That's how we keep ourselves entertained. 2 more finishers here in the between finishers. That's how we keep ourselves entertained. 2 more finishers in the Tortoise race. Jeremy Gleason, 33 hours, 17 minutes, 15 seconds. Congratulations to Jeremy. Jeremy Gleason out of Arvada, Colorado. This is the trifecta for Jeremy, having finished this race in 2023 and in 2022. So this is a three-peat for him. Caleb Scarborough, bib number 754. Caleb Scarborough, 33 hours, 17 minutes, 25 seconds. We'll get confirmation on Caleb and whether or not this is his first rodeo at Run Rabbit Run.
I know we had a friend in the chat keeping an eye out for Caleb.
Yep, Caleb Scarborough out of Waco, Texas. This is his first Run Rabbit Run finish. It looks like his first 100-mile finish as well. Prior to this, his longest run had been at Big Texas Ultra in Georgetown, Texas. Congratulations, Caleb, leveling up and getting it done here at Run Rabbit Run 2024. Scott Larson, 33 hours, 18 minutes, 16 seconds. Congratulations to Scott. Scott Larson out of, I had it, there we go, Laramie, Wyoming.
Coming in hot and heavy. And got to congratulate Valerie Abrady. She made it 35:14, if you haven't called her yet.
I have not. Yeah, Valerie Abrady, 35 hours, 14 minutes, 58 seconds. AJW, I'm going to defer this one to you. Tell us about Valerie Brady.
Well, we got to know Valerie last year doing the live stream. She was one of the late runners that didn't make the final cutoff, and I know folks were cheering and yelling and screaming for her in the chat, and she didn't make it. I got to know her a little bit over the winter as part of a series I did on I Run Far on Under the Radar races, and it turns out that Valerie is part of the race organizing team at the Riverlands 100-miler in Maine. Maine's only 100-miler. Takes place in May every year. They have a great partnership with the ATV folks and the motorbike folks and the hunters, and it's just a fantastic, by all accounts, a fantastic 100-miler. So they reached out to me and they reminded me, we put the two pieces together, that she was the same person that we were broadcasting about last year. So Valerie, it's 3 years in the making after two times not making it to the finish, but you've made it this year. Congratulations. Great to see. She was my human interest story right from the start here this year.
Randall Hinton, 33 hours, 19 minutes, 46 seconds. Congratulations to Randall. Randall hails from Canton, Georgia. This is his first Run Rabbit Run finish. No stranger to the 100-mile distance back east, has run Cruel Jewel, run Love It, Fall Creek. The Bear actually has come out here to the west. So congratulations to Richard Higgins.
There's a big crowd coming.
I'm sorry, that was Randall Hinton.
You see the
I apologize. I need to Randall Hinton is from Hurricane, Utah. Why do they have hurricanes in Utah? Anyway, actually, it looks like this is his first 100-miler as well. So congratulations. Ran Run Rabbit Run 50-miler in 2021, leveling up, getting it done in Steamboat Springs a few years later. Still waiting on those last few hares. Looks like I want to make sure that I'm correct here. We have 3 that are through Mount Werner that we expect to come in. Looks like we'll be expecting hopefully Andrea Stavko any minute now. And then Becca Fry and Leah Brown actually left within seconds of one another, leaving Werner. So we'll keep an eye on that aspect of the hares race. Brandon Thomason, bib number 789, 33 hours, 21 minutes, 28 seconds. Brandon Thomason. See what we can tell you about Brandon. Brandon Thomason out of Boulder, Colorado, with his first Run Rabbit Run finish. First 100-miler has run a few ultras, Silverton Alpine down in Silverton, Colorado, Crested Butte, 50-miler, but this is his first time stepping up to the 100-mile distance, so congratulations are in order for Brandon Thomason. Kelly Addington, our 34th woman to finish on the
Here's
Tortoise
a happy
race.
Finisher coming in. Looks like a little say hello to the kids.
While we await that finisher, Kelly Addington, 33 hours rather, 22 minutes, 11 seconds. Kelly Addington from Longmont, Colorado, her first Run Rabbit Run finish as well. First 100-miler, previously ran San Juan Solstice last year, a notoriously tough race, but congratulations to Kelly Addington out of Longmont, our most recent finisher here in the Tortoise race.
Looks good here. I think the kids are going to do the rock hop. Yep, they are. Very good.
See, last weekend when I ran at Mogollon, I tried to rock hop and it did not end well for me. I did fall into the water.
Yeah, there were a couple there. The rocks were pretty slick. They had a little bit of like that scuzz that gets on them sometimes late in the summer.
And late in the race when you're one of the last people to get there too. I can testify to that.
That's probably true also. Look at the crowd here. I love this. Kind of right up by the barricades.
Yeah, the day's getting kind of long in the tooth, and the fact that we've still got a sizable crowd out there awaiting these last few hours worth of finishers is pretty impressive. Great shot right here from our Peter Cotton Tailwind cam. Shout out Tailwind for making this possible.
Tailwind supports so many events around the country, but it's extra special support here for the live stream, Mountain Outpost live stream of a Run Rabbit Run 100-mile from Steamboat Springs. About 35 minutes left, 34 minutes left in the Hares race. How many hares we have out there, Chris?
I'm guessing we have 4, as we had 4 that actually hit Long Lake within the time frame, but we only have 3 through Werner. It is getting to the point now where if they're not through Werner, the only way that I would assume they'd be able to finish is if the timing mat did not catch them.
That's right.
Which has happened.
Sure.
It has happened. It happened just a little bit ago with Trevor Turner. So, we'll see, and we'll keep an eye out.
Total number of Hares finishers at this point must be sitting at about 70, 60?
Oh, no, much
Way
lower.
less. Lots of DNFs.
50. So
50.
basically, so far, a 50% finish rate for the Hares.
Yeah. Big entourage coming through here.
Let's see. Josh Macbeth, our most recent finisher, 33, 25, 37. That was who was coming through with
the kids.
With the kids. So Josh Macbeth, congratulations. Josh Macbeth from Broomfield, Colorado. This is his first Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. Ran Never Summer earlier this year, so definitely was prepared. Never Summer is no joke.
Yeah, lots of Never Summer folks. That's good. It's cool to see Clarkie's race up there in Fort Collins.
Mm-hmm. I believe Jamila's run Never Summer, because I think I actually went to him for some advice over whether or not it was a tough race, and he just responded. He didn't give me details. He just said yes.
That was probably enough. There's an excited finisher, some fist pumping.
So we've probably got approximately 90 or so runners still on course here at this point in the Tortoise race. Like we mentioned, a handful in the Hares race.
And they've got to hit Long Lake in 2 minutes. Actually, 1 minute. So that might be it for our fearsome. It was a fearsome foursome. Now it's a fearsome threesome. Actually, a fearsome onesome, because Mario Perez made it. Carlene Coulter made it. We're just waiting on George Alexion, and it's not looking good for old George. Bring our number down to 255. Still on the course.
Looks like George was an early bird starter as well.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out, cross our fingers, but we do definitely hope to see an update from George's tracker.
Those are a good batch of people who've hit Long Lake. I think this one.
We got one more finisher in tow for the Hares race. Becca Fry, 29 hours, 27 minutes, 15 seconds. Congratulations to Becca Fry. Becca Fry hails from Salt Lake City, Utah, and got her first Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. And from the looks of things, her first 100-miler. Ran Tushers this year as part of the buildup. Woo!
Dang.
Tushers the 70K. Definitely nothing to sneeze at all. I actually finished on the podium there. Great job. You finished on the podium at Tushers. You're doing something right. Ran Lake Sonoma earlier this year as well, the 50-miler. So congratulations and good luck in the lotteries. Yeah, at some point it is going to be kind of tricky for us to have drone flights here coming up, as it is now about 6:30. I don't know. I'll have to check to see what time sunset is in Steamboat Springs. Google is your friend. No, not sunset happy hour, although it auto-filled to sunset happy hour. I don't know how I feel about that. 7:17 is sunset here in Steamboat Springs, so we've got basically about 45 minutes probably worth of flyable daylight here that we will leverage to the best of our abilities. Joe Michaud, 33 hours, 29 minutes, 15 seconds. Our latest finisher in the Tortoise race. Congratulations to Joe. Joe hails from Los Angeles, California. Looks like this is Joe's first 100-mile. Awesome job. Again, I am impressed by those who choose to make Run Rabbit run their first 100-miler because it's no joke out here in these hills at all. In the Hares race, we've got Andrea Sofko, Leah Brown, and potentially Gina Milner that we're keeping an eye out for. Doesn't look like there's any likelihood that people further back in the field are any longer with us and trying to finish.
And they have to bomb this downhill. They have 28 minutes. I suppose, Fred's a nice guy, probably give him an unofficial finish or a pat on the back, but you play by the hare. You choose to be a hare, you play by the hare's rules.
That is true. So our most recent finisher, Becca Fry, actually made it down from Mount Werner in just under 70 minutes.
Okay.
And basically the most recent finishers, Brennan Hersman was 71 minutes. Drew Magalia was 58 minutes.
Well, those are fast.
Yeah, those are quite fast. Brian Thorne was an hour 50.
Ouch.
Andrew Hoffman, an hour 5 or an hour 7. David Golden, an hour 15. So yeah, I mean, like generally speaking, maybe 70. I mean, actually, that's really impressive now that I look at it with Rebecca Fry's final split there. A golden hour hair finisher taking that last stretch in just under 70 minutes. Pretty impressive.
All right, so they're closing up shop at Long Lake. We're thinking George Alexion didn't make. We'll just give it one more quick check to make sure. But
sure.
Look, it looks like it'll leave us with 255 in the field for the Tortoises race. Which quick math is going to mean we've got about 90 remaining on the course, give or take. Some are between, looks like about 30 of those 90 are between Long Lake and Werner, and the rest of them are between Werner and the finish. So again, like last hour, probably 60 between Werner and the finish, averages out to about one finisher a minute. Kind of how it rolls here at Run Rabbit. And then over on the Hares, we're looking for three finishers that may be able to make it in under their cutoff of 30 hours.
See a runner coming across the creek there.
Yeah, very spry probably a 50 miler, I would guess. Yeah, good finish there. This is the finish line of Run Rabbit Run 100, Steamboat Springs, Colorado. One of the kind of fall classics.
A double dipper race, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
One where you can obtain both Western States and Hard Rock Lottery tickets. You know, those races, there are a few of them out there that have become very, very sought after.
And a lot of people, I mean, I know I do this with a lot of my friends and people I work with, that lotteries come and go, and people sit down in the beginning of December after they've not gotten into either one, and they say, okay, well, what am I going to do? And this one gets a big circle on the calendar usually
Oh, I bet.
as a double dipper. No lottery. Nice time of year. Good, logistically not too difficult. Starts and finishes at the same place. Little difficult to get to, but nothing crazy.
Another runner coming in. I assume the runner's the tall one.
One would think.
Like we said, the kids are starting younger every
They
year.
are.
There's nothing more demoralizing than out on a race, a 5K or 10K in the trails, and having a kid just start to dust you off, and you realize that they were born, like, I don't know, after you, like born after 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still, knee deep in finishers here at Run Rabbit Run. Our most recent finishers, let's give them their credit for finishing. Scott Hanshin, 33 hours, 37 minutes, 9 seconds. This is Scott's first Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. He is a local, so you can guess what he used as a training race. The Continental Divide
50K in late August.
Yep. But Scott getting it done. Congratulations to him for getting his finish here. 126th place on the men's side in the Tortoise race. Yeah, there are a handful of locals here. I mean, Steamboat Springs is not a big place. So, I didn't know how many locals there would be there. I mean, we knew about, our friend Nick. We talked about the Hurricane.
Well, Nick, though, did mention there were more locals in the race. He felt like more in the race last year than this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, bunches and bunches and bunches of runners that have hit Werner Aid that are not yet in.
Yep, there's a train coming down that mountain. And they're all thinking the same thing. Can we get through this thing before that second sunset, like we've been talking about earlier?
Again, probably about 55, 60 runners between Mount Werner at mile 95.8 and the finish line. So eventually our little attempt to give everybody their just due is gonna get a little bit compressed.
It becomes more and more difficult for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
For those of you that still sticking with us, thank you for sticking with us. We had our podium and our first finishers coming through early this morning. Thankfully, we had Dan and Hannes on the call.
Yep, that was great. So we could get some much needed rest and be here to call the race for all y'all as we're bringing these final finishers in.
You can kind of see that they're starting to bring in. I think it's going to get a little bit chaotic here as well. You can see they're bringing in drop bags from all over.
Yeah, we got another load of drop bags coming in here to Olympian Hall.
Yeah, at this point, I would say the number of drop bags here in this room is probably around 500.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like people have multiple drop bags, but I don't know. I mean, I would probably try and get mine night of.
I would too, yeah, because I'll forget the next
I
day.
did miss a finisher, and I want to recognize them now. Alfredo Gutierrez, 33 hours, 29 minutes, 16 seconds. Finished in 126th place. Congratulations to Alfredo. Alfredo Gutierrez with his first Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish, hailing from Tomball, Texas. So congratulations to Alfredo. Natalie Larson just finished as well, 33 hours, 40 minutes, 21 seconds. Natalie Larson, our 36th woman to finish on the Tortoise side. Hailing from Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
All right, another local.
Yep, another local, another person who ran Continental Divide 50K.
I think it's required.
Yeah.
I think it's if you're a Steamboat local and you run ultras, you pretty much have to run that race.
This is her third Run Rabbit Run finish. Her last one was in 2018. She ran a 34:46 that year, so some improvement. Running in 33:40. So congratulations to Natalie for being faster as a master. Sarah Frederick, 33:40.23, just behind Natalie. Congratulations to Sarah for finishing out of Longmont, Colorado. This is her first Run Rabbit Run finish. Looks like her first 100-miler. Congratulations to Sarah from Longmont, Colorado. Sherry Singleton, the women coming in fast and furious. Sherry Singleton coming in 33:41.19. That is Sherry Singleton. Sherry hails from Boulder, Colorado. Her first Run Rabbit Run 100 finish.
There's another finisher there. It took a little while to figure out how to get across the creek.
Ran High Lonesome and I Am Tough in the last year. Sherry Singleton did. So congratulations to Sherry for electing another tough race here. Adam Delu, 33:41.58. Congratulations to Adam.
Yeah, they're flowing through. Look at that.
Adam Delu hails from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Like, this might be Adam's first 100-miler, and indeed it is. Congratulations to Adam. Great job. It's been a hot minute since we've had a finisher on the Hare side. There's only a couple left.
Only a few left, right? Got our drone back out there for a few more flights before the sun ducks behind that mountain there.
Yeah, we probably got about 30, 35 minutes worth of effective flying time. Still waiting on those last couple of hares to come into the finish line. We've got an ample amount of tortoises out there. Dozens, dare I say, dozens. We are approaching the 30-hour mark. We're about 14 minutes out from where those final hares have to be in through the finisher chute. So we'll see if they can get here in the last 14 minutes. I think we're really down to about 2 that we might expect to see at this
You
point.
think it's realistically 2? Okay.
I do. But we've been surprised before, so we'll see. But the names that we're expecting or hoping to see would be Andrea Stofko and Leah Brown at this point. Leah Brown came through with Rebecca Fry at the last aid station, literally less than 30 seconds behind her. And Leah Brown finished about 20 minutes ago. So the hope is that that Leah is just taking her time. Gina Milner came into I'm sorry, it was Gina Milner that came in with Becca Fry. I apologize. Andrea Stofko looks like came into Werner Aid a couple hours ago. Could very well just be taking her time. Actually came in about 3 hours ago.
Into Werner?
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens, but we'll be keeping an eye out, obviously. We got nowhere to go.
That's right. We'll keep an eye out.
So thanks for those of you who have been here with us for the long haul. That is something we do try our best to do when we cover a race here with Mountain Outpost, is acknowledge and appreciate as many runners as possible.
Another entourage coming in.
I think that
couple of them. Well, one entourage, one dogtourage. There's that one back there.
Yep. I do think that there is, I'm going to pat ourselves on the back that we do something in that regard that is unique to Mountain Outpost, is making sure that we can cover as many finishers as possible, getting to know the mid and the back of the pack. Obviously everybody wants to see the greats and the elites at the front, and we do too. We love being a part of those, but also, if we're able to, within reason, that we can do our best to try and recognize everybody as well along the way. So, these runners have been out there at this point, getting on 30 hours and 33 hours, a day and a half. And in the case of the final tortoises, I mean, they've been awake for, 36 hours at this point, getting ready and prepping for this race, because nobody actually sleeps well the night before. At least I assume. I never do.
No. You got to try and sleep well the night before, so that you bank some sleep for the actual night before.
Good point. Jake Fulcher, 33 hours, 46 minutes, 50 seconds. Congratulations to Jake for finishing Run Rabbit Run 100 out of Evergreen, Colorado. Jake Fulcher, looks like this is his first 100-miler, so congratulations.
Interesting number of folks doing this as their first 100. A couple things about it: low barrier of entry, no lottery, no real qualification requirements to speak of.
Double
lottery tickets.
Shout out to one of our favorite people in the chat, Amanda Grimes. Amanda and Billy were here this weekend. I did not see Amanda. I talked to Billy yesterday. Last night he was hanging out in the aid station here. Billy had his first Hard Rock finish here. He's got a country mile to go before he catches his wife in terms of Hard Rock finishes.
That's true.
But Billy and Amanda Grimes, I met them for the first time this year in Silverton. Amanda working at one of the local establishments there. and she was crewing and pacing her husband Billy as he got through his first hard rock finish.
That
Did a
was
great
great.
job.
That was really great to see. He's
So,
been around the race for so long, and of course Amanda has too. But
yep.
super cool to see him get that finish this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Randy Szymanski. Actually, we're going to do this in order. Got to keep things in order. Otherwise, we just have chaos. Kyle Green, 33 hours, 49 minutes on the dot. Congratulations to Kyle Green. Out of Aurora, Colorado. Kyle Green looks like he ran the 50 miler here back in 2019. Ran the 100-mile Tortoise race in 2022. Unfortunately, did not have a good day. Came back here for redemption and got it. Congratulations to Kyle Green for finishing a race, coming back and finishing unfinished business. Now, Randy Szymanski, as somebody mentioned in the chat, 33 hours, 49 minutes, 6 seconds. Randy Szymanski from Dunmore, Pennsylvania.
All right. I know that area. Again, that sort of rugged area in east central Pennsylvania, not far from where World's End 100K takes place.
Well, Randy has completed 100 milers before. Looks like he ran Eastern States last year and a finish at CCC a couple years ago, one of the biggest races in the world, and now can add a finish at Run Rabbit Run to his resume. So congratulations to Randy Szymanski, and congratulations as well to Joel Martin. Joel Martin, 33 hours, 51 minutes, 16 seconds. Joel Martin, most recent finisher. This makes it a triple for Joel Martin. This is his third Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. It's been a while since he's logged one here. His last finish here was in 2018. He also finished it in 2016. So congratulations to Joel for coming back and getting it done. Joel Martin from Denver, Colorado. We had an early bird finisher as well, Todd Schroeder, 35 hours, 49 minutes, 41 seconds. Congratulations to Todd Schroeder. Todd Schroeder hails from Tinmouth, Colorado. Todd is 61 years young, so he was able to take advantage of that early start. Looks like some of the races that were included in his buildup included the Quad Rock 50 miler out of Fort Collins, Never Summer 60K as well. Definitely not his first 100, has run a couple in his day, but this is the first time he has logged a Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. So congratulations to Todd Schroeder out of Tinmouth, Colorado. Still keeping eyes out for our final hares on the course as they've got about 6 minutes on the dot to finish this race. Run Rabbit Run 2024, the hares finish. Run Rabbit Run presented by Mountain Outpost. Special thanks to our gold sponsor, Tailwind. And this is the Peter Cotton Tailwind cam that you see at the finish line here, welcoming our most recent finishers. We'll ID them as soon as we can. Yeah, we're still keeping eyes out for Andrea Stofko, Leah Brown, possibly Gina Milner. Jimmy Thomas, 33 hours, 53 minutes, 32 seconds. Congratulations to Jimmy Thomas on his finish. Jimmy Thomas out of Thule, Utah. I don't know if I said that right. Jimmy Thomas, it's not his first 100-miler this year, ran Bryce in May. So congratulations, though. It is his first Run Rabbit Run 100 Mile. So welcome back to Steamboat Springs, and congratulations on your 100-mile finish, Jimmy.
Any of those hares in sight? We've got 5 minutes left on their clock.
Been keeping an eye out as closely as I can. Haven't seen any yet.
Yeah, we would be looking for at this point Andrea Stofko and Leah Brown. And if they're not here in 5 minutes, we would call it a day at 51 finishers.
Hoping to see them make their way to the Peter Cotton Tailwind Cam. Looks like we've got another couple of bibs here. Looks like one might be a 50 miler and one might be a tortoise. Shout out to the volunteers that are bringing in the drop bags. They are hauling in a ton of stuff.
Yeah. If we're staged here, as you know, if you've been following along, in Olympian Hall, and that might be a 100-mile finisher there.
Yeah, I think we saw at least one or two here in the
they're staging all the drop bag pickups in here, and I mean it's an astronomical number of drop bags. Let's just put it that way. I don't know what these people put in all this stuff, but it's a lot. We're closing in on the 30-hour mark for the Hares race, the 34-hour mark for the Tortoise race. Last little bit of drone footage here. These last couple of runners that we'll be able to see while we still have a little bit of light. Looking like we don't know if this is a hare runner or not, but if it is, they've got about a minute and a half to make it in. I'm sorry, they have about a minute. No, minute and a half. Read it wrong. Great shot from straight up above. Pretty cool. Runner coming down to the creek crossing. One and then the other. And Couple of finishers. We'll try and get their information in just a second. But we're assuming Andrea Stofko and Leah Brown have not made it in. Right on 34 hours, Tracy Thalen. Congratulations, Tracy. Corey Kavanaugh, 33:56, and also Eric Socia, 33:56. Jimmy Thomas, 33:53. Congratulations, all of you, on your finishes, just squeaking in under the 34-hour mark in the Tortoise race. And that puts a wrap on the Hares race. We're going to call it at 51 finishers. It does look like be interesting to see what they do with Leah Brown. She is clocked in at 30 hours, 0 minutes, and 15 seconds. So not sure what Fred will do with that, but she's 15 seconds over the 30-hour cutoff.
Do we know it's like chip time or gun time or?
Nope. But we know she's 15 seconds over, but I suspect he'll get the buckle.
Appreciate you covering for me there. I had to say hello to my personal pick runner, Ellen Silva.
Oh, right on.
So congratulations to her for finishing. I believe she was the 14th woman in the Tortoise race. Should I catch us up on who has finished in the Tortoise race, or did you?
Yeah, go ahead. I might have
okay.
missed somebody.
All right, we had Jimmy Thomas, 33 hours, 53 minutes, 32 seconds. Congratulations to Jimmy Thomas out of Tula, Utah. Oh, actually, that's where I left off. Yeah. Eric Socia, 33 hours, 56 minutes, 15 seconds. Eric Socia out of Carlsbad, California. Wagons East to get here, and congratulations on that finish. Corey Kavanaugh, 33 hours, 56 minutes, 23 seconds. Corey Kavanaugh. Looks like, yeah, 33, 56, 23. And Corey is from San Francisco, California, another Cali runner making their way east here. Tracy Thielen, 34 hours, 9 seconds. Tracy Thielen.
Right. Tracy and Leah were running in together.
Okay.
And it was hard to tell if one was in one and one was in the other, but obviously that was the case. And so we'll see what ends up happening with Leah Brown. Maybe we'll get some information on that. In the meantime, I think that puts a cherry on top of the Hares race.
Yep.
30 hours after they all started at 1:00 yesterday afternoon.
So 52 finishers out of like approximately 100 starters. That's
just over.
That's a lot of carnage.
Just over a 50% finishers rate. It's looking like.
Patrick Stimson. Yeah, the Tortoise finisher rate is going to be significantly higher.
Probably going to be higher.
Patrick Stimson, 34 hours, 54 seconds. Dan Wright, 34 hours, 1 minute, 16 seconds. Kyle Gamba, 34 hours, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Wow, these are all real tight.
Scott Gilpin, 34 hours, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, but a tenth of a second behind Kyle Gamba. Chris Holbrook, 34 hours, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. And Rebecca Downey, 34 hours, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Thanks for tuning in, Becca. Becca Neal in the chat was a golden hour finisher last year, and glad that we were able to
That
get
she's
your
watching
call.
from the couch.
Yeah. She's glad that she's not out here. So,
All right. Well, we are at the golden 2 hours. For those of you keeping score at home, we're just after 7 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time here in Steamboat. You can see the alpenglow up on the hillside there. Probably running just about out of our drone time, but we'll be here as we see these next finishers through. It's there's a lot of folks up there. There's a lot of folks. They've still got an hour to reach Werner. So these tortoises that are slogging along between Long Lake and Werner have an hour to get there. Well, 54 minutes at this point. And then it would take a Herculean effort to get down the hill in an hour, but we've seen it. We saw it last year. It's going to be a little different this year with an hour later start. It's going to be dark coming down off of Werner. I think you said sunset is in the 7:15, 7:17 range or something like that. So,
yep. So about 15 minutes.
So it'll be fully dark by 8 o'clock, and might add a little bit of spice to the descent off Werner for these final runners.
David Cunningham, 36 hours, 1 minute, 58 seconds. David was an early starter, got that, let's see, 63 years young. Looks like this is his first 100-miler in quite some time. Ran the Ute back in 2018. But congratulations to David Cunningham with his finish here as an early bird at Run Rabbit Run. As we mentioned, our most recent finishers, Dan Wright, Kyle Gamba, Scott Gilpin, Chris Holbrook, and Rebecca Downey.
There's someone springing up the finishing straight there.
Among the names that I just mentioned, Rebecca Downey with her second finish here. Rebecca hailing from Castle Rock, Colorado, ran this race back in 2016, came back. In the interim, ran a race near and dear to our heart a couple of times, Javelina Jundred.
Right on. Always a good one. Good way to spend that last weekend in October out at McDowell Mountain Regional Park in Phoenix, or outside of Phoenix. So with the Hares race in the rearview mirror, we can direct our complete attention to the Tortoise race. But we just got one more finisher in there. Lance Pierce in 34:08. Good job, Lance. In 34:08. We can direct our attention to these probably 75 or so runners that are going to be coming into the finish with any luck. About 30 of them are between Werner and the finish, and another 45 of them are still on their way to Werner.
One thing we did notice last year that most runners coming from Werner took about an hour 45 to 2 hours to come down the hill. If I remember correctly, that sounds about right.
Yeah, a lot of these folks, either they have not gone across a timing mat, or they've just had a rough slog between Long Lake and Werner. But folks who left Long Lake at the 30-hour mark, and and we're now at the 34-hour mark, it's gonna be a big ask.
Lance Pierce, our most recent finisher out of Monument, Colorado. This is his second finish here at Run Rabbit Run 100 Mile. The last time Lance ran this was 2018. So congratulations to Lance, now a two-time finisher of Run Rabbit Run. Brandon Bowie, 34 hours, 8 minutes, 31 seconds. Let's find out more about Brandon Bowie from Gallup, New Mexico. Brandon Bowie ran Cocodona this year, Old Pueblo, a Black Canyon 60K, and Black Canyon 100K. He ran the doubler. I guess he's a regular in our parts, that's for sure. And he's got a race coming up that is absolutely bonkers, and that's Saddles 100. That is the low-key, no-frills 100-miler that legendary Arizona runner Mike Versteeg puts on each year. Actually, this will be the second year, but Versteeg is in charge of what I've heard is an absolutely bonkers race. So congratulations to Brandon Bowie for his first Run Rabbit Run 100 finish. You can see some more 50-milers crossing the finish line there. Again, shout out to some of the folks that are dropping off some of these drop bags for all of these runners. I know that a lot of them have dedicated their entire weekend to what's going on out here. Well, I've got a moment to breathe. I'm going to read off the team winners here. Of course, the team aspect is unique to Run Rabbit Run, and the first three teams actually are eligible for cash prizes. First prize $5,000, second prize $2,500, third prize $1,000. That is split amongst the two teams, which are two members of the team, which are co-ed. The BC Bandits were in first place in 39 hours, 22 minutes, 13 seconds. That was Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody. Less than 7 minutes later, the Greenlings, Leah Yingling and Tyler Green, 39 hours, 29 minutes, 11 seconds. And less than 6 minutes back of them, Team Marion Lockwood, Stacy Marion and Richard Lockwood, 39, 34, 40. We're going to take a quick commercial break and hopefully sip some water here at Run Rabbit Run 2024, presented by Mountain Outpost.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
And we're back. I believe the place I was referring to was O'Neill's.
Oh.
So,
It's like an Irish pub.
yeah. I think they're open fairly late because we have just made the executive decision here at Mountain Outpost to stick around until the Tortoise cutoff. Originally, we were expected to call it a night about 15 minutes ago. We were expected to sign off at 7 p.m. local time, but because we just don't know when to quit, we are going to be around here till 9 p.m. tonight. Special thanks to everybody who is part of our team here that is going to enable us to cover as many finishers as possible, as is our tradition here at Mountain Outpost.
And so we've got our team on the ground. It's a much smaller team now where the drones are out of the air. And we've got our team here that's going to be packing up around us. All this stuff has to be loaded up and schlepped back to Arizona, after which it gets sort of rebooted and sent down to Mammoth for next week's live stream at the Mammoth.
We better
Trail
watch
Festival.
out. We better watch out, AJW. They're going to try and pack us up in boxes here.
They might
if
put
they
us
get
in
the
boxes.
chance.
I know.
So yeah, as we mentioned, the hare race has been put to bed. The tortoises are our focus now here for the next couple hours, and there's still quite a few runners out there, and we're going to try our best to highlight and celebrate their efforts. If I had to venture a guess, that we're looking at probably about 13, math on the air, 68 or so people.
Yeah, that's what
67,
I was
68.
estimating that.
Uh, Special thanks to Jason Peters for doing a great job with the drone piloting.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Uh,
How many laps did he do up and down that little valley? A lot.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Jason Peters, of course, Jamil Curry was out at the finish line. I think he's still out there directing traffic in terms of our coverage. Thanks to Zach and Jorbum.
Yeah, Jorbum's doing amazing.
You know, you can always just create another WhatsApp account, right? It doesn't have to be. Then again, I do like the fact that it says Jorbin.
I do too.
But what's funny is
And
that
no one is like, who is this guy?
well, to be honest, it made me wonder if I had been saying his name wrong this entire time. I was like, is his name Jorbin? Like,
gosh, have we been
like, is that like a
all this
family name? I'm
time?
gonna have to ask Aaron about that. Some sort of traditional name amongst the
Right,
Schmidt household.
It sounds kind of, I don't know, something out of the, Attila the Hun or the Ottoman Empire. Jorbun the Great.
He is great. He is absolutely great. So, Joshua Holler, 34 hours, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. Joshua Holler as our most recent finisher. Josh hails from Nathrop, Colorado. This is not his first rodeo at Run Rabbit Run. His second finish here, his last finish here at Run Rabbit Run was in 2015. So it's been a while.
Oh, yes. He's been around.
But he's been spending his time at other crazy races like High Lonesome, Grindstone. I came down to Black Canyon and played with us in the desert for a little bit. But yeah, congratulations to Joshua.
Yeah, I recognize Josh. I coached him for a couple of years. That's him with that white hat, backwards hat there with the glasses on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. When he went out and did Grindstone. Jamil's getting a shot of this finisher coming down the chute. Looks like the finishers are presented a nice glass that they can probably take right over there and fill up. At least I hope they can.
You can bring it around town to hit some of the local watering holes
Yeah,
and see if
that'd be
they'll
a
let
good
you fill
idea.
it.
Yeah. Green shirt guy coming in, hands up in the air. Josh congratulating that latest finisher. Pretty impressive. He just bounced out of that Adirondack chair.
Yeah, it is quite difficult to bounce out of either an Adirondack or a fold-up chair after finishing a race.
Yeah, there's no bouncing at all for me.
Yeah.
Another one coming in. Yeah, we're at that time. We've got this pretty much a conga line of runners coming down from Werner to see how we've got 40 minutes that they've got to get from from Long Lake to Werner. Let's see how we're doing it. AJW, your cutoff man here. Baseball, you have set up, man. I'm your cutoff man. So last person, we know that Jared Sagaga was last person through. No, I'm sorry, that's Werner. I'm looking at the wrong place. All right. We know that Carlene Coulter, last person through in 33:53 in Long Lake. Just to give you perspective on that section, as we did, Jared Sagaga took 2 hours and 4 minutes to cover that section into Mount Werner. Early bird starters, of course, you add a little bit of time. So Carlene Coulter has until 38 hours on the clock to get back here. That would be 4 hours. Mario Perez, however, has 4 hours, just a little bit less than 4 hours to get down here. So it's going to be close. We might be in one of those kind of golden hour nip and tuck moments here with some of these last folks over these next 2 hours. So we'll learn a lot more when they get to Mount Werner and we get an idea of how well they're moving based on what they did between Long Lake and Werner, and we can adjust our expectations accordingly at that point. So we've got Jamil down there on the ground, as well as a static cam at the finish line. That's the extent of our coverage, viewing coverage at this point. And as you can tell, this finish line is crowded. It's busy. It's festive. We try to catch every finisher as they come across the line, but it's an art and a science, and occasionally we miss them. Chris is really good though at getting everybody caught up and toggling around over to their ultra sign up, and if that doesn't work, just making up stuff about them. So it's all good. We've got of the early birders, it's kind of an interesting race within a race. There are two early birders left on the course. Remember, they left the ski area at 7 instead of 9, and they have 38 hours to bring it on back. And if you're wondering about them, the remaining early birders are Les Jones. Oh, we just got another couple of finishers through. Allison Stone and Regan Brown. I know somebody in the chat was looking for Regan Brown. Allison and Regan finished just together in 34:22. Congratulations, Allison and Regan. 34:22 into the finish, just to give you an idea there. They ran 2:10 and 2:07 from Werner to the finish. Huge thank you to our sponsors. First, our gold level sponsor, Tailwind Nutrition. If you haven't tried their new formula yet, give it a shot. Most of us are used to their 200 calorie, 30 carb formula, but they've unleashed an 80 calorie high on electrolyte formula that's well worth a try. Thank you, Tailwind, for all you do to support us at Run Rabbit Run, but also everything you support across the sport. Ultra Spire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, and the city of Steamboat Springs. Without those sponsors, this coverage wouldn't be possible. So we thank you for it, and we appreciate all of you out there listening to do your part to get yourself a bag of Tailwind, or take a look at an Ultra Spire pack, or buy yourself a pair of La Sportiva shoes, or go on over to Rabbit Ears Running and support your local run specialty store here in Steamboat. Or get your picture taken with Paul Nelson. I mean, by Paul Nelson. You wouldn't want your picture taken with Paul Nelson, trust me.
Yeah, because nobody can light a candle to Paul Nelson. Like, if you're with him in a picture, you're not going to look as good.
Nope. You want to avoid that at all
He's a
costs.
very dashing fellow.
Only exceeded by ending up in the same picture as Mojo.
You don't want to be in a picture with Mojo.
Stay away from that guy.
Yeah, if you want to be in a picture with Mojo, a Ford agency model at the age of 62, you are definitely not going to look good by comparison.
You are,
and also a damn good runner still too.
Yeah, you will be. You're the ugliest guy in the room, no doubt.
Mickey Martin, our most recent finisher.
Away, Mickey.
32:22:06. Caitlin Myers, 34:23:42. Congratulations to the two of them.
Yeah, they really are kind of come through a minute at a time here. Jamil's down on the ground. This is really good. We're getting some good close-up stuff.
Mickey Martin from Evergreen, Colorado, with the second finish here. Caitlin Myers, rather. Caitlin Myers out of Thornton, Colorado, with her first Rabbit Run 100-mile finish.
Again, these are all the folks that we know are screaming down that mountain, knowing that they want to avoid that second sunset. And the sun has set. It set about 10 minutes ago, but they've got 30 minutes or so of light, and those that are coming down the mountain. And there's a pretty big moon. It's a 3/4 moon tonight. I saw it over my shoulder a little while ago, so maybe a little bit of light from the moon. But for all of those folks coming down the mountain, they're trying to bring it on home.
Sean Flynn of Longmont, Colorado, just finished 34 hours, 24 minutes, 27 seconds. And Kristen Groen finishing in 34:24:48 out of Jackson, Wyoming. Lyle Weaver, 34 hours, 25 minutes, 33 seconds. Congratulations to Lyle Weaver, who hails from Bristow, Oklahoma. This is Lyle's second finish here. So great job for him there. This is the Peter Cotton tailwind cam, kind of catching some action at the finish line.
Just to elaborate on the comments on Mojo, our good friend Scott Mojalewski, back in the 90s, he is a model, of course, but back in the 90s, in his late 30s, early 40s, he was, among other things, an underwear model.
He was the jockey guy.
He was the jockey guy. And my wife, Shelley, to this day refers to him as simply Underwear Man. And even to his face. And I don't think he
doesn't mind.
He minds.
Not at all. Kyle Shute, 34 hours, 27 minutes, 42 seconds. Congratulations, Kyle.
Nice work, Kyle. And he is looking like he's ready for a chair and a beverage.
From Papillion, Nebraska.
Wow, we just had a little Midwest flurry with Bristow, Oklahoma, and Papillon, Nebraska.
Kyle ran the 50-miler here a couple years ago in 2022, stepped up to the 100-mile Tortoise in 2023, was unable to finish the race. Guess what? Got it done. Congratulations, Kyle. Great job.
He looks happy,
he looks relieved.
Or relieved. You can fill in the blank there, but Kyle Shute brought it home. Well-paced race by Kyle, by the way. I'm just looking quickly through his splits, and he got down this final hill in well under 2 hours, about an hour and a half, actually.
Nancy Myers in the chat looking for Caitlin Brown. We were until we just saw her about 5 minutes ago. About 5.5 minutes ago. Caitlin Myers.
Is she looking for Caitlin Brown? Caitlin Myers is in the house.
Yeah, Caitlin Myers, sorry.
Okay.
Caitlin Myers finished in 34:23:42. So looks like we have another 50-mile finisher there. You can see the sun is setting at the finish line of the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile. Thanks to the city of Steamboat Springs for being one of our sponsors here at this race. You can see their name emblazoned across the top of the finisher arch. Looks like we've got.
Wisconsin Badger.
It should be easy to find. There can't be too many of those still out there. Wisconsin Badger. Well, we already had David Rissmiller come in. Maybe this is Roy Campos. Maybe this is David Rissmiller. Yeah, that's Roy Campos. Yep. Yeah, that's Roy Campos. Then he picked it up down that last stretch. Yep, that is indeed Roy Campos. 34 hours, 30 minutes, 14 seconds. Did that last stretch in about 2:08. It's about par, I guess, for this point in the day. Looks like we've got a tortoise on the left and a 50 miler on the right. Tanner in the chat saying they're looking out for bib 342. Amanda Kleba apparently has been doing the old walk backwards to save the knees trick on this final downhill. That seems dicey depending on where you're at in the downhill, because I hope that's on the actual road portion, because on a single track that could be
that wouldn't be that great.
That could be messy. Bryant Gurnis is our most recent finisher here. His time was 34:21:28. Brian hails from Billings, Montana. Looks like this is his first Run Rabbit Run 100-mile finish. Congratulations, Bryant. Actually, there's an event on Brian's Ultra Sign Up that is kind of intriguing to me just by the name alone. It takes place in Cody, Wyoming, and it's called the Hunt 50K.
Really? Huh.
I wonder if there's some sort of element of
kind of
chasing people down.
Might be.
Seems intriguing. Congratulations, Bryant, Roy, Kyle, Lyell, our most recent finishers, Kristen, Sean, Caitlin, Mickey, Regan, Allison, Samuel,
There's a sprint
Jason.
across the line. Nice. Oh, boy. Stopping for the hug with Fred. A couple of more coming in. Jam cam. You can see the waning light in the back there.
Is that the jam cam right there?
Yeah.
Is he wearing rabbit ears? Is he really?
I doubt it.
That kid.
But this is definitely that time in this race like this where
that was F340 right there. I just caught a peek at the bid. That is Danielle Kepner.
All right, Danielle.
Don't have a final finish time yet, but we will get our little dossier of information on Danielle.
What? She's a 100-miler.
I thought she was a 100-miler.
Okay.
Yep, out of Leadville, Colorado. Again, I hear that there are some strong runners that come from Leadville.
The 50 bibs are greenish, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So Danielle Kepner finishes in 34 hours, 33 minutes, 6 seconds.
$50-mile finisher right there. It would be really fun for the viewers to see the scene here in Olympian Hall with roughly, 500 drop bags scattered about, and then our setup and our team working to start packing everything up, and we're just sitting here yapping away. I
Nobody here.
Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't give us the keys, would they?
Absolutely.
But it would be a cool shot. Yeah. Danielle Kepner, our most recent finisher from Leadville. Enjoying that waving to the camera. I think she heard us. Danielle, congratulations.
Of course, we here at Mountain Outpost, we've got about an hour 24 left before we're going to sign off for the day. I see Jason Peters has entered the chat room. Shout out, Jason. Great job out there. We appreciate everything you're doing. Jason is a member of our coverage team that helps doing drone and filming. Also, I believe has been known to step behind the producer desk once in a while as well. Oh, no? I stand corrected. I was giving him a little bit more credit than he deserved. But I was proud to do so anyway. So, yeah, we have a great team here at Mountain Outpost, and it makes covering these races a true pleasure. So, and of course, right here we are on the Peter Cotton tailwind. Are those some lights perhaps that Jamil is trying to shine up to? Maybe that is that. I think is that the top of the gondola lift right there. So if that's the case, then the runners that are there have. Oh yeah, there we go.
There it is. Yeah.
So,
So we do see. Can't tell if there's a runner, but that's where they're coming down, and that's that steepest part.
Yep. So coming down from the gondola, that was the site of the Preem. I believe that was about 2.8 miles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we'll keep an eye out for the runners as they make their way down from that point. Hopefully, as many as possible. Make us a little bit hoarse by the time this broadcast draws to a close. And let's be honest, that's not an easy task.
Yeah, that's right. More finishers rolling in. They really are. They really are just packing up around us. They're even taking away the bunny.
They're taking away our couch and our
They're taking
bunny.
away the couch and our bunny. You guys would really love to see this. It is fantastic.
They weren't joking when they said they were going to start to back things up a little bit.
Yeah.
They're not joking at all.
All right. So
yes,
those are from Black Canyon. Yeah.
I thought we were going to do them for all of them.
Well, maybe, I mean, the ones I remember from Black
Yeah,
Canyon.
that was the first place I think we did it.
So we're still waiting on some folks to come into Werner. Again, they've got 22 minutes to get into Mount Werner, and at least by our tracker, and it may not be correct, they're about 30. They're way more than there were last year. Runners that are out of Long Lake on time and not at Werner yet. The most recent runner to hit Werner hit in 33:17, which was 22 minutes ago. So I'm going to suspect there's something up with the mat up there or something, and not assume that there's been a 22-minute gap between folks hitting that aid station. Just doesn't seem right that there would be, with runners that packed together. At Long Lake, they were 30:05, 30:09, 30:10, 30:14, 30:34, that they would take that long in between, even before the 33:17 runner came in, Jared Sagaga. It was 33:16, 33:13, 33:12, 33:08, 33:06. So might be something up there, but we'll just we'll just stay down here and wait for the fireworks. Don't worry, everybody. Chris is not abandoning me. He's just making our dinner reservations.
Of course,
We need
yes.
to figure out which places are going to still be open, and that they'll know that we're coming.
Cheris Cervera is our most recent finisher. 34 hours, 38 minutes, 22 seconds. Congratulations to Cheris out of Denver, Colorado. Looks like Cheris, no stranger to running long, difficult 100-milers, ran high-low last year, Bryce 100-miler this year. So congratulations. You can see a 50-miler or two crossing the finish line here.
Good stuff. You see this all the time, especially at this stage in an ultra. It's just you're just glad to be done, glad to be healthy enough that you were able to be out there, enjoying being out there, loving being out there, but also, okay, let's regroup. So night has fallen on Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Again, this is a little bit different for us. The race organizers changed the respective starting times for both the Tortoise and Hares races this year, moved them an hour later. So the Tortoises started at 9 instead of 10 or 8, which they previously did, and the Hares started at 1 instead of noon, which gives us another hour into the night of the second day. Here's our jam cam getting a quick little tour through the finish line area. And there's obviously a whole lot going on. Laid out. I would characterize the finish line layout at Run Rabbit Run as creatively chaotic. Is how I would characterize this finish line layout. There's a tub full of icy beverages. Another finisher, happily hugging a friend or loved one. She's psyched in a way that only a 100-mile finisher can be psyched.
So for those wondering what happened with Leah Yingling, having a very rough go of it in the final few miles, Paul Nelson has posted to his Facebook page pictures of Leah and finished in second place, which is obviously an amazing accomplishment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But was leading the race until the final few miles. Simply had lost her eyesight and but persevered on And the pictures that Paul took of her at the finish line, man, pretty intense, pretty rough. So that just an angle and an aspect of the sport, and I think that Leah would be the first to appreciate the fact that sometimes the coverage of the sport involves not catching you at your best.
Oh yeah.
I think that we're kind of coming to that point where people understand that it can't always be sunshine and roses. And yeah, we like to catch people having a great day and great times, but in more recent times, we understand that in order to cover this sport accurately and in its entirety, not every moment that is going to be captured is going to be positive. So I feel like I feel like Paul, knowing full well that Leah would understand where it's coming from, caught some very candid moments of her right as she crossed the finish line.
It's got to be pretty scary too to go, be in a race and all of a sudden kind of go kind of temporarily blind.
Yeah.
It's not like she's used to being blind. So, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see in coming days if how the story comes out. I suspect she'll find her way onto Single Track Podcast with Finn Melanson and maybe tell the story a little bit fully. So I look forward to that. Someone on the chat suggested that maybe they're not catching everybody going through Werner. That's very possible. I know there's a mat up there because we've got lots of split times coming through. But what we do know is that the absolute cutoff up there is 8 p.m. For the race, and the absolute cutoff here at the finish line is 9. So it's 13 minutes from now. Everyone's got to be through Werner, and or they'll probably let them go down the hill because they don't want to have to drive them down the hill. But they're not going to be an official finisher. There was certainly there was nothing, not nearly these numbers last year, and that's the only data point I have to work with is, last year's long lake to Werner splits, and we didn't have 20 people. I'm thinking 22 people that had left Long Lake, some as long as 4 hours and 47 minutes ago, that hadn't hit Werner. So I'm guessing that there's a mat malfunction up there, or as the aid stations become crowded and maybe things have gotten moved around or what have you. But I'm assuming that some of these folks, especially this huge tranche of people that went through between the 30 and the 31 hour mark in the Long Lake. I mean, we're at 34:48 right now. So I'm assuming those folks are on their way down.
Our most recent finishers, Jared Sagaga, 34 hours, 46 minutes, 39 seconds. Pete Rupp, 34 hours, 34 hours, 47 minutes, 21 seconds. Nice.
Oh, that's great news. We have heard that Jamil has rabbit ears on. Okay. Life is good.
So, as we mentioned, one of our most recent finishers, Jared Sagaga from Pago Pago, American Samoa.
Oh, very nice.
Congratulations to Jared. Also, our other most recent finisher, Pete Rupp. Pete Rupp from not so far, Denver, Colorado. Both of them with their first Run Rabbit Run finish. Looks like we've got another Tortoise finisher here. Looks like I can see bib 704. That would be David Moran. If that is David Moran from Pleasant Grove, Utah, this would be his second Run Rabbit Run finish. And it was 34 hours, 48 minutes, 34 seconds. Last year ran it in 35, 54, 59. I believe David was the guy I met in the airport last
Was it
year.
really?
Yeah.
DFL male 2023 RR. There he is.
Yep. I'm pretty sure he was the one I met in the airport last year with his buddies, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I've chatted with him about this before. So congratulations, David. And way to not make us wait this time.
Yeah, way to go, man.
As a fellow DFLer for an important qualifying race, I have to say, I'm going back to run that race this year. My whole goal is to not get that prize.
To not be DFL?
Because I got a cool little prize for being the DFL.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you get?
I got a little a statue or like kind of an acetate donkey that says last ass on the trail.
Oh, that's good.
And I don't want it anymore. Well, yeah. Well, I would be, one of the last asses on the trail no matter what race I'm in.
It'd be better to be third from last ass.
Yes. So I agree wholeheartedly. But yeah, congratulations to David for improving significantly.
Look at this. He's an hour and 10 minutes ahead of last year. He can, oh, thank God the bunny's back.
Thank you. Thank you. You
maybe it's not really back. It's just Jordan. It's just Jordan. Jordan being Jordan. Anyway, Jorby.
I believe that was bib number 713, possibly. I'll confirm here momentarily. Actually, Trevor Banks, bib number 704. Trevor Banks finishing in 34:50:39. Congrats to Trevor Banks.
Since we're in our second night of After Dark, could we just quick switch to the studio shot just to get a view here of our new setup? And it's probably not possible to zoom up to it, but up there, maybe Jordan can figure out a way to do it.
Or is that camera still on?
Here it goes. See our bunny?
Can you use that?
Bunny is up there. You can see his legs at least. Yeah.
There we go. It's a little bit more sparse than it was last night.
This is
they've taken everything from us.
I mean,
everything.
Look at this. They're just taking it away. Yes, indeed. We're surrounded by drop bags and a bunch of people who can't wait to get out of here. Please don't do that. Okay, we can go. We can go back to
They don't need to see any more of us. They've seen plenty. Our most recent finishers, as I mentioned, congratulations to them, are in order. Trevor Banks, 34:50:39. Trevor Banks out of Arvada, Colorado. William Stowe, 34:50:101. William is from Denver, Colorado. Andrew Spikert, 34:50:114. Andrew is from Wheat Ridge, Colorado. So runners are at about that point where they're going to need to dig deep and truck down from the final 8 if they hit it. So
Golden Hour Greg is asking about Leah's vision issues and mentioning and remembering the same thing that happened to Courtney. Absolutely.
Yep.
In the 2017 race, Courtney did have that loss of vision right around the same time here at Run Rabbit Run. And earlier in the broadcast, I was mentioning about Hellgate eyes, which is a phenomenon at 100K that we see at 100K back relatively, somewhat frequently back in the East Coast in Virginia.
Looks like if I don't miss my guess, Billy G would be Billy G Rhymes.
Very nice.
So cheering on Jared Sagaga. Sounds like he and Amanda are pretty stoked at his run here, his finish. Most recent finisher, Floyd Colley, 34 hours, 53 minutes, 26 seconds. Floyd Colley out of Waco, Texas. We had a few people from Waco.
Yeah, this is at least the second call on Waco.
Yeah, I think it's third or fourth even.
Yeah.
But previous Bandera finisher. This is, from the looks of things, Floyd's first 100-mile finish. So congratulations to Floyd. Getting that double Western States Hard Rock qualifier in the bag. From the looks of things, I think it sounds like we've got about 40 to 45 potential finishers still out there on the course. As we mentioned, the runners have to hit Mount Werner in about 5 minutes here. And if they do, they have to truck down at basically a 10-minute mile pace, maybe a little bit slower than that, but definitely have to work pretty hard to get down the hill. I guess it's more like a 12-minute mile pace. I apologize. So a 12-minute mile pace, but if they've been on their feet for 35 hours, who's to say that they've necessarily got that kick? We hope they've all got that kick, but we will see and we will follow as we are about 3.5 minutes out from the golden hour. If you are one of those fans who likes to watch the final few minutes of a race, this is your opportunity to see.
Indeed, Chris, it is that time. Nearing in on hour 35 out of 36 here at Run Rabbit Run. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors, Tailwind Nutrition, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and the City of Steamboat Springs. This is it. This is the golden hour. This is our last hour of coverage. We buckle in. It's going to be fun and hot and heavy. Those in the chat, we'd love to hear where you're coming to us from, who you're looking out for, what you might be drinking or eating this evening or morning or afternoon, and anything else you'd like to hear aside from us just groveling on for the next hour.
I think there's nothing wrong with us groveling on for the next hour. Some of the names that we hopefully expect to see here in the next few minutes, the runners that have passed Mount Werner, perhaps Sam Baker, Les Jones, David Padalano, Jonathan Coren, Amanda Kleba, Cody Rodriguez, Mitchell Cohen, Davis Rowan, Brandon Gracia, I apologize, Miles Salzer, Rebecca Schwantz, Jeff Rice, Juliet Root. Those are the ones that we can confirm have actually tapped the Mount Werner aid station timing mat. Obviously, as we found out last year, not everybody's timer registers.
Yeah, for sure.
And we were finding ourselves greeting some people back to Steamboat Springs who we had kind of given up on. Right. I hate to say it.
We had, and we may be in that same situation tonight because there's, some funny stuff up there. Although, we just need to keep our eyes open and our ears open and kind of just see what happens.
It has been a few minutes since we've had our last finisher. We expect some fast and furious people coming in.
34:53.
Shout out to Jim in the chat looking for bib 367. That is Laura Rambacher. Don't have eyes on Laura as of yet. Laura's last check-in was at Long Lake at 30:55.
At Long Lake,
30:55 at Long Lake.
And she's where?
Don't know. Hopefully hitting Mount Werner or
hopefully hitting Mount Werner. Yeah, we're in the same boat as you, looking at a lot of these 30 and change runners.
As we are now down to 5 seconds before they've got to register a time there.
Yeah.
And the timer has hit and we are in the golden hour. These runners have about 5 and change to head down the hill. We anxiously await as many of them as possible.
Yeah. We're going to do one last commercial break here and be with you for the next.
Actually, let's hold off on that for just a moment.
We got a finisher.
Our first finisher of the golden hour. And yeah, we're following the race via the official tracker, so we're kind of at the mercy of that. If we don't see somebody have an official time come through, that's kind of what we're going with. If you are interested in using the tracker, you can do so at the link at the top of the page. Our most recent finisher here, let's get an ID on that. That would be Jonathan Coren, 35 hours, 27 seconds. Congratulations to Jonathan. Jonathan hails from Colorado Springs. And I think with that, we will take that break here. And we'll see you in just a minute.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Congratulations to Jeff Iosa. Jeff Iosa finishing in 35 hours, 1 minute, 28 seconds. Our most recent finisher here at Run Rabbit Run 2024, presented by Mountain Outpost and our gold sponsor, Tailwind. Jeff Iosa out of Dunedin, Florida. Again, when these Florida runners
It's impressive.
come to town out west, it really is impressive. I mean, when your race resume involves a lot of long hauls and well, I get, that's not fair. That's not being fair because he has run Vermont 100. He's run Old Dominion, so definitely no stranger to bouncing around some hills. So
The Florida trail and ultra running community too is really close knit. It seems like they all know one another. There seems like there's a race every weekend all year round, and they do travel well.
They have
to. They travel well. They travel in packs. I mean, one of my closest friends in the sport, Tanya Olson, she's a Tampa St. Pete person, and she does foot care at Michigan Bluff every year, Western States, and she's just awesome. I think she knows every ultra runner in Florida.
Mitchell Cohen, finisher here at the Run Rabbit Run for the second straight year, finishing in 34 hours, 52 minutes. I'm sorry, no, that was last year. His finish this year, sorry about that, I just messed your mouse up.
No, that's okay.
35 hours, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. So congratulations to Mitchell for getting it done here for a second consecutive year. Another finisher coming in. We did have a couple of women that had passed the Werner checkpoint. We'll verify which one that was potentially as soon as it comes through on our screen.
Oh, we did get that. Okay. There's either something up with the mat up there, or there's a lot of people who are going to be timed out at Werner.
So that was Rebecca.
And I hope that that's not the case.
Agreed. That was Rebecca Schwantz. Congrats to Rebecca. Rebecca out of Boulder, Colorado. Again, a two-time finisher here at Run Rabbit Run, having finished the race last year. So congratulations to her. And this is at least the fourth time that Rebecca has been here to run, has run the 50 miler twice, and now has been a 2-time Tortoise finisher.
So, Chris, what time's your flight in the morning?
Yes. No, it's I think I fly out at 7:15 in the morning, but then I have to get to the airport. I already scheduled a ride share because last year I found myself up a creek without a paddle
Yeah, there's not a lot of Uber action here at Steamboat.
at 5 a.m. on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I do have a confirmed ride now, so hopefully that pans out because I really need to get to the airport. I got Cubs tickets tomorrow.
You got Cubs tickets tomorrow at Coors Field.
Yeah, never been.
What time's the game?
105.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
Nice.
but that was the only flight that was actually out of town early enough. So
I went the other route. I have a 1:30 flight, so I can get in one more run up here at altitude before I have to head back to the valley. And from what I understand from my folks back there, that's it was just 100 degrees today.
Only 100
and
degrees.
the forecast is for even cooler temps in the days to come. Maybe just in time for the Javelina training camp I have scheduled for this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah. Here's a headlamp coming in. The breakdown crew has gotten a little bit crazier now. It looks very much like a kindergarten classroom.
I think they're pulling things off the walls.
They're pulling things off the wall. Either that or they're just rooting through people's drop bags because there's plenty of stuff to root through. Honestly, I bet you we could find headlamps, poles.
My goodness. Don't. The last thing we need is people thinking that we're doing that.
Jordan, get your hands out of there.
Of course, for those that are long timers to Mountain Outpost, there was the legendary drop bag challenge.
Drop bag challenge.
That was
with Skylar and Jamil.
That was about 10 years ago at this point, I think, where 8 years ago, where Jamil and Skylar, they have basically an expiration date on drop bags that are left behind by runners. And I think 6 months after the fact, after they were unclaimed, they did a drop bag challenge where they had to use everything that was in the drop bags. And this was from Black Canyon 2016, I believe. And this was done in August. So whatever was in there, whether it be eat, drink, wear, or utilize.
It had been suitably, to use my friend Tim's phrase, marinated.
It was gross.
Couple finishers coming in.
Most recent finisher, that was Cody Rodriguez, 35 hours, 6 minutes, 52 seconds. Shout out to Cody out of Thornton, Colorado. This is Cody's first 100-mile finish.
Man, the number of first timers here, just incredible. And there was a bucket hat guy there too. Might have been a pacer. Comes a couple more lights coming up. It's a good camera angle to see folks coming into the finish.
Yeah, I think that when the boss is down there, he definitely makes sure that things are set up as good as possible.
Am I the only person just dying for the tracker to reset?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we've got what we've got. As long as we're able to identify them as they're crossing the finish line.
Yeah.
Another finisher here. We'll see if this is a 100-mile finisher. That was indeed a 100-mile finisher. That was Stuart Hawkins finishing in 35:08:15.
Hadaway Stuart.
Well,
where's Stuart from?
Let's find out.
I'm going to go Florida.
I'm going to guess Colorado because
or how
I'm
about
sneaky.
Waco?
That's true. Or Salt Lake City. No, wait, his name's not Leah.
Yeah.
We are Let's see. Stuart Hawkins from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia,
There's some trail running down there for sure.
where our good friend Matt is currently residing. Matt Feldick visited us a little while earlier in the chat.
Matt might need to connect with Stuart. Matt has finished Georgia Death Race multiple times. I know that that is on Matt's bucket list.
It is, yeah.
So shout out to our marketing boss guru, Matt Feldick, for I know he's around here somewhere.
Oh, he's totally around here somewhere. And I tell you what, you know, Atlanta is sneaky cool for trail running. Not the city itself, but you do not have to go far to get into the North Georgia mountains. And there's a couple of really nice mountains even closer to that. And of course, Jason Green and the Yeti Runners. You know, that's one of their headquarters. And you know, Jason Green is a you know, let's just call him a southern good old boy version of Jamil, that he kind of does a little bit of everything and puts on lots of events, and most of all really builds community and trail culture down there in the southeast. So good on that guy. How about, does that runner have some Jason Green finishes?
I'll have to check, but I want to
We got
also
another finisher
we
through.
did, yeah. Juliet Root, 350923. Juliet hails from Boulder, Colorado. Looks like Juliet finished the 50 miler last year and then leveled up to the 100 miler. So congratulations to Juliet. But yeah, we were asking about Stuart Hawkins and whether or not he'd run some Yeti events. Let's take a look.
Anything like the Yeti 100 or the 711 or Yeti Snakebite or any of those.
Looks like
Pretty
some
small resume.
Yeah, a couple
Just
of
GDR.
Cloudland Canyon,
Cloudland
50
Canyon,
or
yeah.
50K, Red Top Rumble. So
And first foray into 100.
yeah, congratulations
Way to go.
both of our most recent finishers there. Both Stuart Hawkins and Juliet Root. See a shout out for Colleen Coulter in the chat.
I know she was one of those bubble runners who got out of Summit Lake with a few minutes to spare.
Another finisher crossing the finish line. Yeah, Carlene was the final runner, according to our records, out of Long Lake.
That's right. That's right. And we're not showing her through Werner.
Yeah. Really hope that at this point, I'm kind of hoping for the fact that like maybe Werner was on the fritz.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for too, because it hasn't updated in a long time. Like occasionally you'll get like a random one, but
yeah,
let's
Carlene,
just hope for that.
an early start option.
Yep.
Out of Frankfort, Illinois. I believe that's far western suburbs. This is, I guess, a warm up for Cocodona, Sedona Canyons.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
We'll see you there.
I see some ornery mule races in her past, a couple of Ice Age trails. Also, all over the place. Never Summer, Mohican, Bigfoot, Kettle Moraine.
Oh, right on.
Black Canyon. Yeah.
Come one, come all.
Carlene likes to head all over the country and explore all the great races that all of these great companies and race directors have to offer. And then right now, she is currently making her way back to Steamboat Springs. Our most recent finisher was Mike Toussaint. I'm going to call my shot there, Mike Toussaint. Out of Longmont, Colorado. Mike, first time 100 mile, first time run rabbit run finisher here. Congratulations to Mike. Ran Never Summer earlier this summer. So definitely did the work in terms of getting ready for a race such as this. Because I've heard, never been, but I've heard that Never Summer is indeed a meat grinder.
Oh, yeah. Never been either, but I mean, it's put on by Nick Clark. That's kind of all you need to know.
This is the Peter Cottontail wind cam. You have to say it all in one motion. Peter Cottontail wind. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
I know, and I couldn't tell if you're supposed to say nutrition also, but about halfway through the broadcast, I decided not to say nutrition because then it becomes a huge mouthful.
It's
Peter Cottontail Wind Nutrition Cam.
Yeah, Peter
Yeah.
Cottontail wind cam. It's like
Yeah.
it's like a Tribe Called Quest. You got to say the whole thing together.
Right. Exactly. And we are so grateful for Tailwind for all that they've done to support us in this live stream, as well as all they do to support the sport in all kinds of ways. And this is a nice little dance right here. 45 minutes to go.
Celebrating a finish right there. I believe that was Juliet Root. Actually, Juliet came in moving pretty spry there when yep. That's what the sign says, Juliet.
Yep.
Yeah, she was moving really well when she got in there. So congratulations to her.
Well done, Juliet. Wonder where next for Juliet? Does she have anything on her ultra sign up that she's got on the calendar for 2025 yet?
Let's take a look.
I bet you she does, given that resume.
Nope, nothing yet.
No, nothing yet.
No, no, we were thinking of Colleen. That had
sorry. Colleen was the one who'd been all over the place.
I think Juliet's career is just getting started. She's got a 50K, a 50 miler, and a 100 miler now.
There you go. Jump right in.
That's what a lot of people do.
Yeah. We are in the waning hours here of Run Rabbit Run, 100 miler, Andy Jones Wilkins and Chris Warden. We are so grateful for all of you who've come and followed along for a few minutes or a few hours or even a couple of days. We're so excited about all that we do here at Mountain Outpost, and we have a lot more exciting stuff ahead for 2025 for sure. We're also excited about this last 40 minutes and the final finishers here at Run Rabbit. We're really grateful for Fred and his team for having us here these last 2 years, and we hope that we haven't screwed things up too much, and you might have us back again next year, because I know I speak for Chris that we really enjoy coming here to Steamboat and being part of this this incredible event. And now Jorben is taking our table apart, which one can only imagine means we won't be coming back.
I mean, they're laughing as they do it too. That's the worst part.
And here's the thing, though. You know what? They're clearly not laughing with us.
No, because
I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, so we've got about if we can just ask them ever so nicely to wait for 41 more minutes here.
Right. I mean, I'm about to think we're going to have to do the rest of this standing up.
Yep. Got another finisher here.
I guess you do need your time on feet. I love that. I love
that's brutal.
Arms outstretched.
I wonder if that was our backwards walker, Amanda Kleba.
Oh, that's true. Someone was following her in the chat?
Mm-hmm. We will positively confirm.
$35.09 is Juliet. With that, Juliet Root's the last.
Yeah,
that we're seeing. Let's see if
now the results have hopped below.
They're now below
William
the
Ayuter.
late starters.
Yep.
Early.
So that was Laura Rambiker, actually. 35:18:55.
Ah, there she is. Laura Rambiker.
I believe somebody was asking about her in the chat as well. Another finisher here. Looked like that might have been a 50 miler, but we'll confirm.
So we do know what we might be looking for. The people we might be looking for are Amanda Kiba, Davis Rowan, Brandon Garcia, Miles Saltzer. who are confirmed through Werner.
Yeah. And we have to stick with what we have confirmation on.
That's right. We can't speculate at all. So we know we were asked about Carlene Coulter, but
Sorry, I stole your mouse there.
no, it's no problem.
You just widen this out a little bit, and then I can. There we go. You can see the production team whispering here as we see another finisher, another couple finishers here at Run Rabbit Run. I don't like it. I don't like it, AJW.
They're acting an awful lot like people doing an April Fool's prank or something.
Yeah.
Especially since they have Jorben involved.
Yeah, I don't know if I could trust anything that
Yeah.
Jorben and Heidi are involved in. So
Yeah.
another couple of headlamps coming in.
Okay, Chris, something we can both relate to. They're ordering food.
Of course they are. They didn't ask us.
We've been talking about how we're going out for the last 3 hours.
That is true. Mike Pollich, 35-21-19. Congratulations to Mike. Mike Pollich from Erie, Colorado. Yeah, we've got a slew of people coming in here, so we'll do our best to try and keep up with all of them. Mike Pollich, one of those redemption stories. Glad to see it. Ran Run Rabbit Run in 2022. Unfortunately, had to settle for a DNF, but did not have to settle for that this year.
Nope. No DNF settling this time around.
Yeah, those are the stories that and that's why, I'm kind of creeping into Runners Ultra signups as they go because, if you came back to redeem yourself, I think that deserves a little bit of extra shine. So doing my best to try and keep up with everybody.
Mhm.
But as all of a sudden they started coming through pretty quickly, we'll do what we can to acknowledge as many as we can. Again,
but this is one of those moments, though, it's dark for the second day. We're talking about the second sunset. Here, a couple of headlamps coming in right now.
Okay, Hamilton Evans from New York. Again, another
nice job, Hamilton.
New Yorker, ran the 50-miler here last year, leveled up, and now has a 100-mile finish, his first. Congratulations to Hamilton Evans in a time of 35-21-30.
A good name for a New Yorker, I must say.
Miles Salzer, our most recent finisher, 35-21-57.
We were keeping our eyes out for him.
Yeah, Miles Salzer out of Boulder, Colorado. Another first-time 100-miler.
Way to go, Miles.
Miles is only 21 years old.
21 years old? Goodness me.
You know what? I think...
But he's 21 in Boulder years.
So I think that actually that's pretty awesome because that means Miles is going to have a shot to run Hard Rock twice in his life.
That's right. He may be able to run it as a 40-year-old and a 60-year-old. Nice celebration right there, by the way.
Jeff Rice out of Montrose, Colorado. Jeff Rice finishing in 35-23-02.
Nice work, Jay Rice.
Looks like that was Jeff Rice's first 100-miler as well.
Man, the first-time hundreds, it's really cool to see the first-time hundreds who've been 100-miler finishers who've been disciplined enough to get it done here in this golden hour, and it only looks up from here.
Yeah, this is uncharted water for a lot of these runners.
Yeah.
I mean, to have been at it for 36 hours. I mean, during your training, you might run like a 50K or a 50-miler and then like go and take a nap and then get up and run a 10K or 10 miles to have that tired legs experience. Right. But for a lot of these runners, this is the first time that they've been up at it for 30 hours or more. I mean, the longest that I've ever been, is just under 30 hours. And this is another almost a full work shift for some people beyond that. So I can't stress enough how impressive it is.
Jam Cam just had a little look back into the finish line scene there as these final golden hour finishers make their way through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think at this point we are kind of the realization that that not everybody was captured by the Werner cam. So
Yeah, I think we're sort of at the whims at this point of fortunately this finish line catches the
yeah. Well, it's right in town, so hopefully
Yeah. So we know that we just know that there's a bunch of runners feeling a lot of stress coming down the hill in these last 34 minutes.
absolutely
Couple
and
more headlamps coming through here.
being captured by the Peter Cottontail wind cam. That looks like a 50-miler bib right there.
High fives all around. Another finisher just trotting in. Oh, like the sweet old school handhelds. Good work there. Billy Simpson. Ten-time Hard Rock finisher. Basically a legend.
I wonder if that would have been Les Jones then, because
He's got his camera ready. Are Billy and Amanda with him?
Billy and Amanda have returned to Silverton.
Oh, they have. Okay. Great stuff. Big hug from Fred. You got that finisher?
Yeah, we'll verify their identity here in just a moment.
Has the look of a grizzled old guy who's kind of seen it all. Not like I would.
I was going to say,
like I would know.
I don't think it's Andy Jones Wilkins. So that was actually Les Jones, as I was.
That was Les Jones. Okay.
Possibly projecting. Congratulations to Les Jones, an early starter. So Les Jones, final finish time of 37:27:26. Les Jones now has to use a second hand to count his finishes here, as this was number 6.
Yeah, you might break the internet when you go to his ultra sign up.
Yeah, Les Jones, 65 years young, ran Eldon Crest this year, as we mentioned. Now 6 Run Rabbit Run finishes. Finishes at all sorts of races, Tunnel Hill, Bighorn. He's done it all. So congrats to Les Jones.
Way to go. Good to have you still getting after it in your mid 60s.
Absolutely. Super inspiring.
I hope to do the same. Glad they have these early starts. No shame in the early start, by the way.
No, not at all. I think it's fantastic.
Another finisher. Nice to see a lot of parents out here and also on the chat. All right, chat folks, we got 30 minutes left in the golden hour. Who are you looking out for? Let us know.
Handful of runners.
We'll see if we can track them down.
Yes. Billy Grimes right there.
Away, Billy. I knew you were out there somewhere, man.
Loved having a chat with him last night. Truly a treat.
All-timer right there, Billy Grimes.
Vincent Traver, 35:29:13. Congratulations to Vincent.
Nice work. Miles Salzer, are we is he related to Todd Salzer? Todd Salzer, I'm guessing yes.
Not sure. Vincent Traver from Alexandria, Virginia.
Oh, right on.
Again,
DC suburb. Man, the East Coast is representing well here.
yeah, there are a lot of East Coasters all the way
Only
up and
exceeded by Boulder, Waco, and Boulder and Waco. Just kidding. Got all kinds of folks here.
Yeah, there are people all over.
Derek Fouts, yeah. Minnesotan.
Up Ethan Carlson, I missed as well. I apologize. Ethan Carlson's finished in 35:28:56. We are actually now under 30 minutes, about 29 minutes remaining here. Let's give Ethan Carlson his propers as well. Ethan Carlson from San Francisco, California. Here, there's some decent trail running up there.
A little bit. Yep, they're coming through. Not a steady flow right now.
Wesley Reagan, 35:30:06. Congratulations to Wesley Reagan, bib number 735. Wesley hails from Sugar Hill, Georgia.
Another Georgian.
And a veteran of the GDR, the Georgia Death Race, has run Cruel Jewel. So congrats to Wesley. Sigder Magnus Sigderson.
Easy for you to say.
Yes, 35:31:01.
Fred's trying to clear people out because we got some chafe coming in now. Oh boy.
Been there.
Oh boy.
Sigder from Iceland.
Yep. Dude, lube yourself up before you start the shower. I feel bad for that guy already.
We have some products we know that friends of ours make that might help you out there.
I do not want to be on the same floor as him.
Somebody was chatting about Davis Rowan. Davis is 35:31:30. Congratulations to Davis Rowan. Davis Rowan hails from Boulder, Colorado. Somebody was you were talking about Todd and Miles.
Yes, I wanted to know if Miles was any relation to Todd Salzer.
Yeah, they are father and son.
I thought so. Todd is a multi-time hard rock finisher, kind of in that old grizzled vet category that you seem to love so much.
Nathaniel Lee, 35:31:52. Shout out to Nathaniel Lee out of Monument, Colorado.
Love when the father-son thing happens.
Brandon Garcia, 35:32:13. Or Brandon Gracia, I apologize. That's the second time now. My eyes are failing in my old age. But Brandon out of Colorado Springs. Lindsay New, 35:32:29. Lindsay New hailing from
Texas,
Longmont, Colorado.
Too. Okay, that's fine. Does he have a Texas ID? Don't they need? Forget it. We'll let it go.
Lindsay New.
Thank you, Jose.
Another one of those runners. Actually, this is her first 100-miler, but did run the Continental Divide 50K.
Of course, the Continental Divide 50K.
But you know what that tells
the
me?
Gateway drug to
it is
Rabbit Run.
It is
absolutely the gateway drug.
Signature of success is running Continental Divide 50K.
Yeah. I got to come run it sometime.
Yeah, just for fun to come. Another excuse to come to Steamboat Springs.
I got an idea. Come here and then stay the whole rest of the time until this race.
You know, and as much
we might be able to eat at all the restaurants.
And as much acknowledgement as we're getting, maybe they should live stream the race.
It doesn't seem like a live stream type race.
I don't know. I mean,
I guess what the heck is a live stream?
We've learned we can live stream it darn near anything.
That's true.
Once upon a time, we thought hard rock was impossible, and lo and behold.
Hey, we can do Desert Solstice with 6 participants.
Yes, we did. Prefer not to do that again. Looking forward to that field this year. Much more robust.
Much better field this year.
Another finisher coming in. Yeah, they are going to be coming in fast and furious here as we are down to 25 minutes.
25 minutes on the clock.
Looks like we've got a runner with a pacer. A waist-high pacer.
And Important to note that my AJW's unofficial leaner tracker has only counted 2 leaners.
Yep.
Oh, and that's not a leaner.
Nope. That's a 50-mile finisher, though. Shout out.
I mean, the leaner tracker at 2 is really, that's the under for sure in a race as hard as this.
Eddie Marcus.
Attaway, Eddie.
Eddie Marcus in 35:07. Eddie Marcus from Longmont, Colorado.
Having a little word with Fred. Looks like he has a picnic for 4 in that pack.
Looks like Eddie's first 100-miler.
First 100. Another one.
The only thing he had on Ultra Sign Up was 1 year at Imogene Pass.
Nice.
Pretty impressive jump up there.
Yeah, it is.
But if you like Imogene Pass, you're probably going to like this. So
yeah, this is just Imogene Pass
6 times.
6 times. Yeah. We were thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
You're smelling what I'm stepping in.
Yep. Wait, what?
There's a nice moon up there. Good shot. We've got about a 3/4 waxing moon.
I love how quickly
this
Jim Mill
evening.
responds to things
Yep.
when we ask or
We've got
mention
the
them.
waxing moon. Right over the finishing chute, too. That's pretty sweet.
Of course, as we mentioned, it is getting down to nitty-gritty time.
Yep.
And as we have like a moment to breathe, I'm going to start to write my thank yous, my props, and
Oh, yeah, I better do that.
for our final
Here we go.
sign off here.
Another finisher rolling in. Saying hello to Fred.
Looks like a team of runners. Looks like
Yep.
a couple of people with bibs on there.
A couple people.
Do
This
my
is
best.
the time of the race. You're going to get a sort of people are going to group up.
So that other finisher was indeed Amanda Kleba, the backwards walker.
All right. She was good thing
Finished.
she was going forwards by then.
Amanda finished in 35:37:14. Amanda Kleba out of Boulder, Colorado. Ran Zion a couple years ago. As well as,
Congrats to your brother, attaboy, Cal Misoko.
yeah, Amanda Grimes in the chat. Definitely a name that we're looking for. Hopefully, Margaret Wood.
Yeah, we have not seen Margaret yet, but we'd love to see her. Blake Wood's daughter.
I have to admit, I didn't realize she was running this race, but when it was pointed out to me in the chat, I definitely jumped in and started to follow her. Joseph Bierce, 35:37:35. Congratulations to Joseph out of Arvada, Colorado.
Yep, getting stressful now as we got about 20 minutes to go. A little quick shout out to Tailwind, Ultraspire, Boa, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and City of Steamboat Springs. We really appreciate all of your support and love that you're feeling us, giving us to support this live stream and this event.
2 finishers here.
Keeping the old in old school here at the Run Rabbit Run 100.
Yeah, we're about to get hit with them here. I'll tell you, looking at like there's a steady stream of bibs that I haven't gotten registered into my view. Hopefully they register so I can give these people the credit they deserve for completing such a difficult race here.
Good run. A job well done. Run Rabbit Run in the books. 12th annual 100 miler. As we know, there was a 50 miler here a decade or so earlier.
I'm
Greg
guessing,
was also the RD for that.
I'm thinking I know who the two that came in hand were, but I want to verify that.
Nice finish here.
There was a couple, the Patricks out of Littleton, Colorado, who have been basically step for step within 30 seconds at every single aid station. Gonna wait until it confirms, but that would be my guess. And I was right. Mark and Erica Patrick, 35, 39, 26.
There we go.
For both of them, although Mark finished according to the tracker by 3/100ths of a second quicker.
Yep.
So Mark can hang that over Erica's head that he finished 3/100ths or 3/10 of a second quicker.
3/10 of a second. That'll
Yeah.
work. That'll work.
She can always challenge him to a rematch next year.
Yeah. All right, we got less than 20 minutes to go. If you are cheering on somebody coming down from Mount Werner, it's coming down that fire road, let's send them all of our positive mountain outpost run rabbit run vibes. You want to rush them in. Don't walk when you can run. But if you can't run, walk. And if you can't walk, walk anyway.
Actually, another shout out to the Patrick couple, to Erica and Mark Patrick. So Erica and Mark DNF'd this race last year.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. They came back and got their redemption. So Mark and Erica Patrick, they had run the 50 miler. It looks like at least Mark had run. Yeah, they both ran it in 2021. They came out here in 2023 to run the 100 miler. Did not have a great day, but they made it back out here one more time and got their finish again in just about 20 and a half minutes under the final cutoff. So congratulations to Mark and Erica Patrick.
A celebratory finish there. Had it in the bag all day.
Never a doubt. Never
Have
a
some
doubt.
fries. The people gave us some fries.
If I start eating them, I won't stop. I am hungry.
The people. Now I'm getting grief for calling them the people.
The Peter Cotton Tailwind Cam, manned by Jam Jam, catching these final finishers here as we are down to the final handful of minutes here at Run Rabbit Run 2024, presented by Mountain Outpost. See Zach Marion in the chat. I know Zach has been working hard at his own live stream efforts today, so shout out to Zach. Good to see you there in the chat. Thanks for tuning in after being a part of another live stream all day long.
Yeah, Zach, you coming to Javelina? Well, I hope to see you there. That'll be the next time we bring the band all back together. I know you guys have a couple like Mammoth and all that. So this is when I don't know.
Margaret Wood. So Margaret Wood finishing. Actually, let's give everybody their propers here. Michael McGinn, 35, 42, 35. Michael McGinn, hailing from Johnston, Iowa, and a 4-time finisher now. Wow, congratulations to Michael McGinn. The aforementioned Margaret Wood. Margaret Wood, daughter of legendary hard rocker, Barkley finisher Blake Wood.
Mm-hmm.
One of the few, the proud, a whopping 18 or 19 finishers at this point.
Yep.
Shout out to Margaret for getting it done. Her time was 35, 42, 49. Shows that running grit runs in the family. Carlos Casius, 35, 42, 51. Shout out to Carlos out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. So Carlos and Margaret are both out of Los Alamos. So Margaret, a redemption story here. Margaret had come out here last year in 2023 and was unable to finish, but came back, got it back. In the case of Carlos, I want to give him credit where it's due as well. Looks like this is Carlos's first stab at Run Rabbit Run 100, and it went well. So we are up to 240 finishers, which is a large amount. No, actually, 240 finishers in the Tortoise race, with another 51 confirmed in the Hare race. So you're talking, coming up on 300 finishers for a 100 miler. It's a big 100 miler.
Yeah, that is. Wow, that's a big number. A little bit more about Blake Wood. In addition to being a running legend, he has been at the sort of in the crosshairs of the incredible growth of the sport, and particularly the growth of the Hard Rock 100. He is the curator of the lottery for the Hard Rock 100, and whatever your opinion is, when somebody says it takes a rocket scientist to figure out the Hard Rock lottery, it's a good thing that Blake Wood, who is a retired rocket scientist, is in charge of the Hard Rock lottery. So congratulations, Margaret. As I said earlier, I first met Margaret when she was 8 years old, handing out bibs and things at Hard Rock. So really good to see her on screen and see her finish this race. And it's a Hard Rock qualifier, so maybe we'll see Margaret at Hard Rock before too long.
Valerie Moore, 35 hours, 45 minutes, 5 seconds. Congratulations to Valerie. Valerie Moore out of Quincy, Massachusetts, another beast coaster making their way out west here to the Rocky Mountains. Also, yet again, another veteran of the Continental Divide 50K. Telling you, they should be giving us a kickback for as often as. But you know what? You can't argue with results,
right?
And so many of these runners have run that race that I think that tells you if you're going to run Rabbit Run next year, you got to get out here a few weeks in advance and run that.
I don't want to correct you, but I have to, because I know there might be one or two people back in Massachusetts listening to this, and I think we all know that there's certain places that have weird pronunciations that.
Oh yeah, feel free.
and I have no idea why they do it, but it's pronounced Quincy.
Of course,
Quincy, like it's a Z, not a
there.
C.
There are some places.
Yeah.
You know what? There are some Midwestern towns that are like that as well.
Don't get me started. How about Versailles?
Yes, that was exactly what I was going to say.
Versailles.
Versailles, Indiana. Yeah.
Napoleon turning over in his grave, if he has a grave.
David Kyle, 35, 45, 23, coming in with just under 55, or just under 15 minutes, rather. David Kyle out of Denver, Colorado. His first Run Rabbit Run 100 mile finish. Did the 50 miler last year. Decided to level up. Got it done.
Good, strong finish there. Hug for Fred.
Yeah. For those that say that the Old Boys Network at Hard Rock has been around a little while. Amanda Grimes mentions a lot of next generation hard rockers. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
You can't get more into the future than the next generation of hard rockers.
That's right.
So,
right. Seeing Miles Salzer and Margaret Wood finish, that's sort of indicative of that.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen a changing of the guard, or a passing of the torch, whatever you want to call it.
Thanks.
As seasoned veterans like Blake and Kirk Apt and Betsy Nye and the like have moved on from running the race, and it's inevitable. That happens in life. I don't think it's going to happen to Amanda quite yet, but in due time.
Ross Bielek, 35, 48, 45. Congratulations to Ross. Ross hails from Littleton, Colorado.
All right, people, 10 minutes on the clock. Let's send your vibes up that cat track and get these runners in. I know we've got to get 5 or 6 more in under the clock here, under the gun. Um,
Amanda Grimes clarifying in the chat. I love the fact that Amanda and Billy are so engaged in this right now
yeah,
because they're great resources. Apparently, the CDT race runs to Long Lake and back, so you really get a feel for that section of the course.
excellent.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much, Amanda, for that detail. Definitely makes our lives easier when we've got so many great people out in our audience.
And lots of people love that. I mean,
I have a
we became aware
feeling.
of that race last year. So what do you got?
I have a feeling I know who this might be. Is this Carlene? I want to confirm.
A couple more finishers coming in now with 9 minutes to go. With a little pacer.
Yeah, it looks like in the chat it confirmed my suspicions that
That was Carlene.
that was Carlene.
Outstanding.
I'll get
That
a
would be
final time on her finish.
37:50-ish, I would guess. Because she was an early starter, I believe.
As we mentioned, we were pretty impressed at Carlene's um, uh, race resume. Yeah, Carlene Coulter, 37:50.23.
Nice.
Digging deep when she needed to the most. Congratulations to Carlene.
Great stuff. Might be the last of the early starters.
Yeah, the only ones that are still left, George Alexian and Lisa Cook are not verified as dropped, but based on where their last readings were, I don't think that we'll be seeing them come into the finish. But we are down to just under 8 minutes here.
Yep.
It is funny because I got to confess, AJW, when I found out we were going till 9, I was like, oh, wow, that's going to be a long day. But the last 45 minutes have flown by. Oh, that's awesome.
There, that's a very cool clock shot.
Where
right
was
there.
that all day long?
That is great. You know, Jamil likes to pick his spots.
I love the fact that they've got that triple clock there. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of taking stock of the early birds. Let's see. Looks like we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 early birds finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2/3 of the early birds did get it done here this weekend at Run Rabbit Run.
Very good. Very good. And kudos to Fred and the team for making that option available to people. That 2 hours makes a big difference, especially if you're a little bit older. So that's cool. Here we go. A couple more finishers, bringing it on in.
That's a bouncy step for a 50-mile
That's
finish
a
right
bouncy
there.
step. Yeah. Really is a great race, and you can just see you can just see the joy in the faces of the runners and the crews and the friends and loved ones. It's just this race just kind of gushes positivity from the from the little bit different ways they do things with the different starts and the teams, and to the obviously the challenging but doable terrain. It's a hard race, but it's not one of those races that hangs its hat on how hard it is and tries to punish the runners for making mistakes and so forth. It's really cool to see the kind of positivity around this race that really pretty much starts with Fred being such a positive guy as he is, and just trickles down all through the entire race organization, including those folks, by the way, who were hauling up what amounts to about 500 drop bags here to Olympian Hall. I can only imagine the chaotic scene when everybody comes up here to try and find them. Another finisher here. Looking a little ginger on her feet. That person did have the look of a mom, proud mom. If I were to just take a guess.
Lauren Scherer, 35 hours, 54 minutes, 58 seconds. We are now under 5 minutes remaining.
Well done, Lauren. Picture time before you get cold.
Lauren Scherer out of Arvada, Colorado. Got a lot of people from Arvada as well.
Yeah.
Looks like this is her first 100 miler. So congratulations to Lauren.
Jamil's going to walk a little bit down. Announcer's calling in some runners there.
As long as he brought his light this time.
Yeah. You said it, not me.
We reached the point. We're under 4 minutes, about 3.5 minutes remaining. And I know from personal experience that it can be done, finishing under 4 minutes remaining.
Yep. You want to, they've got to be thinking, I've got to give it my all. Crews are really stressed out and nervous right now. Kind of pits and stomachs.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're talking, you're hustling,
Are we seeing
a
any
quarter
lights?
mile or less at this point.
We know they're going to have to navigate that little rock hop over the creek.
Oh, that's right.
That's going to take a little effort and a little bit more time than just a straight up run.
So yeah, it looks like they've got a light. I can't even imagine. We don't have sound there because they've got some music playing, but I can't imagine what it's like. So there's 2 lights.
This light is.
Oh boy.
Light is coming in. They still have that creek crossing. We're hitting 2.5 minutes.
They could be hitting that creek crossing right now. Yeah.
They're getting across that creek crossing now.
Oh boy.
Whether it's 2 lights, 2 runners, or a runner and a pacer. Everyone's eyes looking down there. Jam cam spotting the light. That was really cool. Getting right on 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes left in the 2024 Run Rabbit Run 100 miler. Sponsored by La Sportiva.
There we go.
There's a runner.
And that is a tortoise bib. That is a tortoise bib.
That is fantastic. Under 2 minutes left on the clock.
I can testify it is one of the most amazing feelings.
What a great feeling.
Leave it all out there like that.
Look, she's like, okay, what do I do now? I got to breathe. Oh, yes. What a great job.
We're down to about the final 60 seconds. I don't know if we've got any more out there. I'm going to ID that runner as soon as we can to give them credit for it. Yep, we're under 60 seconds. And given that the camera is not aiming out into the field, I have a sneaking sad suspicion that we've seen our final finisher. But we'll wait and see what happens. So that was Bailey Albright.
All right, Bailey.
Bailey Albright, 35:58:18.
Nice.
Congratulations to Bailey.
Let's a little close, Bailey.
Bailey from South San Francisco, California. It looks like this is Bailey's first 100 miler. Ran the Marin Ultra Challenge in March. Ran Broken Arrow a couple years ago as well.
That'll do it.
Back off, team. We're not done just yet. We are going to wrap things up.
Heidi's ready to like.
They are ready to break it
jump off
down
the
here.
turnbuckle and
So with that, the Run Rabbit Run 2024, presented by Mountain Outpost, sponsored by Tailwind, has drawn to a close. Want to do one more shout out to our sponsors here: Tailwind, Ultra Aspire, Boa Lacing Systems, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spikes, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and the City of Steamboat Springs. The city has been very gracious in hosting us here this weekend.
yeah, they really warmly welcome the race, and you know, everyone knows it's going on, and this is a town that celebrates sports, winter sports, summer sports, all kinds of sports, and so it's awesome to be here. I just want to thank you, Chris, for being such a great partner. Thank Jordan and Zach especially for the work here in the production booth. It's been incredible, and obviously the whole team that puts it together. I know you have some thank yous too, but I also want to thank the runners and the crews and the pacers and the volunteers, you know, because without the runners, we wouldn't be able to do this. Without the folks out there who are interested in seeing what's going on and learning about the sport and getting exposed to it, we wouldn't do what we did. And, you know, as someone who's run these things for a long time, it makes me feel really good to be able to sit on the other side of it, see people do this, and see the joy and celebration in it all. So until next time, Chris, yeah, AJW signing off.
I want to give it just a couple quick shout outs. First of all, shout out to Fred and Paul, the race directors, for welcoming us to be a part of this experience. Run Rabbit Run is truly one of the great American 100-mile races, the largest prize purse in the nation. But it's not just about that. You can tell, you know, with everybody wearing rabbit ears all around town, you can feel the positive energy and the excitement, and how much they really love hosting this event. I mean, you know, not every community opens their arms so welcoming to an event such as this, because there's a lot of logistics it takes from the town in a lot of ways. So thank you to Fred and Paul for bringing us here, the City of Steamboat Springs. Thanks out to Zoe and Luke for doing all of the on-course correspondence stuff. Thanks to Zoe, Jamil, and Corinne as well for doing those pre-race interviews. Jason and Tony for bringing us those great views out in the system, out in the on the race course. And I also wanted to give a quick little shout out to Mike McMonigal for coming in and hanging out with us for a little bit last night when he was had a free moment to come by and tell us about his wife's run, Leah Yingling, of course, finishing second. So I think that's about all I've got. So congratulations to all the runners from the front of the pack to the final finishers. We appreciate having you out there. You're why we're here. Signing off for Mountain Outpost, I'm Chris Warden, and we'll see you
at Javelina.
That's right, Javelina 100. Guys. Oh my goodness. Look at this. They're breaking us down. All right, thanks, folks. Take care.
Oh, that's my hat.
Close to the sun.